They had never seen the legendary figure of Qingzhou, but at such a young age, he had reached the Grandmaster realm. In the entire world, apart from that youth, there seemed to be no second person. "We should be able to go in now, right?" Li Hao said. The two youths came to their senses, overwhelmingly excited, and hurriedly made way for Li Hao. Ren Qianqin had long known about Li Hao's realm. She simply wore a smile at this moment. Han Wu, after being momentarily stunned, quickly came to his senses and hurried to catch up, flustered and eager to ask questions but fearful of disturbing Li Hao. After they entered, several figures slowly approached from a distance, noticing the scene of the youth's entry. The young man leading them, wearing a kasaya, narrowed his eyes slightly. This Grandmaster dojo was not set up at the city center but next to a river outside of the protective moat. This river, in the Grand Liang state, was extremely famous, called the Dragon River. The Dragon River meandered for 7,000 miles, crossing over half of Liangzhou, connecting more than a dozen cities. At this moment, the river rushed, churning up layers of muddy yellow water. Next to the Dragon River was a majestic dhow platform, and when the river waters surged rapidly, they would splash some waves on the edge of the platform. In such a grand and dangerous place, one's spirit could soar with grand ambitions and heroic feelings. Grandmasters contending with heaven and earth, such an environment was suitable for resonating with one's state of mind. In the inner area outside the debate platform, figures stirred. Although only grandmasters and their families could enter this inner area, the number of grandmasters gathered from all over the world, plus the fact that each grandmaster could bring 5 others in, made the inner area bustling. Some acquainted grandmasters recognized each other, exchanged pleasantries, and also introduced their disciples or the young masters and misses brought in with rich sponsors' money. Li Hao looked around and saw not only the atmosphere of martial arts but also the intertwining of fame and fortune. Ren Qianqin and Han Wu looked around, inevitably feeling a bit nervous and uneasy, as everyone present was a powerhouse who had founded schools in various places. Those in the 3 immortal realms were on a level that transcended ordinary people, with one foot stepping into the realm of legends. "Come on, let's find a place to sit down first," Li Hao said, leading the way to an empty table which also had snacks and drinks. He casually tasted one and found the flavor to be average, so he did not take a second piece. "Young master, you couldn't possibly be the 5th-ranking person on the Qian Dragon list from the Divine General Mansion." After sitting down, Han Wu looked around for a moment and, unable to contain his excitement, asked Li Hao in a low voice. Li Hao shook his head slightly. "You're overthinking it. You can't fool me." Seeing Li Hao deny it, Han Wu silently chuckled, convinced in his mind. Although his father always scolded him, saying, "My foolish son, why do you insist on practicing martial arts? Isn't it better to inherit my vast wealth honestly?" He felt he wasn't foolish at all. It was his father who was foolish. In these times, when demons roam free, what use is mere wealth? Power is supreme. He wanted to turn his family, from his generation onward, from a family of wealthy merchants into a martial arts household. The ancestors of those families, too, had mostly transformed in this way. Once the transformation succeeded, the family records would start being written with him. And right now, the chance to rewrite those family records was right before his eyes. "Young master, why don't you take me as your disciple?" Han Wu said, and was about to rise and kneel before Li Hao to perform the apprentice's salute. But before his knees touched the ground, he was lifted by a force. A smile played on Li Hao's mind. This young fellow wasn't very old, but he had a merchant's shrewdness. "I don't take disciples," Li Hao said. "I am hardworking, charitable, and willing to do anything." Han Wu hurriedly added, about to showcase his virtues. Li Hao quickly stopped him, saying, "I don't have the time to teach, and even if you took me as your master, it would be useless." If it were teaching chess or painting, he might have been interested, but teaching martial arts genuinely bored him and tortured his soul. If it were not for Ren Qianqin's following him for thousands of miles from Qingzhou, he would not have offered guidance. "Young master." Han Wu showed a sad face, attempting to squeeze out a few tears. "Actually, I lost my mother when I was young." Li Hao was somewhat speechless. Was this kid trying to burst into song? "Huh? How did you guys get in?" Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Li Hao, finding the voice familiar, turned to look and saw Zhou Haitang approaching with his disciples. Zhou Linger's expression changed slightly when she caught Ren Qianqin's gaze, a flash of annoyance flickering in her eyes. She was, after all, a grandmaster's daughter but had been beaten by someone who had just entered the soul succession realm, a humiliation of the highest order. She didn't know whether to avoid the gaze or meet it, and with frustration in her heart, she angrily turned her gaze onto Li Hao. Li Hao didn't look at the young girl beside him but greeted Zhou Haitang with a slight bow, a polite acknowledgement, yet he didn't rise from his seat. After all, they were both grandmasters, and according to the customs of the martial artist world, they could be considered peers. Unless they were from the same family, they would have adhered to seniority in their salutations. Zhou Haitang's eyebrows slightly furrowed at Li Hao's action, interpreting it as a grudge against his previous cold attitude, and decided it was not worth squabbling with a junior. He said, "The Bai Chunhai you're looking for is over there." He pointed, and Li Hao followed his gesture to see an old man in a gray robe, with a kind face, engaged in conversation. "Thank you," Li Hao nodded. Zhou Haitang then left without further delay. He knew the score well in his heart, aware that his daughter had accepted a dagger as a gift from someone, and with this pointing, he considered it repayment, leaving no debts unbalanced. The Zhonghu was not just about fighting, it was also about human relationships and proprieties. Therefore, in the Zhonghu, the last thing one wanted was to owe favors. Because some favors may have to be repaid with life, even dragging the entire family into it. Seeing the master leave, Xu Wan'er glanced at Li Hao, nodded slightly to him, and then followed after her departure. Zhou Linger, feeling like she was standing on pins and needles, glared at Li Hao before also following her father to leave. Only after walking away did she indignantly say, "They couldn't have sneaked in, could they? It's infuriating." Zhou Haitang frowned and said, "That child carries himself calmly, facing a grandmaster without being obsequious or arrogant. It seems he comes from a noble family, so having an invitation isn't strange. In the future, try not to provoke him. I heard from Wan'er that you couldn't even defeat his maidservant, which is simply disgraceful. Father, on our return, you will devote yourself to closed-door cultivation. Without reaching the divine travel realm, you are not to leave the mountain." Zhou Haitang said sternly, with a stern face. Zhou Linger stamped her foot, looking at Xu Wan'er with annoyance. Elsewhere, Li Hao, after Zhou Haitang and the others left, stood up and walked toward the Grandmaster Bai Chunhai. The table the other party was at had 3 or 4 people seated, and behind these grandmasters stood their respective disciples, making the scene quite lively. "Master Bai?" Li Hao tentatively asked. The gray-clothed elder who was engaged in conversation turned his head, looked at Li Hao, and saw a well-composed young man and said, "You are?" Seeing the other party's acknowledgement, Li Hao revealed a smile and said, "I have heard that you have a famous painting. I wish to make a purchase. What would the conditions be?" Bai Chunhai furrowed his brow. Apart from martial arts practice, his only joy was in sketching and collecting famous paintings. "Young man, if you wish to become a disciple, just ask outright. Don't beat around the bush." To the side, a burly middle-aged man said. He was at the peak of the 15-li realm and had followed his master Bai Chunhai in the hopes of advancing to the heavenly human realm through enlightenment. The other Grandmaster's disciples also chuckled while sizing up Li Hao and the other two, taking them for nobles' sons and daughters coming to seek apprenticeship. "You misunderstand. I'm not here to seek apprenticeship, just for that painting," Li Hao said. The stout middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he uttered angrily, "Are you here to cause trouble?" Bai Chunhai slightly raised his hand to stop his disciple and said to Li Hao, "Young man, I'm not selling the painting, please leave." Li Hao also knew that it's hard to sway a grandmaster of Bai's stature with money, unless it was an enormous wealth that could rival a nation. Beyond that, only other treasures could serve as a trade. "Master Bai, perhaps you could suggest a condition. I'll see if I can meet it. Perhaps a cultivation technique or peerless technique, or some weapon or treasure?" Li Hao inquired again. Bai Chunhai slightly frowned, looked at Li Hao for a moment, and suddenly felt that this young man might indeed have come for the painting, rather than to mock him intentionally. He spoke indifferently, "No matter what it is, I lack nothing. All the things in the world cannot buy what I cherish in my heart. You should go back and not bother me further." Li Hao was taken aback, somewhat helpless, as the man seemed determined not to part with it. Or maybe he believed that Li Hao couldn't offer anything enticing enough. "Master Bai, I understand it is hard for you to part with what you love. Besides paintings, do you have other objects of affection? I could offer a trade," Li Hao said. "Who are you affiliated with? My master asked you to leave, didn't you hear?" the burly middle-aged man said, taking a step forward with an angry look on his face. Bai Chunhai gestured for his disciple to stop and said to Li Hao, "Young man, please leave. I've made myself clear." Li Hao looked at him, nodded, and said, "I understand." Without insisting further, he turned and went back to his seat. If the other party wasn't willing to trade, then he'd just have to find an opportunity to steal it. A gentleman does not seize the love of others, unless you force me not to act like a gentleman. Just as Li Hao had sat back down, suddenly an excited voice came through. "Li, teacher?" Li Hao turned his head and saw a group of people standing not far away, peering over in this direction. Upon seeing Li Hao's face, they all widened their eyes with delight and hurried over. Li Hao recognized them. It was unexpectedly Song Yueyao and the group of Whitehall disciples from Tan Palace Academy. Leading them were Tan Palace Academy's teachers like Shen Yunqing, Zhao Zongyan, and Su Yihua. "It really is you." When Zhou Zheng mentioned it, "I didn't believe it," Shen Yunqing said excitedly, laughing heartily. "Teacher Li." Zhou Zheng and disciples like Song Yueyao by his side promptly called out to Li Hao. Although Li Hao was younger and had only taught 2 classes at Whitehall, they had learned immensely and held a deep respect for this talented young man. With sparkling eyes, Song Yueyao suddenly remembered the figure she saw earlier at the spirit succession platform and realized it was not a case of face blindness, but it actually was Li Hao. "How come you all are here as well?" Li Hao said, somewhat surprised, as he stood up to greet them with a light laugh. When he left the academy, these fellows had come to see him off, and though he did not say goodbye to avoid implicating them, he had remembered their kindness. "How could we miss such a grand event?" Zhao Zongyan said with a smile. "Weren't you at Heavenly Gate Pass? How come you are here?" Su Yihua inquired curiously at Li Hao. The rest were also curious, not expecting to encounter Li Hao at this place. "There are no demons there for the time being, so I decided to take a look around here," Li Hao replied. Shen Yunqing's expression turned slightly solemn, and he whispered, "If you can't hold out, just humble yourself and apologize to your old father. It's not shameful." Li Hao looked at him, merely patted his shoulder, and said, "Let us not dwell on the past." Shen Yunqing sighed inwardly, not pressing the matter further, as they all hoped Li Hao would avoid trouble at Heavenly Gate Pass. Others, upon hearing Li Hao's words, fell into a respectful silence. It was only this young man before them who could so decisively renounce a status second only to royalty. "If you need anything at Heavenly Gate Pass, just find me. I know some people in Liangzhou. Although I can't help you slay demons, there shouldn't be a problem with food and supplies," Su Yihua said to Li Hao. "Let's sit down and talk," he replied. Li Hao gestured for them to take a seat. Standing off to the side, Han Wu was visibly trembling with excitement, knowing that all these were geniuses from Tan Palace Academy. He had wanted to attend the apprentice recruitment at Tan Palace Academy, but his own father had locked him up to prevent him from going. The journey from Liangzhou to Qingzhou was long. Even by fast horse, it would take 5 days one way, totaling 10 days for a round trip, and there was the risk of encountering demons on the road, which worried his father for his safety. "Li, after we graduate, we will come to Heavenly Gate Pass to find you," Zhou Zheng said, taking a seat. Indeed, Song Yueyao nodded, her gaze fixed on Li Hao as she spoke earnestly. Shen Yunqing said with a tinge of annoyance, "Forget it, you too. Heavenly Gate Pass is an extremely dangerous place. Don't go adding to his troubles. The places he can stay aren't necessarily places you can." After speaking, he turned to Li Hao. "Old man, it's not that I don't want them to help you or that I'm afraid of involving them. I just don't want them to hold you back." "Understood." Li Hao smiled and looked around. "Has everyone from Whitehall arrived?" "They're all here, but Tan Palace only had a limited number of invitations and spots. After making our selections, not everyone was chosen. The others had to rely on their own family connections to come here," Shen Yunqing explained. "They should be arriving soon, I reckon." As he spoke, a shout came from the distance, "Teacher Su!" "Teacher Li?" Several exclamations of surprise followed, and soon, a group of youths from Whitehall rushed over. Glancing at Li Hao, Su Yihua said, "I heard that after just 2 lessons, you've helped them advance a whole rank in strength. These guys really respect you." She was at the 15 Li realm and had graduated from Whitehall not long ago. She stayed to teach at the academy, instructing only the disciples of Alpha Academy. She came to hear the teachings this time also in hopes of stepping into the heavenly human realm. "Teacher Li," the disciples came over, and upon seeing Li Hao, they all bowed respectfully. Although Li Hao had left Divine General Mansion, it did not affect the respect they held for him. Li Hao smiled, instructing Han Wu to bring some chairs over and join the tables. As disciples from Whitehall continued to arrive, Li Hao's side became extremely lively, with a total of 50 disciples from Whitehall. Aside from the 20 led by Shen Yunqing's group, 30 had arrived relying on their family connections, with only 2 or 3 absent. Meeting in a foreign place, everyone felt a touch of joy. Even though Li Hao hadn't left Qingzhou for long, they felt as if they were reuniting after a long separation. The chatter here attracted the attention of some people in the distance. At Bai Chunhai's table, several grandmasters noticed the large crowd surrounding Li Hao, listened intently, recognized the identities of Shen Yunqing and the others, and understood Li Hao's identity from their conversation. That kid, is he the genius from Qingzhou? Upon hearing the identity of Li Hao, the grandmasters at the table were visibly startled, looking over in surprise. The young man who had just been gently and politely requesting to buy the painting was actually the once-in-a-millennium cultivation genius recognized across the world. At 14, reaching the 5th rank on the Qian Dragon list, aspiring to be a grandmaster, a truly unprecedented in history. The burly middle-aged man behind Bai Chunhai's face suddenly changed, a mix of shock and trepidation showing. He had just spoken rudely to the young man, only to find out he was actually a young grandmaster? No wonder the other party had ignored him from beginning to end. Apparently, he didn't even register in his eyes. He is Li Hao, a 14-year-old in the heavenly human realm. It was strange that I couldn't detect his cultivation level just now. So it's him, he looks so young, really just 14 years old. He's here too, at the Grandmaster's discussion. I wonder through what gate he has breached the heavens. As the news spread, a wave of murmurs rose, and many eyes from the audience turned to the young man surrounded by Tan Palace Academy disciples. Before their eyes, that spot quickly became the center of attention. Despite the presence of many renowned young talents, if there were to be a name that had risen to prominence in recent months, it would undoubtedly be that of the young man. What? Zhou Haidang was catching up with an old friend when his grandmaster level hearing picked up the cacophony and exclamations nearby, drawing his attention. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he looked toward the young man who had just greeted him, his gaze filled with shock. Could that young man be the young grandmaster? By his side, Zhou Linger and Xu Wanner had also heard the discussions, and now with all eyes converging on the scene, it was difficult for them not to notice. He's actually that person. Zhou Linger stared at the young man, who conversed with a casual and warm demeanor, wearing an effortless smile, in utter disbelief. Her heart pounded furiously, struck by the incredibility of it all. She had once heard of the young grandmaster on the Qian Dragon list and held him in high regard, longing to see his true face. And yet, she had just ridiculed him with cold words. No wonder he possesses such martial skills, effortlessly subduing that dagger. The young man murmured to himself, soon realizing that such an act was trivial for the other party. Young grandmaster. Xu Wanner's eyes sparkled, a look of wonder in her eyes. In another part of the gathering, Li Wushuang was approached by several grandmasters for pleasantries. Even though Li Wushuang was only in the divine travel realm, his background was so significant that these grandmasters also wanted to take shelter under the divine general mansion's influence. Suddenly, the commotion ahead caused the group to look up, and after listening more closely, they were all stunned. He's here too? Li Wushuang stood up abruptly, shock written all over her face as she looked in that direction, and the next instant, her divine soul flew out from the top of her head, and she saw from a distance the young man at the gathering, his ever-present smile, something she could never forget. With a whoosh, Li Wushuang immediately went over, "Miss." The two maids from the military quickly followed suit. Li Hao, while reuniting with his fellow disciples from Tan Palace Academy, suddenly heard someone calling out this name and turned his head. The crowd parted, and Li Wushuang's figure rushed over, her expression somewhat excited, her cheeks slightly flushed. You came too. Li Hao was a bit surprised, but considering her level of cultivation, it made sense for her to be here. You. Li Wushuang had many things she wanted to say, wanted to ask Li Hao why he was here, wanted to urge him to return to the divine general mansion and not be angry with his uncle. But as the words reached her lips and she saw the Tan Palace disciples filling the seats around Li Hao and the young man surrounded by crowds, she suddenly realized that without the glory of the divine general mansion, this young man still seemed to be the focus of everyone's attention. The 14-year-old grandmaster was enough to astonish the world. It wasn't that he had lost the glory of the divine general mansion. Rather, it was the divine general mansion that had lost him. Are you doing well? In the end, that was all Li Wushuang could bring herself to ask. Quite well. Li Hao replied with a slight smile. He felt neither fondness nor ill will towards this cousin whom he had once soundly beaten. It had been nothing more than a lesson to a thoughtless young girl, and now, reunited in a different place, she didn't question him about his actions, but was able to ask him this. He naturally responded with goodwill. Seeing Li Hao's calm smile, Li Wushuang felt somewhat dazed. Beyond that moment of concern, she suddenly felt a sense of estrangement between them, or to put it another way, they had never been close. So much so that after the pleasantries, there was nothing left to say. Even though by blood, they were cousins. But in terms of relationship, they seemed even less connected than the disciples from the Tan Palace around Li Hao, who were more closely knit with him. After a brief silence, Li Wushuang thought of her father's words and the hidden dangers in Liangzhou, and immediately sent a message via telepathy. The demons outside the Liangzhou territory are restless. Be careful. If you're in danger, you can send a distress signal. My father is now stationed in Liangzhou and can come to your aid at any time. You too. Li Hao thought of the military report and nodded in response. Li Wushuang looked at him intently and could vaguely sense that this young man would not be constrained by even the illustrious and radiant divine general mansion. If there's a chance, I hope we can meet again in Qingzhou, she said softly. Li Hao's expression remained serene, offering no reply. Li Wushuang sighed softly, bid farewell to Li Hao, and returned to her spot. After Li Wushuang left, the gazes of the others still lingered on Li Hao, and they began whispering among themselves. Before long, several grandmasters came over to exchange pleasantries with Li Hao, looking to befriend him. They had all heard about the incident in Qingzhou and knew that this young man had severed ties with the divine general mansion, but no one took it seriously. After all, everyone wanted to step through the threshold of that divine general mansion. Who would be foolish enough to want to step out? They assumed it was youthful arrogance and that he would eventually come back. By befriending him now, they believed they were providing timely help, which would be a blessing to protect their descendants in the future. Li Hao easily saw through the Grandmaster's calculations. He wasn't disappointed or surprised and simply returned their pleasantries with a distant and cool attitude, which gradually led to fewer people coming over to make small talk. A Grandmaster is detached from mundane affairs, but a Grandmaster also has children, disciples, and sects. With these, there are vulnerabilities. With vulnerabilities, one wishes to cover them up, and so they seek connections, flatter, and enter the pursuit of fame and material gain. When one climbs the steps, it's inevitable to hunch their back. The era of lone fighters is long gone. Even the strong from the Four Stands realm, free in the wide world, must lower their proud heads before the mighty hooves of the Deu divine dynasty. Otherwise, they would have to be driven away like bereft dogs. Before long, as the sun passed the midday mark on the sundial, a figure swept across from the opposite bank of Dragon River and landed on the debate platform ahead. Dressed in a white robe, which was very long and fluttered in the river's breezes, the figure wore a snow-white hooded cloak and had white hair and a youthful face, exuding an immortal bearing and Taoist grace. Hermit Tianji. The many gathered grandmasters, already waiting, immediately recognized the figure's identity. After landing, Hermit Tianji lifted the white hood to reveal his flowing white hair. With a rosy complexion and a smile, he slowly surveyed the crowd and said, "Grandmasters who have come from afar, all the way from your territories to attend this gathering, I am endlessly grateful." Not at all. The hermit is too kind. Numerous grandmasters echoed their pleasantries from below the platform. Li Hao glanced around. There were at least 200 to 300 grandmasters present. Including their friends and family, there were nearly 2,000 people here. However, now with the arrival of Hermit Tianji, the previously noisy environment had become quiet. After completing the opening pleasantries, Hermit Tianji began to talk about the rewards for this grand event. In addition to the benefits the grandmasters would receive from reinforcing their martial arts with each other, there were also prizes provided by Tianji Tower, such as cultivation techniques, treasures, spiritual medicines, etc. All things dear to a martial artist's heart. Furthermore, at the end of the debates, the person voted the #1 Grandmaster will not only receive a spiritual treasure and divine weapon but will also get a chance to enter Tianji Tower's library to choose one peerless technique at will. Such rewards were indeed tempting. After all, the library of Tianji Tower, known for its vast collection, was not one bit less famous than the Listening Rain Tower of the Li family, perhaps even more so. Inside were top-tier peerless techniques that could be useful even for those who had reached the Four Stands realm. But the key was whether one could fully master them. After discussing the rewards, the Grandmaster debates officially commenced. The debates were fairly informal. Not every Grandmaster needed to ascend the platform to partake. It mostly depended on each Grandmaster's own desire to participate. However, most Grandmasters present wanted to check their martial arts flaws and direction against other Grandmasters, so this was a rare opportunity. Soon, an elder Grandmaster was the first to step onto the Tao platform, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then began to expound his Grandmaster path. His Grandmaster path was the Yin-Yang Tao, inspired by the alternation of the sun and moon and the voidness and substance of yin and yang. As the Grandmaster presented his path, the audience became increasingly familiar with his martial arts. However, this did not involve any exposure of his peerless techniques and moves. It was merely akin to promoting the philosophy of his sect. Hearing this Grandmaster's exposition, Li Hao thought of the yin-yang inversion swordsmanship. He gained mastery over this swordsmanship through comprehension using the sword, and naturally absorbed the core concept of yin and yang within the technique. This concept was basically the same as that of the Grandmaster before him. But being able to grasp the yin-yang inversion swordsmanship did not necessarily mean one could ascend to the realm of a Grandmaster using its yin and yang philosophy. Conversely, the current Grandmaster managed to create sword techniques, or palm and fist techniques, similar to the yin-yang inversion swordsmanship, using the yin-yang Tao. With the Grandmaster path, the key lies in the Tao. Once one comprehends the Tao, it follows one's intent to everyday actions such as eating, punching, and even lifting one's hands are imbued with this path. Yin and Yang divergent sword is a technique, which integrates into sword intent when melded with Yin-Yang Tao. For the Grandmaster path, one becomes the Tao itself, hence every action is a technique. It's easy to cultivate techniques through the Tao, but to comprehend the Tao via techniques is as difficult as sailing against the current or climbing to the heavens. However, with the support of the system panel, Li Hao had already grasped the principles of the Yin-Yang Tao while cultivating this swordsmanship. Therefore, everything the opponent was saying at the moment, he could understand completely. Moreover, he knew that the opponent had hidden some core aspects, namely their peerless technique. After all, that's a trump card to be conscientiously passed down even to a disciple. As the first Grandmaster finished expounding his Tao and threw out a "please advise" to the audience below, a brief silence was soon broken by another Grandmaster stepping onto the stage to refute with their own Tao, arguing that the Yin-Yang Tao was not perfect. And the Tao of this Grandmaster was the Ape Tao. He named it himself for the very reason that since his youth he had observed monkeys, discerning the principles of heaven and martial arts from them, which led him to the Tao. For his disciples, the first step upon entering his school was often to start by observing apes, too. The cultivation techniques he created were all related to apes. When Grandmasters discussed the Tao, it was not just a matter of eloquence, but also of physical prowess. Soon, the two Grandmasters sparred with each other, both highly restrained, aiming just to touch upon their techniques. It was the kind of spar where it was difficult to tell who was superior. The Ape Tao Grandmaster wielded an iron staff with agile and unpredictable moves, devoid of any patterns, while the Yin-Yang Tao Grandmaster's attacks, merging the illusory with the real, were also enigmatic and elusive, each with their own strengths. While sparring with each other, they were also learning and thinking, and after the exchange, both reaped considerable benefits. But this Tao debate took up an entire hour. Previous Grandmaster Tao debates lasted for at least 3 days, with some even lasting half a month. They were not conferences that could be completed in just a day or two. Li Hao thought it would be fascinating at first, but as he watched, he began to feel somewhat bored. He immediately understood the Tao discussed by the two, but they kept going on and on, elaborating over and over with lengthy speeches, as if afraid others wouldn't understand. He just wanted to slide the progress bar or click on double speed, but alas, this was reality, and he had no power to manipulate time. He could only sit restlessly, fidgeting uncomfortably. Finally, the next Grandmaster took the stage. Some practiced the feather transformation Tao, entering the Tao through observing the metamorphosis of butterflies. Some followed the 5 elements Tao, using their 5 viscera as a foundation, developing into 5 great mountains with stable and endless offense and defense. Some delved into the crimson flame Tao, utilizing the offensive prowess of the fire element among the 5 elements to break through all techniques. With just a bit of listening, Li Hao could understand the concepts of these Grandmasters' Tao realms. The types of cultivation techniques he practiced were diverse, and many of these had also been established by various Grandmasters, encompassing numerous martial art concepts. It was precisely because of this that he could cultivate an expansive mindset and martial knowledge that embraced all things. And upon listening, Li Hao discovered the simpler the Grandmaster path, the easier it was to comprehend to an incredibly profound level, thus stepping into the great Grandmaster realm more quickly. For example, the Grandmaster of the Crimson Flame Dao even managed to gain a slight advantage over the Grandmaster of the Five Elements Dao. The previous Ape Dao Grandmaster, when sparring with the Yin-Yang Dao Grandmaster, also saw that the span of Dao intent in Yin-Yang Dao was broader, but regretfully, the Grandmaster had not comprehended it to the deepest level. The great Dao is the simplest. Li Hao had an epiphany. This was also what he was seeking here. He could grasp the Dao realms of all things one by one, but it would take a lot of time, and the effect on his own power would not be significant. In short, the cost-benefit was not high. Hence, what he sought was the core of all things, a process from complex to simple. If he continued to pursue complex Dao realms, he would find himself in the same situation as the Yin-Yang Dao Grandmaster, spending time expanding the breadth of his Dao realm, only to ultimately hinder his cultivation and be overtaken by those Grandmasters with a singular Dao realm. The principle of one move fresh beats all applies everywhere. If it doesn't work, it means this move hasn't been practiced to perfection. But if one could condense the complex Dao into a single move, then this move would undoubtedly be incredibly formidable, beyond imagination. Li Hao silently listened, seeking the flash of inspiration in their conversation. This flash was the commonality he sought in all things. Regrettably, that hint of inspiration showed no signs of emerging. Amitabha. The Grandmaster path I cultivate derives from the roots of human nature, the Wrath Dao, being one of the three poisons, greed, anger, and delusion. The kasaya-clad young man stepped onto the stage, his garment symbolizing a certain existence that quieted the whispers of the Grandmasters sitting below. The Wrath Dao? Can one enter the Dao through emotions? Worthy of being a direct disciple of the Buddha Lord, what an ingenious angle for entering the Dao. Hearing the other party's speech, many Grandmasters were astonished, experiencing a sudden understanding. Most Grandmasters entered the Dao by observing the heavens and earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and all creatures. But this young man had entered the Dao through human nature, which was somewhat peculiar and rare. Seeing the kasaya on the other person, Li Hao frowned slightly, a subtle sharpness flashing in his eyes. Mount Wuliang. The poison behind the pill sought by that vile woman was facilitated by Mount Wuliang. In fact, it was very likely that Mount Wuliang intended for this to occur, or even actively enticed it. Otherwise, even if that venomous woman had the inclination, without knowledge of such a pill, she would have had to choose another method. As long as there is life, there are the primal thoughts of greed, anger, and delusion. Demons crave blood, characteristic of greed. Aggressive temperaments signify wrath. Even plants follow suit. Growing towards the sun is greed, rooting deeply and spreading is wrath. On the platform, the kasaya-clad young man continued to expound slowly. His voice was mild and peaceful, like a ray of Buddha's light shining amidst the cold winds by the Dragon River, which made everyone feel as if they were basked in the warm breeze of spring. Li Hao listened quietly to the other's words. He had not cultivated the Buddha's cultivation techniques, but as he listened now, he quickly grasped their essential ideas. This also added a new line of thought to his Dao of all things. Even human nature could be incorporated into the Dao. But what commonality did greed, anger, and delusion share with birds, beasts, and plants? Li Hao fell into contemplation. What, after all, was that common element? Or to put it another way, do all things truly share something in common? If not, then the unity he had been ardently seeking would be an ephemeral phantom, and he would be doomed to never fully realize his Grandmaster path, only to step into the three immortal realms with the status of an ordinary great Grandmaster. While Li Hao was in contemplation, the young man above continued to speak ceaselessly. When he reached the end, he looked towards the many Grandmasters below, but his gaze suddenly shifted to Li Hao, and with a smile, he said, "I've heard that Dao has produced a genius once in a millennium, who entered the Grandmaster realm at the age of 14, unparalleled in history. May I have the honor of learning a thing or two from him?" Upon hearing his words, everyone snapped back to reality, and their gazes turned in unison towards Li Hao. They showed expectation and mockery in their eyes, having long wished to see if this legendary youth was truly as remarkable as his reputation suggested. They had been curious before, but the noble surname of this young man had deterred them from rashly offending him. He is one of the direct disciples of the Buddha and is also ranked first on the Qian dragon list. Shen Yunqing's expression shifted slightly as he warned Li Hao. Being from Qingzhou, he understood the process of that great battle and also knew of Li Hao's friction with Li Changfeng, who was a disciple of the Buddha. This young man before him was actually Li Changfeng's senior fellow disciple. Suddenly being called out by him was most likely an attempt to win some face for his junior brother or perhaps to stand up for the Buddha himself. Although Shen Yunqing and the other disciples of Tan Palace did not participate in the real dragon competition of the Li family that day, the events that took place at the subsequent banquet had already been widely circulated. Li Hao had nearly killed a direct disciple of the Buddha with a mere chopstick. This news was too shocking and had spread far and wide, impossible to suppress. If it had been merely a rumor, it would have already been quelled, but it was the truth, and all the guests at the banquet were witnesses, which led to the story being discussed with gusto and spreading everywhere. Li Wushuang, who was sitting to the side, also had a change in expression, with anger flashing in her eyes as she stared at the young man on stage. She had just felt that his grandmaster path had opened up new perspectives for her and had even secretly admired him, but his words had now directly moved to target Li Hao. She could not fail to see that he was deliberately provoking them. Li Hao's gaze met with that of the young man on stage, and although both of them wore smiles on their faces, Li Hao could see the coldness in the other's eyes. Greed, anger, and delusion. It seemed that the other was committing the error of anger. Li Hao felt an urge to laugh. He had not yet sought trouble with the other, but here the other was coming to him first. If it's just for a discussion of the Tao, I'm not interested, Li Hao said indifferently. This was not a retreat but rather a provocation to the other party.
Debates on the Tao were supposed to stop at the point, but he had no interest in dragging things out with the other. If he made a move, it would be best if he could disable the other altogether.
Could it be that Li is not here for a Tao debate? Qin Wook narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. He was a revered figure in the Buddha's faith, at the Heavenman treasure aspect realm, just half a step away from reaching the Grandmaster Great Perfection, with a pure and unified Tao heart. Coming here to debate was for the purpose of confirming his Tao's perfection. He recognized Li Hao when he saw him beating the drum at the gateway. Whether I debate or not depends on my mood, Li Hao said, also smiling. I just feel that your Tao is too rudimentary to be considered a genuine path, that's all. At these words, everyone was stunned. Qin Wook, a direct disciple of the Buddha, had expounded a Tao heart that was anything but simple. Merely using anger as an entry point into the Tao demonstrated its profundity, yet Li Hao was calling it rudimentary? The smile on Qin Wook's face remained unchanged as he said, since Li believes my Tao heart to be rudimentary, I would like to ask about Li's Tao heart. I've heard that you attained the heavenly human realm during a sword fight with your father, Duke Xingwu. Could it be that Li's Tao heart is one of murderous intent towards kin and patricide? At these words, the room fell into a slight silence. People had heard of the incident, but no one dared to mention it in front of the divine general mansion, as it was a scandal for the Li family. Now that Qin Wook had brazenly brought it up, many looked at the young man with expressions of ridicule and amusement. They wouldn't dare to provoke the divine general mansion, but Mount Wuliang would, and so these words that only someone from Mount Wuliang dared to utter became their voice by proxy. Li Wushuang's expression shifted subtlety, and rage burned even more in her eyes. The incident was a scandal for the divine general mansion, but she understood the circumstance and knew it was not Li Hao's fault. Hence, her indignation at it being publicly mentioned was equivalent to a slap in the face to the divine general mansion. Li Hao locked gazes with the other, but the smile on his face had disappeared. Do you really want to discuss the Tao? Li Hao asked softly. Qin Wook's smile widened slightly. Please enlighten me, Li. Li Hao did not respond. Lifting his hand, he beckoned for a pebble from the ground to rise into his palm. The pebble spun rapidly, polished to a shine, and became a snow-white chess piece. All things in heaven and earth can enter the Tao. If you can catch this piece of mine, it will prove that there is still something redeemable in your Grandmaster's Tao, Li Hao said calmly, his words clearly reaching everyone present. As people watched in amazement, Li Hao lifted his hand as if playing chess, pinching the chess piece, and gently pressed it. The chess piece flew out, heading straight for the debate platform. The nail-sized piece suddenly became the focal point for countless energies that gathered around it, encapsulating the chess piece with a soft inner strength and a hard outer layer, radiating divine halos and streams of luminescence. At the same moment, Li Hao's back emitted an astonishing presence, revealing a majestic phantom figure. It was the Heaven and Earth Law manifestation. The 100-jong-tall Law manifestation loomed over the entire inner area, exuding an aura of dominance that seemed godlike and unapproachable. The Law manifestation raised its hand, and its massive palm, large as a giant fan, seemed to pinch that dust-sized chess piece. At that moment, the chess piece gathered energy, shining like a sun emitting aurora light, and with the Law manifestation's fingers, it pressed down directly onto Chin Wook's head. Like placing a piece on a chessboard, with no regrets once set. Chin Wook's face changed abruptly as he felt a terrifying momentum from the towering Law manifestation, as if facing mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. The falling piece was not merely a small stone but appeared to be a mountain with no visible edges. Such a spirit left him shocked and unable to fathom. Immeasurable golden body. Sensing danger, Chin Wook bellowed furiously, issuing a thunderous Buddhist chant, no longer caring to maintain the solemn and gentle demeanor from before. His divine soul was summoned behind him, radiating golden light, donning a kasaya, and wearing Buddha beads, looking compassionate as if delivering all beings, but at this moment, as he exerted power, his expression twisted ferociously. His wrath Tao was merciless and brutal in its offense, filled with towering rage, like a vajra consumed by fury. Heaven-opening divine palm. The radiant immeasurable golden body divine soul burned with intense divine might, flames seemingly wrapping around his body, and with both hands raised, he fiercely slapped towards the white chess piece above. But the chess piece at that moment, like a micro-sun emitting ultimate dazzling light, illuminated heaven and earth, flashing an unbearable brilliance. As the Heaven and Earth Law manifestation's fingers pressed down, carrying an aura that could penetrate the nine nether, the entire debate platform shook, and the waves of the Dragon River beside it surged, as if they were being drawn and swept across the debate platform. A massive roar erupted. Under the dazzling light between the Law manifestation's fingers, the splendid divine palm was forcefully eroded. That one finger was not merely a chess move but contained the Tao and the object control realm power cultivated by Li Hao. His power of object control surpassed that of the royal family, even if the opponent was a direct disciple of the Buddha master. The object control chi circulation skill he practiced was incomparable to that of the royal family. Great Buddha golden body. The Buddha is immeasurable. Under the collapsing divine palm, Chin Wook's eyes were about to split as he roared to the sky. From his body's 84,000 pores burst waves of energy, as the major meridians surged, and an opened yang meridian was also stimulated to its limit, turning the object control power into a divine palm that once again struck towards that finger. However, the Heaven and Earth Law manifestation's finger seemed unstoppable, pressing down mercilessly with supreme rules. The breath of a mountain's collapse and a tsunami's fury blew Chin Wook's kasaya into the air. He glared fiercely, only to see his own palm, gathered with all his strength and infused with the rage of his Tao heart and wrath Tao, crumbling and shattering inch by inch under that relentless finger's pressure. The brightly shining chess piece, like a comet from beyond the skies, was reflected in his pupils. It pressed down straight to between his eyebrows. The chess piece was an ordinary stone, untouched by the fierce exchange, protected by the massive and potent object control power surrounding it. This power still had the strength to spare and protect the chess piece from shattering, indicating that it was not Li Hao's full effort. At that moment, this overwhelming force landed directly on Chin Wook's shoulder. With a cracking sound, his shoulder bones were compressed as if shattering, his legs trembling under support, his feet already deeply embedded into the stone slabs of the Tao platform, even causing the vast stone platform to crack slightly. In the end, his physical body was not strong enough, his knees gave way abruptly, and he knelt hard on the ground, blood splattering from his knees onto his face and kasaya. After that, the force continued without abating, still pressing down with the chess piece relentlessly. His body was forced onto the debate platform, his limbs lying limp, as if paralyzed, pressed tight against the stone floor of the debate platform. From below the platform, it looked as though he was pinned down by a finger of the Heaven and Earth Law manifestation, unable to move. Like a flailing toad, this scene erupted abruptly, extremely sudden, and everyone had not yet reacted. It wasn't until they saw the huge Heaven and Earth Law manifestation burning with divine might, and the Buddha's direct disciple being suppressed by the flick of a finger at the tip of the manifestation, that everyone was shocked and dismayed. This was the Buddha's direct disciple who ranked first on the Qian Dragon list. Famous at a young age, he entered the Grandmaster realm at 19 and suppressed the Qian Dragon list for a full 3 years. During this period, the title of #1 young prodigy in the world was unshakable. And now, just a few months shy of turning 22 and leaving the list, he was suppressed on the platform by a single finger, motionless like a dead dog. Please show mercy. In this deadly silence, where not even the sound of a pin drop could be heard, the only thing that seemed unaffected was the sound of sand and waves from the Dragon River, still surging and scouring the debate platform. Hermit Tianji was the first to react, moving quickly to bear a part of the force of the chess piece. The moment he made contact, he felt an unimaginable terrifying power contained in the seemingly ordinary stone, with the burning divine flame intense like the sun, seeming to incinerate everything. While he was secretly alarmed, he hurriedly said to Li Hao, "Grandmaster, debating should stop at the point of contact, please don't take a life." As an immortal of the three immortal realms, he naturally couldn't stand by and watch the Buddha's direct disciple be crushed into a pulp by that young man's finger in full view of the public. Otherwise, the Buddha seated in the Brahma Pure Land world would be furious, and his anger was something Tianji Tower wouldn't be able to bear. Blocked by Hermit Tianji, the other four companions accompanying Qin Wook also came to their senses. One of the middle-aged arhats clad in red gold kasaya suddenly stepped forward, rushing to Qin Wook's side and angrily said to Li Hao, "This is just a debate, do you also intend to kill?" Li Hao sneered lightly and said, "I'm simply debating as well, why are you so agitated?" His response was almost a mirrored retort. Although he indeed harbored the intent to kill, he would not kill a Buddha's son in public, or else the Buddha would have a justified reason to trouble him openly. Moreover, this Buddha's son also probably had a noble rank for protection. Unless the opponent agreed to an unruly sparring, to kill him publicly on the Tao platform would also be a violation of the Deu divine dynasty's laws. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the middle-aged arhat's eyes bulged in fury, like an enraged Vajra. A debate? Is pressing someone down on the ground and rubbing their face in it considered a debate? However, this was indeed within the scope of a Grandmaster's debatia. Blame it on Qin Wook's incompetence, or, rather, the terrifying might of this young man. The towering heaven and earth law manifestation even made the middle-aged arhat feel a trace of palpitations, having never seen such a colossal divine soul. To simply let the divine soul swell to such a size, he might be capable, but when it came to power, he was perhaps inferior to its condensed ferocity. In debating, one should stop at the point, "You've gone too far." The middle-aged arhat's chest was bubbling with anger, but his expression was solemn and austere, extremely restrained, like a dignified elder advising Li Hao. Li Hao's response was indifferent. "You said yourself, stop at the point. I focused my power at one point, on the chess piece. It's a pity he couldn't catch it. Is this your Buddha's son? He's not much different from the one I defeated with chopsticks before." Hearing Li Hao's words, the middle-aged Vajra and the other three Mount Wuliang venerables were so furious it felt like their lungs might explode. Years of cultivating their temperament meant that at this moment, they all felt the fury rushing to their heads, their bodies trembling. The one mentioned by Li Hao was naturally Li Changfeng, the youngest direct disciple of the Buddha. He was also Qin Wook's junior apprentice brother, and the two had a good relationship on ordinary days. Qin Wook's challenge to Li Hao was also to seek justice for Li Changfeng and to salvage Mount Wulang's face, especially since the aftermath of that true dragon battle where Li Changfeng lost terribly, causing great damage to Mount Wulang's reputation. But to their dismay, Qin Wook personally stepped up and ended up losing even more embarrassingly than Li Changfeng had. Moreover, this was under the scrutiny of all, witnessed by the grandmasters of the world. They could hardly imagine the amount of mockery and ridicule Mount Wuliang would receive behind closed doors from this one battle alone. So young, yet so arrogant and rampant, is this the behavior of someone from the divine general mansion? No wonder your father has to personally suppress and sort you out. The middle-aged arhat said angrily, "Withdraw your hand at once, such bullying is unlike a grandmaster's demeanor." A flash of cold light appeared in Li Hao's eyes, which then quickly disappeared, as he spoke with a chill tone. "Are you saying this to beg for mercy on his behalf? Beg for mercy? Debate inherently has winners and losers, don't be so unreasonable now that you have the upper hand," said the middle-aged arhat, restraining his anger. At this moment, Qin Wook was still sprawled on the ground, struggling in vain. The longer he was delayed, the more Mount Wulang's face was lost. Li Hao sneered, "If I have the upper hand, why should I show mercy? You seem to know you're in the wrong. If so, just apologize properly. If you want to beg for mercy and admit defeat, let him say it to me himself." You The eyes of the middle-aged Arhat were filled with furious fire, yet his expression remained stern and solemn. If it weren't for concerns about Li Hao's identity and fear of breaking rules, leading to Mount Wuliang losing even more face, he would have personally suppressed Li Hao by now. Fine, since it's a debate, then let us have a debate as well. At this point, another venerable from Mount Wuliang spoke up. Besides the middle-aged Arhat, the 3 other Mount Wuliang venerables also came along with Qin Wook to attend this Grandmaster's conference. In Mount Wuliang, the Vajra rank is of the 15 Li realm, the venerables are of the Tianren sect Grandmasters, and the Arhats are of the 3 immortal realms. Above that are the Bodhisattvas seated before the Buddha. Let me demonstrate the folly of your arrogance. One of the middle-aged venerables had already made a daring move. His eyes bulged with anger, his body bathed in Buddha's light, and strings of Buddha beads floated up, encircling him. These Buddha beads contained the formidable might of a spiritual treasure, able to bestow upon him half of his strength. He offered up his divine soul and, along with his own body, employed the Grand Master technique. With a punch, he smashed towards the chesspiece atop Qin Wook's head. That chesspiece was like a condensed sun, emitting the ultimate brilliant light, too dazzling to look directly at. The middle-aged venerable's fist contained the doctrine of stillness, the essence of using calm to conquer motion. At this moment, although he struck out in anger, his motion seemed extremely slow. However, his power was not to be underestimated. With a resounding boom, the earth-shattering punch that blasted with a sonic boom ferociously struck the chesspiece. Just when everyone thought he was about to shatter that fingertip's brilliant light, suddenly, the middle-aged venerable seemed to have been severely hit. The sleeves of his arms burst apart, his kasaya flowing and his body thrown backward. Blood dripped down profusely from his fist, his skin split open, revealing ghastly white bone. Pupils constricted, everyone was shocked beyond measure. The middle-aged venerable kept retreating, only stopping when the middle-aged Arhat supported his back. However, there was a surge of blood flowing in reverse in his face. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his pale complexion staring in shock at that chesspiece, which was gathering the world's brilliant light. He had felt an incredibly strong reflective force emanating from this small chesspiece, like punching an iron plate. At the same time, all the force he had exerted was returned to him in full. He was caught unguarded, which was why he suffered such a severe injury. Although the toughness of his physical body was stronger than an average person in the heavenly human realm, thanks to the Buddhist golden elixirs that fortified his body, it still fell short of a true body refinement practitioner's. At this moment, his internal organs were shaken, his blood flowed erratically, causing his eyes and nose to seep with blood. "Impossible, what kind of Tao is this?" he said, trembling and in disbelief. The middle-aged Arhat, hearing his words, had an ugly expression on his face. The other 2 venerables were also stunned, not expecting that the young man could suppress Qin Wook with one move and still have the power to fend them off. Without further ado, the 2 of them attacked one after another. Both were in the Buddha nature realm, their divine souls like coated with a layer of gold sand, burning with divine flames, their Buddha natures dignified, radiating immense oppressive force. Out of consideration for Mount Wulang's reputation, they did not attack Li Hao at the same time, but rather one after the other. One tried to lift that placed chesspiece, while the other intended to take the opportunity to pull out Qin Wook. Li Hao had seen through their intentions. The more Mount Wuliang behaved this way, the more he wanted to ensure they lost all face. The power to control objects transformed into an invisible, insurmountable high wall, and at the same time, Li Hao integrated all the ways of the world that he had comprehended into this force. Yin-yang and the 5 elements, revolution of the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts, and so on. It could deflect power, reduce damage, transfer attacks, redirect strength elsewhere, and even conceal deadly moves in an attack, emerging unpredictably like mushrooms after the rain. With various concepts and martial thoughts merged, his attacks became unpredictable, far surpassing the simple yin-yang Tao or that of the ape technique, encompassing too many variations. Even an ordinary practitioner from the 3 immortal realms would be slain by his sword, unable to resist the myriad changes in his attacks, let alone these grandmasters. Boom! The venerable who swung the demon-subduing pestle at the chesspiece felt a surging power collide with him, and he hastily deployed the Buddhist peerless technique, the 9 heavens demon-suppressing skill. The demon-subduing pestle sought to crush the small, ordinary stone with the might of countless mountains pressing down. But as he struck his attack, He felt as if his demon-subduing pestle was stuck in an invisible swamp, the great power seemingly disappearing into the sea, devoured, absorbed. Before he could react, an even more ferocious force rebounded back. Caught off guard, the hand that held the demon-subduing pestle trembled, his palm split open, and then an invisible force struck his chest, sweeping him and the demon-subduing pestle out of the debate platform and crashing to the ground. On the other side, the venerable with the kind face of an old man attempted to drag Qin Wook out while his companion occupied Li Hao, but when it was time to make his move, he saw his companion being repelled. His expression changed dramatically, and then he heard the whistling sound of the wind approaching. It was another hand of Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation slapping down, the fingers flicking a shot. The flicked middle finger was like a sweeping mountain ridge, carrying the momentum of severing heaven and earth as it charged towards him. The old man's face went pale with fright, a trace of terror in his eyes. He hastily threw out a golden disc that grew as the wind caught it, rapidly expanding and spinning in front of him. A beast's head shadow leapt from the disc to roar at the approaching attack, but as it revealed itself, it was immediately struck by the law manifestation's flick. The beast's head crumbled, the disc resonated like a gong, blown away and hitting the old man's chest, propelling him into the air along with it. He plunged into the Dragon River. The waves of the Dragon River instantly engulfed him, but not long after, he re-emerged, staggering back onto the debate platform, soaked through, his face deathly pale. In just a brief moment, two venerables had made their moves and both been defeated. All the spectators were in shock. Li Hao, while pinning down Qin Wook with a single move, also managed to defeat 3 Mount Wuliang venerables effortlessly. What sort of monster was this young man? Tianji Tower had previously ranked him 5th on the Qian Dragon list, and many thought it was inflated, but now, it seemed clear that it was the list itself that was undervaluing him. Such terrifying strength, yet only ranked 5th? It was simply a joke. The original number 1 was now suppressed by a single finger from Li Hao, and they couldn't imagine where Li Hao should be ranked. The middle-aged Arhat looked at Li Hao in shock and anger, having never expected the Qilin son of the Li family to be so terrifying. When he initially heard that Li Changfeng had been nearly killed by a chopstick, he thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that this young man might be even more fearsome than they imagined. At the tender age of 14, could this young man already be invincible in the Grandmaster realm? The middle-aged Arhat clenched his back teeth tightly, his face turning ashen as he watched the youth down below who wore a cold smile. From the latter's eyes, he saw coldness and mockery. He knew that unless he took action himself, this youth was going to cost Mount Wuliang their face. But if he were to make a move, even if he won, it would be no glorious victory. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged Arhat looked toward the crowd and loudly said, "The Grandmasters debate the Tao. Esteemed Grandmasters, who is willing to enter a debate with this Qilin son of the Li family? If you can defeat him, Mount Wuliang will reward you with a precious treasure." In his extreme rage, his words still managed to retain decorum as he used the debate as a reason. But everyone could hear that this was a call for help, hoping someone would assist in defeating Li Hao and redeem Mount Wulang's honor. The so-called precious treasure was likely to be an enormous favor from Mount Wuliang. Suddenly, many spectators' eyes began to shine. After all, we're talking about Mount Wuliang. If the true persons of Gondao Palace do not step forward, even the Buddha Lord who suppresses the world cannot face this edge. If they could earn the favor of Mount Wuliang, as long as they did not kill a prince in public, it would be an absolute talisman for survival. Haha, since it's about debating the Tao, let me bolster the excitement, the vigor of youth, allow me to experience it for myself. Soon, an inspired Grandmaster jumped onto the debate platform and said with a big laugh. Then, he suddenly drew his sword and with his peerless technique, a divine aura covered the blade, revealing his majestic presence as if he could split mountains and rivers. He aimed a direct slash at Li Hao's finger. The sword's blade contained an annihilating force, a power of decay that seemed could wilt all things. This too was an extremely strong expression of the Grandmaster path. But where there is decay, there is also rebirth, like the growth of grass and the blooming of flowers. The decaying force did not affect Li Hao. On the contrary, under the reversal of yin and yang, an even more overwhelming philosophy enveloped him, instantly oppressing the sword-wielding Grandmaster and shaking him off the debate platform. Defeat. I'll give it a try too. Immediately, another Grandmaster stepped up to the platform. Without first-hand contact, it was difficult to sense the mystery within Li Hao's finger, but soon, This second Grandmaster to ascend was also flung away by Li Hao's Grandmaster ambience and the power of controlling objects. One after another, Grandmasters continued to climb onto the platform from the crowd below, and some had already seen that the young man's strength was unimaginably powerful, likely unbeatable within the same realm. But then they thought, after so many people's consumption, even a Grandmaster has moments of exhaustion. If they could take advantage of a weakness and earn Mount Wulang's favor, then offending this young master was of no concern. As one Grandmaster after another ascended, they too were rapidly sent flying back. It's Lin Qingfeng, the great Grandmaster from 30 years ago. Is he going to step onto the platform too? The crowd looked toward a person, a thin old man who upon standing up seemed to be shouldering the world, his presence as a Grandmaster stepping forth from remote snowy mountains, lofty and untainted. Many grew tense, uncertain whether the young man could withstand the challenge. Soon, the old man took to the platform. He carried no weapon but simply reached casually toward the brilliant light at the tip of the finger, as if plucking a fruit with ease. However, many Grandmasters who saw his action had a change in their expression. That effortless bearing, that sense of perfection, impregnable, was indicative of the Grandmaster perfection realm. Perhaps with just a sliver of opportunity, he could break free and step into an even higher realm. That was a realm on the verge of transcending the worldly dust. The seemingly casual plucking by his hands was teeming with myriad changes. Surely no bird could escape his grasp as if it were a caged sparrow. His palm was like a realm itself, capable of suppressing everything. However, as his palm approached the vibrant light of the chesspiece, suddenly, his hand began to blister and burn. His skin seemed to rot, slashed by countless blades, blood splashing forth. The casual look on Lin Qingfeng's face faded, his eyes growing serious, but his hand did not shrink back and continued to reach out. As he drew closer, more wounds appeared on his arm. The magnificent light in front seemed like myriad sharp blades. His fingernails fell off, and the nails flipped, the sleeves on his arms completely burst, torn apart. Until at last, just as his hand was about to touch the chesspiece, a wild force surged out, roaring like a tiger, reverberating in his eardrums. Lin Qingfeng's pupils contracted sharply, his spirit shaken, his aged body, suddenly sent flying like a burst burlap sack, as if brutally kicked away. With a thud, Lin Qingfeng's body fell outside the debate platform, his arm a bloody mess, flesh laid open, a sight too ghastly to endure. He rose, his formerly otherworldly robes and carefully groomed flowing hair now in disarray and tattered, making him appear utterly disheveled. Lin Qingfeng lifted his head, a wisp of blood seeping from his mouth, concealed by the disordered hair, shocked beyond words deep in his heart. His gaze moved slowly away from the debate platform and landed on another youth seated elsewhere. He suddenly realized that all along, the true self of that young man had not made a move. A terrifying thought emerged at the bottom of his heart. Could it be that this youth, at the age of 14, had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, with half a foot into the three immortals? Thinking these thoughts, he felt his heart violently convulse and contract, unable to bear it. Those who could step into the Celestial Master realm, which one wasn't a genius, which one hadn't become famous at a young age, hadn't ascended the Chankin list? But now, as time was heartless and their years were growing, they were considered the older generation. But given the long lifespan of the heavenly human realm, their mentality was still young, still in pursuit of higher martial arts. Therefore, they also had a heart full of ambition. However, at this moment, his heart full of ambition was shattered by that single move. When Lin Qingfeng was defeated, everyone also briefly fell silent. After all, this was a great Grandmaster who had been famous for many years. But before long, people's gazes shifted away from him, and soon, another person took to the stage. Having a powerful contender like Lin Qingfeng to collide with, even if one couldn't win, the consumption it caused at the same realm was enormous. This might be an opportunity. But in the next instant, the Grandmaster who took to the stage again was also sent flying out, spitting fresh blood. Down below, Li Wushuang stared blankly at this scene. From the moment Qin Wu challenged Li Hao, her full heart of anger was replaced by shock when Li Hao made his move, suppressing Qin Wu with a single gesture. The peculiar divine soul that had been revealed in the battle with Li Tiangang, which had shocked the entire divine general mansion, she now saw again. Compared to that time, this was even more terrifying. Previously, there was no divine aura of fire covering him, but now, his entire body burned with divine light, like an angry deity descending into the world. and the power he displayed was beyond her imagination and knowledge. To think he could, on his own, consecutively defeat many famous grandmasters present. While she was still pursuing the 15th realm, looking forward to the heavenly human realm from afar, that youth already had the demeanor and power to look down upon grandmasters of the world. Was this the gap between them? On the other side, Zhou Haitang stood up and walked towards the stage. Beside him, Zhou Linger and the others came to their senses. "Father," Zhou Linger called out urgently, "Father, are you also going?" "No, you can't." She wanted to say, "You can't beat him," but as the words came to her lips, she suddenly felt a bitter and sour taste in her mouth. In her heart, her father was an imposing and steadfast figure, her strongest and most reliable support. But now, she had to admit that her father was no match for the young man she had once looked down upon. "Master," Shu Wanner and the youth also urgently tried to discourage him. Zhou Haitang shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, "I want to try and also use this opportunity to gauge how far my grandmaster's Tao is from perfection." He was challenging, not only for the promise of Mount Wuliang but also because of the ambition within his grandmaster's heart. Seeing such an extraordinary youth, witnessing such astonishing power with a single gesture, the Tao realm it contained, he wanted to personally experience and feel it. Ignoring his daughter and disciples' attempts to stop him, Zhou Haitang took to the stage. He mobilized his entire body's strength, his pores opened wide, bringing his bodily energy to its peak, achieving unity with the heavens. Then, he drew his sword, unleashing his most powerful peerless technique, and slashed fiercely. With a loud thud, the moment the sword light touched that chess piece, an immense and vast martial Tao intent enveloped him, and in an instant, Zhou Haitang seemed to feel the surge of heaven and earth directed at his body, engulfing and crushing him. His pupils dilated, then contracted, and he was so horrified that he found himself speechless. So, the martial Tao intent of that youth wasn't just one kind. His body was suddenly thrown backward, landing outside the arena, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. His chest clothing was torn to shreds, his appearance extremely pitiable. "Father," Zhou Linger hurriedly approached, her eyes moistening. Zhou Haitang struggled to get up, coughing out fresh blood, quickly took out a vial of precious medicine and swallowed it, stabilizing his condition, and said softly, "I'm all right." He turned his head, looking towards the youth sitting elsewhere. That youth quietly sat in an ordinary chair, yet emitted the sense of being alone atop the summit of peaks, overlooking everything in the world with a transcendental and indifferent air. Zhou Haitang was defeated. From body to spirit, he was completely defeated. Defeated by the martial arts conception concentrated in that single finger, defeated by the invincible youth's grandmaster strength. But after Zhou Haitang's defeat, another grandmaster immediately stepped onto the debate platform, by the roaring waves of Dragon River, to contend against that dazzling figure. The grandmasters present also mostly shared Zhou Haitang's sentiment. Apart from Mount Wulang's promise, they desired to engage with the martial arts conceptions and strength exhibited by the youth who had vanquished them all, to seek and see the ultimate power beyond their imagination. Bang! Bang! The grandmasters advancing to the platform were subsequently crushed and sent flying one after another. They demonstrated their peerless techniques, wielding sabers, swords, spears, staves, fists, palms, and divine skills, but in front of that dazzling figure, all sorts of martial transformations seemed to have corresponding countermeasures. In the end, no one seemed able to shake him. With one young man, the world's grandmasters were suppressed. The crowd could not budge the tip of that finger. As no more grandmasters ascended the stage, all the grandmasters present, including their kin and prodigies from the 19 states gathered at Deu, fell silent, as quiet as the dead. The only thing standing was that heaven and earth law manifestation, cloaked in divine and fierce flames, sitting tranquilly like a cold-eyed deity, looking down at all beings. No one else came to the stage, unable to contend any longer. Whether it was martial arts conception, physical strength, vast spiritual thought, or divine authority of grandmasters, that 14-year-old youth had already reached the pinnacle of them all. Unmatched, this challenge, initiated by Qin Wook, had lasted 4 hours, but the youth had not needed to lift a finger from beginning to end. His external divine soul alone was enough to suppress everyone and even protect that chess piece carved from fragile stone. One must know, with the strength of a grandmaster, even a sneeze could shatter that stone piece. Yet, that otherwise ordinary little stone suppressed all the grandmasters under heaven, pinning the esteemed bodhisattva ranked first on the Qian dragon list to the ground, unable to move, like a despairing worm. Indeed, aside from the many grandmasters, the most shocked and affected was Qin Wook himself. For 4 hours, he watched grandmasters successively come forward and then defeat, yet he himself remained suppressed without any capacity for resistance. Not only had the youth crushed his body, but he also shattered his Tao heart. Qin Wook's eyes had lost their luster. As a fellow pride of heaven, he had topped the Qian Dragon list for 3 years uncontested, and at 19, he had become a grandmaster, the envy of all. Consider, the famous Duke of Martial Punishment from the Li family's divine general mansion, Li Tiangang, had also only entered the heavenly human realm at 19. In other words, his talent was equal to that of the other. If nothing went awry, he would surely ascend to the peak in the future, becoming world-renowned, revered and worshipped as a bodhisattva seated on the lotus platform, receiving billions of devoted prayers. But now, his Tao heart was shattered. The sun had set, and the twilight glow of the setting sun cast a tragic layer of gold paper onto the faces of everyone outside the debate platform. This was not just the twilight of the world but also of the grandmasters. Henceforth, a legend unparalleled in history will rise. A young man will ascend on the wind, suppressing the world at 14 with a single finger. They also understood that from today on, that name on the Chankin list will shine like a blazing sun, dominating over all the pride of Deu for 8 years. This record, no one could break. The middle-aged Arhat's face was ashen, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and a trace of fear and wariness. Not only was that youth's cultivation speed extraordinary, but his actual combat strength and martial arts conception were unimaginable. A talent so divine it seemed as if a sage had reincarnated, incomparable to anyone. Given time, perhaps within a decade, he might even stand shoulder to shoulder with those old fellows from the Four Stands realm. He took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart, and said solemnly and earnestly, "Donor, since no one can debate with you now, you should let go, right?" Li Hao responded indifferently, "I said before, I need to hear it from him personally. Otherwise, how would I know he has conceded? Perhaps he still has a trump card up his sleeve. You should give him a chance to express himself, don't hinder him." Even with 30 years of serenity nurtured through reading scriptures, the middle-aged Arhat nearly spewed blood and anger upon hearing Li Hao's words. Even the Buddha is about to get angry. I hinder him? To hell with you? Qin Wook was on the verge of losing consciousness, his Tao heart dissolving, yet Li Hao was unrelenting. To admit defeat out loud? That was the last vestige of Qin Wook's determination, and if that too were shattered, he'd live forever in the shadow of Li Hao. The middle-aged Arhat clenched his teeth, restraining his fury, and said, "Li, mercy should be shown where it can. Do you really want to make an enemy of Mount Wuliang?" Li Hao sneered inwardly. Weren't they enemies already? But these things could be done behind the scenes while not so easily spoken of outright, he replied blandly. "Elder, you're overstating. This is merely a normal martial debate. How can we speak of making enemies? He challenged me, and if it's to end, he should be the one to say so. If you wish to seek justice, why didn't you speak up when he challenged me? Using his first place on the Qian Dragon list to challenge me, ranked 5th, clearly it was bullying. Why didn't you object then?" The middle-aged Arhat was at a loss for words, agitated inside. He glanced at the hermit Tianji beside him. Tianji Tower was said to grasp the secrets of heaven, omnicompetent, with nothing in the world hidden from their sight. But this youth had made his name known throughout Qingzhou, revealing his 15 Li realm cultivation level, and only then did the world recognize such a demonic talent. He reached the divine travel realm at an even younger age, yet no one knew. Now, after that great battle, everyone thought that the father went easy during the father-son duel, which is why Li Hao was ranked 5th. But who would have thought, based on the portion of strength that Li Hao displayed today, that if he were to go all out, he could possibly contend with those from the 3 immortal realms. After all, at that time, Li Tiangang had broken his heart oath, was severely injured, and his realm had fallen, no longer as invincible and undefeated as he was during the Northern Yan campaigns. It's one thing for the world to underestimate him, but for Tianji Tower to do so as well, isn't that harmful? Feeling the angry gaze from the middle-aged Arhat, Hermit Tianji came back to his senses, realizing the anger and feeling somewhat embarrassed, so he had no choice but to step forward. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a huge booming sound erupted from afar. The sound was earth-shattering as if a meteorite had struck the ground. Everyone was jolted, including Li Hao. They all turned their heads to look, only to see that on the nearby city wall, a dazzling purple array pattern emerged. However, it quickly extinguished, like flames passing over it. At the same time, a huge arrow tower and cannon tower within the city had their tops violently shattered. The faces of the people present all turned pale, and then they swiftly changed color, looking shocked at this scene. The way the array disappeared clearly indicated it had been breached. This was the divine array that protected Deus City. With this array, even if only a heavenly human realm Grandmaster were sitting in the city, they could use the city protecting formation to fend off a 3 immortal realm demon leading a monster invasion for half a day. With half a day's time, it would be enough to call for reinforcements and obtain support from powerful allies. But now, this city protecting divine array had actually been broken. And since the array had been breached before it was even activated, it meant it was broken from the inside. Only people or demons that had infiltrated the city could achieve such a feat. However, if a demon were to enter the city, they must be registered and carry a pass, otherwise, the divine array would have already been triggered to kill them. As everyone was in doubt, 2 more arrow towers were also suddenly reduced to rubble. When one of the arrow towers was destroyed, 2 shadowy figures violently shot out from the inside. One silhouette flew straight towards the city wall and smashed into it, while the other shadow pursued and killed, wearing a long robe and having a tall and bulky figure. He held down the head of the person who had hit the wall, and then crushed it with a squeeze. After cultivating the bright jade true demon skill, Li Hao's vision had become sharper than before. Even from a distance of over a dozen miles, he could clearly see the scene there, even the gaps between the bricks on the city wall. The one whose head was crushed was, unmistakably, a city defending officer in armor. The towering figure, with his robe lifting, revealed large patches of crimson muscles, dense body hair, and slightly protruding pointed horns on his head. He was unmistakably a demon. Moreover, his aura was as vigorous and powerful as a furnace, not of the heavenly human realm but of the 3 immortal realms' great demons. And for this reason, without transforming, he easily crushed the heavenly human realm officer. It's a demon. A demon has invaded the city. Not only Li Hao, but others with Grandmaster realm visual strength could also barely make out the scene, and some invoked their divine soul to scrutinize and discern the situation. In an instant, at the edge of the debate platform, all the Grandmasters' faces changed color. A demon had actually taken advantage of the opportunity to attack Deus City, which was the heartland of the Northwest, some distance from the border. It's a great demon from the 3 immortal realms. The middle-aged Arhat named Wen Tianyin immediately had a very grave expression. Such a great demon attacking and destroying the array spelled out too much alarming information. He realized that something was not right. He glanced at Hermit Tianji, and as their eyes met, they both sensed a certain crisis. The unrest at the Liangzhou border was not only known to the Li family. Tianji Tower had also detected some information. Before embarking on his journey to attend this Grandmaster assembly, Wen Tianyin's Bodhisattva master had told him about this matter, instructing him to be careful on the way and not to linger at the border. But unexpectedly, a demon had actually been so bold as to invade the city, and judging by the situation, it seemed as if they were attempting to breach the city. Damn, there's a demon army's shadow outside the city. Suddenly, a Grandmaster exclaimed. Several Grandmasters had their divine souls ascend and had already probed other directions, sensing the commotion outside the city. The area outside Deus City was an extensive plain, with a view that stretched for 100 miles, leaving no place for demons to hide. But now, at the edge of the sky, there was a black tide-like line rolling in. These demons have plotted their approach. Hurry and contact the city lord's mansion. Damn it, the city protecting formation has broken. How can we defend now? What's there to fear? These demons have picked the wrong time to attack. With all the Grandmasters from across the world gathered here, they've kicked an iron board. Gentlemen, as the demons close in, we martial practitioners are duty-bound to slay demons and eradicate evil. Who will join me in demon hunting? There were many Grandmasters present. Although not all Grandmasters in the world had arrived, at least 80% of them were there, so there was no fear. Boom! As they finished speaking, the last cannon tower on the eastern wall also shattered, and a figure in gray robes flew out of it, merely glancing over at the Dragon River side. Just that glance, though only from a distance of over a dozen miles, sent a chill down the spines of Wen Tianyin and Hermit Tianji, who had just been preparing to take action, causing their bodies to stiffen. That glance brought such a coldness that they felt a terrifying shadow of death. The next moment, a multitude of screams erupted from a distance within the city. The tall figure revealed its true form, turning into a bull demon of immense size. Its body rammed at will, destroying houses. It opened its mouth to inhale, and a demon wind swept through, sucking up the citizens trying to flee from the ground. It swallowed dozens of people in one gulp, and as it chewed, vivid red blood sprayed from the corners of its mouth, like the juice of ripe fruit. Refreshing. The bull demon laughed loudly and chased after more prey. Upon witnessing this, everyone was filled with rage. Lin Qingfeng, who had been previously defeated by Li Hao, now swallowed a pill. His arm injury healed at an astonishing rate, visibly to the naked eye. He stepped forward, the power of a fully realized great grandmaster realm giving him the courage to confront that three-immortal realm bull demon, hoping to stop it. With the strength of the many grandmasters, there might be a chance to stop the demon's charge. But just as he took his first step, a shadow flew out from the distant horizon and came crashing down onto the debate platform, smashing the platform's stone into a deep pit. Inside the pit was an armored figure with a broken helmet, glazed eyes, and a cracked skull. Recognizing the face, Hermit Tianji's complexion changed drastically. It was none other than the Lord of Deu City. With a thunderous noise, the ground shook violently. Two figures descended from the sky, landing in front of everyone, creating deep craters in the ground. As the dust rose, one of them waved his hand, dissipating the dust cloud to reveal his tall and sturdy form. His face was handsome, but his cheeks were covered with thick hair, his eyes a purplish hue, radiating a demonic light. He looked around at everyone casually, his gaze pausing for a moment on Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation. Such delicious essence. The robes he wore now revealed their true color, a purple-gold long garment, looking extraordinarily noble. Behind him stood the gray-robed elder. The elder smiled, his gaze seemingly on everyone, but at the same time, as if they weren't really there. Two great demons. Everyone's heart quaked, feeling the intense presence, causing a tremble in their hearts and minds. While the grandmasters there were all powerful figures in their own right, they were somewhat at their wits' end in front of the three immortal realm great demons. Fortunately, their numbers were also substantial, and with the presence of Wen Tianyin and Hermit Tianji, they were not at a disadvantage. Finally, I can release myself. I've been suffocating these past few days. The purple gold-robed bearded young man stretched out his arms and twisted his neck, a playful smile on his lips as he walked straight toward the crowd. The disciples and relatives of these grandmasters involuntarily stepped back, their faces deathly pale. They were not Tianren grandmasters. Under the presence of these great demons, they trembled uncontrollably, as if they were in an ice cave. At that moment, the 200 to 300 grandmasters there felt utterly oppressed by the presence of these two great demons, experiencing a sense of terror. And the heaven and earth law manifestation that had been pressing its finger upon Qin Wook now withdrew its hand, and the chess piece in its hand shone brightly. It was suddenly thrown, shooting towards the purple-robed young man like a shooting star, tearing a gap through the terrifying and overwhelming demonic presence. The young man in the purple robe raised his eyebrows slightly, a playful arc appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he reached out to catch. Bang! He grasped the chess piece that had previously suppressed the grandmasters of the world. The dazzling, magnificent light, which he caught casually, extinguished like the sun going out. The crowd's color changed in unison, but at that moment, a burst of bursting sounds suddenly came from the palm of the youth in the purple robe, like a thunder exploding, and a little ash-white smoke dispersed from between his fingers, resembling stone powder. The expression of mild amusement on the face of the young man in the purple robe froze slightly, and he loosened his fingers, revealing his palm, which was a blur of flesh and blood, as if slashed by numerous sharp blades. He was injured. The many grandmasters were all stunned. They had all crossed swords with Li Hao's chess pieces before and knew how terrifying the martial Dao intent contained within them was. Just when they saw it being effortlessly crushed by the great demon, their hearts had trembled with fear, and to their astonishment, even this immortal of the three immortal realms had been injured. Seeing their young master injured, the expression of the gray-robed elder standing behind the youth in the purple robe turned cold, and he slowly stepped forward. It seemed as if darkness fell upon the world, like dark clouds rolling in overhead. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat, struggling to breathe. However, the young man in purple raised his hand to halt the elder. He gently rubbed between his fingers the remaining powder, and the wounds in his palm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked up at the calm young man sitting before him, a smile appearing in his purple, starry eyes. "Interesting. You are the little demon king of Wanshan." At that moment, an astonished voice rang out, belonging to the hermit Tianji. He had now recognized the origins of these two great demons, his face full of amazement. It was the son of the demon king of Wan Shan from beyond Heavenly Gate Pass. This little demon king was rumored to have extraordinary talent, cultivated wholeheartedly by his father, and in mere centuries, had already reached the pinnacle of the three immortals. Moreover, he had several records of devouring generals of the three immortal realms in the borderlands. Decades ago, this little demon king was notorious for attacking multiple border towns in the Liangzhou territory, a terribly restless and fearsome demon. The little demon king of Wan Shan? Hearing Hermit Tianji's words, the dozens of grandmasters from the Liangzhou territory all had a drastic change in expression, revealing shock and fear. This little demon king, notoriously rampant and high profile, had attacked borderlands repeatedly, and they were well aware of his notoriety and realm. If it was only the Undying Realm, they could have joined forces to defeat him. But the Unwithering Realm, the gap was too wide, and even the tactics of overwhelming numbers would not work, as the opponent possessed unwithering strength. Why would this demon come here? Damn it, they wouldn't be targeting us, would they? Known for his murderous nature and enormous appetite, how could such a monster sneak in? The grandmasters turned pale, though revered in status, before such great demons, they were merely appetizing prey. Some already considered retreat, with despair in their eyes. Had the city protecting formation still been intact, they could have relied on the power of the formation to defend against such great demons. But the formation was broken, and even the Lord of Deu City had fallen in battle, leaving their only hope now resting on Wen Tianyin of Mount Wuliang, the immortal of the three immortal realms. With this thought, numerous grandmasters turned their gaze toward Wen Tianyin and Hermit Tianji, who might currently be the last pillars of support for Deu City. Only, facing the immortal demons, including the distant bull demon, there were three. Numbers aside, they had the advantage in strength. And beyond the city, there was a relentless tide of demons, clearly intent on surrounding the entire city to slaughter its inhabitants. Everyone, let's fight to the death. Not all grandmasters placed their hopes on others. Some stepped forward, and after the initial shock and despair, their eyes gleamed with a resolute readiness for death. To run is to die. Let's break out a bloody path before the tide of demons closes in. If some of us can get away, we can request aid from the nearest garrison. It's not too late, the city won't be completely lost. That's right, cowardice only leads to a quicker death. As some took the lead, more grandmasters collected their wits from the shock and despair. After all, they were leaders of their own domains, and though they knew the battle would be incredibly brutal, what choice did they have? Run away? If they scattered like birds and beasts, they would only be slaughtered and captured by these great demons. After all, they were grandmasters, not pigs or dogs. They were not ants that would flee in a panic just because they were threatened. Long waves churned in Dragon River, surging and crashing against the shores outside the debate platform, as if roaring with fury. In that moment, numerous grandmasters stepped forth, determination in their eyes. Zhou Haitang raised his hand to shield his daughter and two disciples behind him. He took a deep breath. Although he was only at the Buddha nature realm of the Grandmaster realm and not even considered a great Grandmaster, even facing a common immortal demon would usually send him fleeing. But now, how could he flee? Behind him were his daughter and his disciples. With his own flesh and spirit, with all his life's cultivation of Grandmaster martial arts, he must fight to carve out a slim chance of survival for them. It seems our spar must wait until next time. Zhou Haitang saw Bai Chunhai, who had also stepped forward, not far away. The two longtime rivals, in this moment, shared a look as if understanding each other's resolve, and in the solemnity of their eyes, there was also a faint smile of relief. It might not have to wait until next time. Let's see which of us can inflict more damage on it, shall we? Bai Chunhai smiled, his hunched body straightened abruptly with a series of cracking sounds from his spine, exhibiting the elegance of a grandmaster. Good. Zhou Haitang's eyes burst with light and the will to fight. Among the other grandmasters, many shared Zhou Haitang's mentality. None who came for the grandmaster's debate anticipated facing such a dreadful situation. They all brought their disciples or family members, with only a few arriving alone, yet now, there was no way back. In the crowd, Li Wushuang's face was pale. She didn't have her distress signal on her, for it was in her carriage outside the arena, far too distant to retrieve now. At her side, two maid-servants of the 15 Li realm stood protectively behind her, their eyes showing not only shock and anger but a resolute killing intent. In the military, they had seen many great demons and developed nerves of steel. Even now, prepared to die, they would safeguard Li Wushuang. Zhao, go play with them first. Wan Shan, the minor demon king, saw the Grandmaster's fighting spirits and, with a smile showing no concern, his gaze fell on Li Hao, curiously remarking, "How curious that a mere little bug of the Grandmaster realm could injure me." The gray-robed elder glanced at the human youth, merely of the heavenly human realm and nothing more than a toy before the young master. He respectfully consented, and then his body began to exude a terrifying demon aura. This aura above his head condensed into a colossal, 100-jong long Jiao dragon's phantom, its scales like molten iron casting a fearsome presence. His cultivation level was also revealed at this moment to be at the pinnacle of the three immortals' peak. Witnessing this, the Grandmasters, who had just ignited their will to fight, had their faces cloud over again, but then a more intense, yet more tragic, fighting spirit reignited within them. Take the Buddha's son and leave. On the debate platform, Wen Tianan's complexion turned ugly as he quickly conveyed a message to the three venerated ones beside him. He looked at Qin Wook, lying on the ground with a scattered consciousness, and silently sighed to himself, fearing that just this one battle would leave an indelible scar on the young Buddha's heart. After giving his instructions, he sprung into the air, heading towards the ranks of Grandmasters, his body radiating golden Buddha light, hoping to take the lead and draw the attention of the two great demons. "Don't get in the young master's way," the gray-robed elder said indifferently, raising his hand to strike, as the demon aura transformed into dragon claws, swiping through the air in their direction. Wen Tianan's face changed drastically. He threw out his Buddha beads, creating a golden shield, and emitting his solemn visage, resembling a Buddha, he used one of Mount Wulang's peerless techniques, the heavenly Buddha demon subduing palm. The Buddha's palm, shining with divine flames and light like a radiant sun, pressed down fiercely. As if to suppress all demons of this world, however, the moment the Buddha's palm collided with the dragon claw phantom, the claw tore the palm apart and dimmed the golden shield around Wen Tianan. The terrifying impact sent Wen Tianan's body flying across the air, tumbling into the crowd. Several Grandmasters reached out to catch him, but the residual force sent 7 or 8 of them flying before it finally stopped. Each of these Grandmasters, who had caught Wen Tianan, had their blood and energy roiling, injuries compounded upon injuries. Previously, during their debates on the platform, they had barely held back and were already injured. None expected a demon attack, and now in poor condition, they couldn't recover in a short time, their eyes reflecting deeper despair. The great battle erupted instantly, with Shen Yunqing, Su Yehua, and others' faces turning pale yet solemn as they stood up to protect the disciples of the White Hall behind them. If they had known there would be such an accident, they would not have attended the banquet. But now there were no ifs, nor was there a way back. "Look for a chance to escape," Shen Yunqing said softly to the disciples. These White Hall disciples, mostly in the divine travel realm, stood no chance against the horrifying demonic might, looking as pale as paper and trembling uncontrollably. But at that moment, Li Hao, who had been sitting silently, stood up. His expression was solemn and icy cold. The bull demon continued its unrestrained rampage in the distance. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to fight quickly and decisively. He lifted his hand in a sword-grasping gesture. With a sharp ringing sound, like a dragon's roar, suddenly reverberated within the arena. A dragon's cry burst forth from within Ren Qianqin's embrace, surging with an unstoppable momentum, soaring to the heavens before plummeting down, howling as it dived into the young man's palm. The dragon's soaring divine sword, ranked first among the world's 10 famous swords, shone with brilliant divine light at that moment, carrying the heaven's sword chi and killing intent, like an ancient true dragon awakening and spiraling into the sky, then swiftly descending, roaring into the young man's grasp. The sword was in hand. In an instant, the surging waves of Dragon River seemed to pause for a moment. The once smugly smiling Wan Shan, the minor demon king, now had his smile wiped away, his expression growing serious, betraying a hint of surprise. The gray-robed elder who had struck down Wen Tianan was also looking at the young man in amazement. But Li Hao didn't hesitate, suddenly taking a step forward, his 98 major channels surging instantly, circulating his cultivation technique rapidly 7 times within his body with the special effect of 7 stars lighting up. At the same time, the power of yin and yang dual pulse coursed through his body. With this step, the ground outside the Dao platform seemed to tremble beneath the millions of pounds of pressure from his foot. A sword light burst forth, splitting the ground as if gouging out a trench, the sword chi turning into a dragon's roar as it ferociously sliced towards Wan Shan, the minor demon king. The gray-robed elder's face suddenly changed. He had thought that this heavenly human realm individual from the human race was merely a delicious treat, but to his astonishment, he felt threatened by the sword chi. Ha ha! Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, burst into laughter, then suddenly roared and swung his fist. His robes exploded apart, revealing thick, bulging fur all over his body. Purple demonic chi covered his fist as he smashed it down. The sound was like the heavens and earth shattering. The dragon's roar of sword chi dissipated, and the body of Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, revealed a form close to complete demonization. He had transformed from a handsome young man into a 4 to 5 meter tall half-beast with a robust figure. A deep gash appeared between the knuckles of his enormous fist, cutting to the bone, with blood freely flowing. Young master, the gray-robed elder's face transformed with concern. Then his robe suddenly tore apart, emitting a long dragon's roar, as he revealed his true body, which intertwined with the 100-meter-long demonic chi behind him and furiously glared at Li Hao. You stay out of this, I'll handle him personally. The eerie voice carried an intense emotion as Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, showed a sky-high desire to kill and a ferocious look on his face, along with rich greed and bloodlust, fixating his gaze on Li Hao. Such a delicious flavor, I must savor you slowly. In response, Li Hao slashed out with his second sword. With one slash, the ground seemed to blossom with countless flowers. The space between them flattened in an instant, and the moment the sword chi was released, it had already reached Wan Shan, the lesser demon king. Wan Shan, the lesser demon king's pupils shrank dramatically, but he reacted extremely quickly, issuing a roar like a lion's roar that disrupted the sword chi. Then he clapped his hands, and a palm print roiling with dark chi rushed out, neutralizing the sword chi. Their exchange was lightning fast and terrifying. Other grandmasters and Wen Tianyin, among others, all stood dumbfounded, shocked by the youth. They had witnessed this young man's extreme martial arts prowess before, which was invincible at the grandmaster realm, but his true strength was such that he could actually engage in combat with one of the top immortals among the demons? It wasn't just them, even Shen Yunqing, Su Yihua, and others who knew Li Hao were flabbergasted and incredulous. You all should leave first. Li Hao spoke softly, then charged straight at Wan Shan, the lesser demon king. With just 2 sword strikes, Li Hao had felt that this lesser demon king was much stronger than Kai Hu Jun, whom he had previously slain, and its flesh was even tougher. Even with the dragon's sword, he was unable to severely wound it. If it had been the previous Pig Fang sword, it would probably have barely managed to break through the defense. Both being in the unwithering realm, the gap was somewhat large. Interesting, you must be one of the top prodigies of your human race, right? Are you royalty, or are you a disciple of that immortal? A fierce and excited light shone in the eyes of Wan Shan, the lesser demon king. His ferocity was stimulated. He thought that if he could eat a prince, he wondered how it would taste, as he had never savored one. Whoosh, like countless shooting stars flickering, Li Hao advanced with the sword in hand. The soul of the true dragon sealed in the dragon's sword also revealed its momentum, ignited with fervor. Although he could not yet unleash the sword's full potential at the Grandmaster realm, the mere presence of the true dragon's aura was enough to deter many Grandmasters. Lionheart shatters the sky fist. Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, roared, and the shadow of his fist roared like one, shattering countless meteor-like lights. Yet that sword light, like a meteor, fell with the force of 1,000 mountains. His recently half-healed fist was once again cleaved with a gigantic crack, extending over the previous wound and nearly reaching the wrist. The excruciating pain enraged Wan Shan, the lesser demon king. If the previous strike was due to carelessness, he had intended to kill with the most recent attack, yet he failed to take down this little grandmaster. Li Hao didn't pause, his chi force surged excessively, and he slashed with the third sword. The intent of his sword transformed once more, like a droplet of water, containing an invincible force. This slash went straight for the opponent's chest, and the sensation of immediate peril made all the hairs on Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, stand on end. His pupils contracted, and with an infuriated roar, his body rapidly demonized, exploding on the spot and growing into an upright giant lion. His entire body's demonic chi formed into a treasured gang, and from his thick fur, a piece of iron-like armor flew out to block the dragon's sword. A clang rang out and fierce sparks flew as the iron piece was pierced, but the time it bought allowed Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, to raise a huge, sharp claw, the size of a small hut, and swipe down at Li Hao's head. Li Hao met the swipe with a backhand punch, the power of the half-step invincible fist erupting. Despite the disproportion in their sizes, the tremendous force of the punch pushed Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, several steps back. Li Hao landed on the ground, his feet creating deep pits. His face was ice cold, the thickness of the little demon king's hide far beyond his expectation, much tougher than Kai Hu Jun. Not far away, his heaven and earth law manifestation turned and strode over, standing behind Li Hao, then rapidly condensed and entered Li Hao's body. As the law manifestation united with the flesh, the power within him surged to even higher levels. Feeling the aura emanating from Li Hao, Wan Shan, the lesser demon king's expression turned grave, his eyes burning with rage. He no longer had any intent to jest or play, all he wanted was to tear Li Hao to pieces. A mere human race, of a lower realm than himself, had forced him to show his true form. This was a great disgrace for him as a future demon king. While Li Hao and Wan Shan, the lesser demon king, faced off, the gray-robed elder transformed into his true dragon form and charged straight at Hermit Tianji and the many Grand Masters, entering the crowd. His massive dragon-like body moved like a tiger among wolves. Many Grand Masters stood to confront him, but they crumbled upon contact, no match for his strength. Numerous blades, divine soul attacks, and the suppression of controlling objects rained down on the Jiao Fiend's body, failing to inflict even the slightest injury. After reaching the indestructible realm within the three immortal realms, one's physical body could compare to divine weapons and armor, remaining unharmed amidst a million soldiers. Although great grandmasters are known as the enemies of 10,000, capable of decapitating foes in the midst of armies, they rely on the refined flow of their martial arts aura to evade, in simple terms, through dodging. The indestructible realm, however, allows one to face and withstand attacks head-on, emerging unscathed under a barrage of arrows and bolts. The Grandmasters had thought that by joining forces they could at least inflict some damage on the great demon, but its flesh proved to be even more terrifying than that of the ordinary indestructible realm. Hermit Tianji made a move. He too was in the indestructible realm, but with one strike, the Jiao Fiend sent him flying, spewing blood. "All of you, die!" the Jiao Fiend roared, venting the rage of the young master's injury onto these Grandmasters. But at this moment, two figures broke into the fray from the outside of the crowd. One of them was none other than Li He, who had been secretly protecting Li Hao. Together with another person, he fought to hold back the Jiao Fiend, calling out loudly for the numerous Grandmasters to scatter and defend the city walls. It turned out that a surge of demons from outside the city was about to approach. Without the city protecting formation, if these Grandmasters did not help defend, the entire city would fall instantly, submerged within the tide of demons, and the millions of civilians within would become the food of demons, with no one able to escape. Li Wushuang recognized Li He in the crowd, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes hastily swept over the silhouette of the young man in the distance, but she had no time to ponder and quickly led the two sword attendants beside her in a fast charge out from the other side. She knew staying here was useless. She had to quickly release a signal to call for her father's help. Besides Li He, the other immortal from the three immortal realms was an elder from the Helian clan, who knew Li He. He came to secretly protect a talented young master from his clan, who, being in the 15 Li realm, came to hear the Tao in hopes of stepping into the heavenly human realm. Now, both of them made their move at the same time, barely holding off the Jiao Fiend and buying time for the many Grandmasters to flee for their lives. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, these Grandmasters abandoned their resolve to fight to the death and hurriedly took their disciples and families to leave quickly. This battle was not for them to engage in. If it were a common immortal realm demon, with their numbers, they could still offer assistance, but the gap between them and these two great demons was too large, with the Grandmaster realm being utterly useless, except for that young man. Before leaving, many glanced over at the young man confronting the little demon king, pressing down the shock in their hearts, and left swiftly. In the distance, the bull demon seemed to have encountered a hidden immortal realm opponent, becoming entangled in a fierce fight with him. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was divided into 3 parts. Seeing this, Li Hao also let out a silent sigh of relief. He was planning to deal with the bull demon first since the temperament of the young demon king would only focus on him, which would not cause worry about it recklessly harming others. HMPH. The young demon king Wan Shan scoffed coldly at the sight of the emerging immortals, but paid them no heed. His body billowed with demonic qi as he strode directly towards Li Hao. Li Hao, too, did not pause, his thoughts whirring as he integrated some newly comprehended aspects of the Dao realm into his swordsmanship. His figure flashed, and he swiftly struck at the young demon king Wan Shan, infusing the power of the invincible fist and the force of yin and yang into his sword. Great obliterating fist. Wan Shan's eyes emitted an intimidating light as he fiercely smashed out with his fist, creating a force that changed Li He's expression as he fought the Jiao fiend, making him want to rush to Li Hao's aid. But in the next moment, Li Hao's sword edge sliced out, with what seemed like a giant fist accompanying it as it crashed down, tearing straight through the demonic qi-filled lion fist, and cleanly cutting into the enormous fist to a depth of 4 or 5 meters. Li Hao quickly withdrew his sword to avoid being stuck inside, astonished at the young demon king's incredibly tough body, which was beyond his expectations. Sliced open nearly halfway up his forearm, the 100-meter-tall young demon king Wan Shan couldn't help but let out a pained groan. Li Hao didn't give him the chance to recover as he struck out with his sword again, this time aiming directly for his throat. "You dare seek death!" As Li Hao's sword light flew out, a thunderous voice suddenly came from the void. Immediately after, a sound of tearing through the air arrived abruptly, revealing a resplendent golden feather. This flying feather pierced through the void, incredibly abrupt and fast as lightning. By the time Li Hao saw it, it was already about to puncture his eyeball, almost at his face. Unblockable. Li Hao's pupils contracted, feeling as if his blood had frozen. In that instant, death loomed so closely he had never before felt its ominous presence so clearly. But in the blink of an eye, the flying feather vanished. An old palm, as if scooping the moon from the seabed, appeared to be extremely slow, trailing after images, yet in reality, snatched the feather away in a flash. A figure appeared in front of Li Hao, dressed in a simple gray robe, with an ordinary, worn wooden hairpin on his head, but standing erect. It was Feng Boping, who had been following secretly. Li Hao realized what was happening, his face suddenly changing as he rapidly looked forward, only to see a shadow like a specter appearing above the little demon king's head at some unknown time, clad in black with eyes full of cold, raging fury. "Demon King, overstepping your bounds, you truly wish for death." Feng Boping looked indifferently at the other party, his hand clenching tight, the splendidly radiant feather crumbling into dust within his grasp. "Gao!" The Wan Shan little demon king also reacted, urgently calling out to the man in black. "Since I've made a move, all of you must die." The man in black had a murderous look in his eyes, his body emitting an overwhelming demonic qi, causing the entire sky to darken. Li Hao, feeling the surging demonic presence, couldn't control his heart from beating faster. The figure was indeed a demon king. Listening to the little demon king's cry, it seemed he was not the Wan Shan demon king, but another one. "That's going to be a bit difficult." Feng Boping's expression remained unchanged, even letting out a light chuckle. Then, with his hands behind his back, not looking back, he said to Li Hao, "Little Hao, I'll leave this place to you. Can you hold out for a quarter of an hour?" "No problem," Li Hao said solemnly. Feng had not shown himself before, most likely because he had sensed the demon king in secret. There shouldn't be a second demon king here, there was no need to hide any longer. The man in black also knew Feng Boping's thoughts. They could not battle here, otherwise, attacking each other's charges would only result in mutual destruction. He was also worried that the little demon king might be slapped to death with one palm. "What are you dallying for? Don't delay and quickly deal with it, protect the young master." The man in black transmitted his voice coldly. The Jiao fiend, who was fighting Li He, saw the man appear, his face changing dramatically as his body slightly shook, hastily responding, "Yes." The bull demon was also scared into trembling, responding just as quickly. "Then let's see who dies first within a quarter of an hour." The man in black finished giving his silent orders and coldly said to Feng Boping. The two looked at each other and then both disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace behind. However, the majestic demonic aura that loomed over the sky did not dissipate. Instead, it grew denser, as thick as ink. "Bastard, you deserve to die." The Wan Shan little demon king looked up as the man in black left, then turned his furious and fierce gaze towards Li Hao. He had been holding back his true power all this time, which had almost led to him being severely wounded by Li Hao. Because of this, Gao, who had been following in secret, had to make a move. But once Gao intervened, It meant that he would be put on the Daewoo Divine Dynasty's kill list for demon kings, with the 4 Stan's realm's most top-tier fighters dispatched to suppress him, unless he hid in the great wilderness heaven to possibly escape. Due to his own carelessness and underestimation, Gao would have to live a life of hiding and fleeing. The Wan Shan Little Demon King was now thoroughly enraged. His fur trembled and red, flame-like meridians appeared on his chest and arms. It was an extremely powerful demon-refining body skill obtained from a fragment of an ancient scroll. It was this body-refining skill that made his physical body as strong as divine iron, indestructible, with few in the same realm who were immortal able to hurt him. Yet today, he had been wounded by a human race grandmaster. "I want you dead," he roared and finally drew the saber on his back. The saber, originally small and hidden in his fur, now absorbed divine power and grew massively upon the wind, transforming into a dozens of meters long golden saber. The mere wind from the saber was enough to overturn houses and cleave the earth. Boom boom boom, as he swung the massive saber towards Li Hao's head with explosive force, it contained the power of his grandmaster martial realm, the force of wind and thunder. Under the massive blade, Li Hao seemed like a tiny ant, but in his eyes lay a profound glint. During the Grandmaster's debate, he hadn't come away empty-handed. Fighting against Grandmasters from all over, he had also absorbed their understanding of the Grandmaster martial realm, digging a step deeper into the comprehension of all things. Sword intent rises with the wind. Facing the thunderous and ferocious blow of the giant saber, Li Hao's sword light was like a gentle breeze, and he himself became like a floating butterfly, elegantly evading under the blustering saber wind. Then, like speeding lightning, he bypassed the large saber, his sword light as thunder, stabbing towards the eyes of the Wan Shan Little Demon King. "My wind and thunder path." Seeing the intent behind Li Hao's sword, the Wan Shan Little Demon King's pupils contracted, revealing shock and anger. "How could you possibly know it too?" As the sword light was about to pierce his eyeball, suddenly a gray bone shard flew out, emitting a hazy fog, and blocked in front of the sword light. The bone shard was knocked away but did not break. However, Li Hao himself was also impacted. During that brief pause, the Wan Shan Little Demon King hurriedly dodged to the side. He was too late to retrieve the bone shard that had been sent flying. It was a fragment of an extremely terrifying Demon King's skull, which his father had polished into a precious weapon for him to carry for self-defense. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it truly blocked a lethal blow. His face flushed with a mix of shame and anger, his eyes red with fury. Lionheart 9 transforms. He roared as he executed the secret technique, and his aura suddenly surged once more, with a sweeping slash toward Li Hao. The blade seemed to ignite with a flame-like illusion, a clear sign that he had cultivated a blade technique to the level of true state. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly evaded, employing the movement techniques of the Thousand Mountains Birds Flying Painting and the Snow Mountain Spirit Fox Painting, which made his movements nimble and his speed enhanced. Combined with the body refinement integrated into his movement technique, he danced away like a breeze, elegantly escaping the roaring sweep of the giant blade. Wan Shan, the Little Demon King, roared as he chased and repeatedly swung his weapon, but Li Hao simply kept dodging, avoiding the sharp edge temporarily. Perhaps the blade technique was extremely draining, for after a brief moment, Wan Shan, the Little Demon King, began to pant heavily. He seemed to see through Li Hao's strategy, his eyes fierce. "Do you think you can wear me down to death? Don't forget, I'm in the Unwithering realm." He activated the Unwithering strength, and the wounds on his arms healed at a visible rate. At the same time, his breath also steadied quickly. Once again stimulating his flesh and blood, he executed the Lionheart 9 transforms. At the same time, the Treasure Gang Divine Might protecting his body transformed into fierce flames, adhering to the blade as he madly charged toward Li Hao. With the ceaseless support of his strength, his offensive became even more ferocious and ruthless than before, and the ground continued to crack into deep pits under the pounding of his feet. But the previously retreating Li Hao now, instead, came to a halt. The things he had been contemplating had already taken shape in his thoughts during the brief moment of evasion. Endless Sea, the Peak is Heaven. Originating from this sword, Li Hao named his new move the Heavenly Peak Sword. This sword's might was comparable to the other shore, yet with a different philosophy. The other shore could cut through spatial distances to achieve the ultimate speed and also had the capacity for ambush attacks. While the Heavenly Peak Sword represented the ultimate power, condensing the waves of the vast sea's sword intent into a singular unmatched peak. But this was not what Li Hao had just been pondering. He had been attempting to merge the other shore, the Heavenly Peak Sword, with the Taiji Chenkin sword from the Tan Palace techniques. Yin and Yang, death, ultimate slaying. The three peerless techniques melded together in Li Hao's mind, discarding their superfluous parts, and formed a new swordsmanship peerless technique. Li Hao named it reincarnation. Watching Wan Shan, the little demon king, roaring as he charged, Li Hao took a deep breath. Once more, the power in his body's major channels ran at their peak, and the characteristics of the 7 stars lighting technique released for the second time. Having expended it once, he should have been physically exhausted, but after cultivating 2 demonic body refinement techniques, his physique had greatly strengthened, allowing him to bear the usage of the move once again in a short period. As the cultivation technique operated rapidly, the power within him surged and intensified, and the ability to control objects integrated within the heaven and earth law manifestation also became fully augmented in Li Hao himself. Physical strength, chi force, divine power, all reached their peaks in this moment. The dragon's sword resonated, the dragon figure coiling around the blade, as if sensing the intention of its master, let out a cold, deep roar. Li Hao suddenly stepped forward, the sword light abruptly shining as if it cut through the night sky. The circular arc of the sword light, like a full moon, resembled a gate of death. The great golden blade wielded by Wan Shan, the little demon king, under the whirlpool-like sword light, had its trajectory altered, its divine fiery might completely worn away. As the blade was flung aside, the sword's arc of light pressed forward, rolling down his arm, and in an instant, countless hairs and flesh were torn and reduced to fragments. The sword's arc of light rolled straight toward Wan Shan, the little demon king's head. His pupils constricted, showing shock, horror, and a trace of fear. "Young master!" Not far away, the Jiao fiend roared to the sky, its divine soul suddenly flaring up like blazing flames, rushing over with unimaginable speed, knocking Wan Shan, the little demon king's body away while itself slamming into the sword's arc of light. With a loud crash, its divine soul shattered bit by bit, the 100-foot body of the Jiao breaking into several segments, dissolving like snow and ice. "Young master, run!" In the distance, the dissipating soul of the Jiao fiend, its eyes fading, let out a feeble and mournful call. Then, its body was taken advantage of by Li He and members of the Helian clan from the 3 immortal realms, who quickly decapitated it. The massive head of the Jiao rolled to the ground, its blood spraying and spattering all around. Wan Shan, the little demon king who had fallen at a distance, was stunned. The blood spraying from the severed neck of the Jiao splashed onto him, hot and scalding. That was Jiao's blood. "Young master, run!" The fading soul, with a final flicker of weak sound, dissipated into the heavens and earth, completely extinguishing. Wan Shan, the little demon king, felt his blood run cold, somewhat in a daze. After hundreds of years of cultivation, protected by his father, he was talented and smart, his cultivation going extremely smooth, breaking through the realms. He was born with a physique at cycle heaven realm perfection. Then divine traveling, stepping into the 15-mile range. It took only 10 years. In the world of demons, he was counted among the top geniuses. Then it took him another 60 years to step into the heavenly human realm. Another 100 years passed, and he stepped into the 3 immortal realms. When he reached the second realm of the immortal realm, the indestructible realm, he went down the mountain, took Jiao and the bull demon, and waged wars all over the Liangzhou border. First, he subdued other 3 immortal demons on different mountains, bringing them under his command. Conquering one mountain after another, he was full of glory and high-spirited. At last, when he entered the unwithering realm 100 years ago, he shifted his gaze towards Liangzhou, eyeing this place deemed untouchable by demons. He ignited his ambition, wanting conquest, wanting to devour. For decades he had made moves at the border, time and again tasting success, his audacity growing with each victory. This invasion into the heart of Liangzhou was spurred by received information and his own daring courage. He thought everything would go smoothly, but now, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was the feeling of death, fear, and trembling. "Young master." From afar, an earth-shattering roar came, carrying an urgent call. Wan Shan, the young demon king, snapped back to reality, his pupils constricting he had just been caught off guard. Looking up, he saw the small human grandmaster charging at him again, the long sword in his hand casting a shadowy arc, like opening a door made of swords in the darkness. Wan Shan, the young demon king, came to his senses, his rage overwhelming, but his instinct for self-preservation even stronger. He knew that with his talent, he was destined to become a great demon king, far surpassing his father. Then, he would have the chance to lightly touch the highest and most unreachable peak. He could not die, not here. Wan Shan, the young demon king, let out a fierce roar, unleashing the lion's roar skill, a sound wave attack that had little effect on the shadowy arc of sword chi. His body no longer maintained a humanoid form and he reverted to his complete lion state, sprouting a pair of wings on his back, a power inherited from his mother's bloodline. But the wings were too small to carry him aloft, they could only increase his speed as he charged toward the city gates not far away, choosing to flee. His heart filled with sorrow and fury, he, who had conquered one peak after another amidst hundreds of years of warfare, had never been so disgraced. Li Hao slightly raised an eyebrow, seeing the other's recent roaring fury, claiming that he must kill him, appearing to have an unyielding spirit, yet turning tail to run. He had thought that the other would stubbornly continue to attack. Indeed, one should never trust demons lightly. Li Hao paused briefly, then swiftly gave chase, while the dragon's sword left his hand, controlling it remotely. He slashed out at extreme speed. Die! From a distance, the bull demon roared, crashing through the three immortal realms barrier and charging at Li Hao, releasing countless needle-like hairs shooting towards the dragon's sword. The dragon's sword, incomparably sharp, sliced through these hair needles easily, yet with the continuous needle barrage, like rain pounding, it was still somewhat hindered. Die! The bull demon lunged forward, as if it had the power to move mountains. Li Hao felt a sharp momentum piercing at him. He frowned slightly, recalled the dragon's sword, and once again sent out a sweeping reincarnation slash. The sword light whirled, like a vortex, grinding away the sharp momentum, then it charged at the bull demon's head. The bull demon roared, its body burning with a blazing light, choosing to burn its divine soul. It lifted its hoof and stomped down hard on the sword light. But the sharpness of the sword light exceeded its expectations. Although it was in the indestructible realm, with an extremely hard body, it was far less resilient than Wan Shan, the young demon king. Under the tearing of the dragon's sword chi, the hoof was swiftly cleaved off, as easily as cutting tofu, seemingly without any resistance. The hoof tumbled down as the sword light slashed through, cleaving half of its body. The bull demon's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at the young man before it. Was this just a Grandmaster realm? Its body fell, but it let out an ear-splitting roar, the sound waves causing the nearby houses to explode. Its divine soul detached from its body, burning like flames, executing a peerless technique of the demons it had created, rushing over like a massive mountain. Li Hao raised his sword and cut straight down. The dragon soul on the dragon's sword emerged, wrapping around and suddenly biting the bull demon's divine soul's head, pinning it to the ground. Then the sword light came down, and the divine soul instantly dimmed. Young master. The fallen bull demon's eyes reflected only the image of the giant lion fleeing frantically into the distance, with a mixture of sorrow and desperation. Uncle He is useless. The flames spread, the divine might of the dragon's sword enveloping it, burning and erasing the divine soul. The middle-aged man from the three immortal realms who had been fighting the bull demon hurried over, pausing as he noticed the scene, his complexion changing slightly, as he looked at Li Hao. He naturally knew the identity of this young man. However, he couldn't fathom how a 14-year-old from the Li family could be so powerful. Li Hao didn't look at him. Instead, he charged directly with his sword towards the fleeing Wan Shan, the young demon king. Letting the lion return to the mountain spelled endless troubles. As he was about to give chase, the ground began to tremble. Li Hao's expression changed, his divine soul flew out above his head, hovering over Dayu City, and he could see the tide of demons from 100 miles away had already surged forward. And atop the city walls, the figures of the Grandmasters who had discussed the Tao before stood, joining the city defense army, preparing to meet this tide of demons. The man from the three immortal realms noticed as well, his expression changing as he quickly rushed off. In that tide of demons, there were great demons from the three immortal realms. The Grandmasters alone could hardly resist them. Li Hao only glanced once, then pursued Wan Shan, the young demon king once more, the dragon's sword flying from his hand, chasing to kill.
Wan Shan, the young demon king, thrust back a palm, which was shattered by the dragon's sword, his heart filled with sorrow and anger, yet he didn't dare to look back, feeling that a quarter of an hour had never been so long. Gao still hadn't returned.
The city gate was right before his eyes. Wan Shan, the young demon king could already see the demon army outside the city. As long as he could join the large army, he could conceal his breath and hide among them, making it hard to be pursued. But just then, a chilling sense of death approached from behind. Wan Shan, the young demon king, suddenly turned, and saw the dazzling shadowy arc of sword chi smash towards him. His heart lurched with fright, his eyes revealing shock and disbelief. His speed was already fast enough. How could the young man's control over his flying object reach such a level? With a loud bang, the sword light slashed out, and the head of the Wan Shan little demon king burst open, brain matter spraying out, and its huge body tumbling forward, destroying and crushing all the buildings and shops in its path. The next moment, a divine light burst out from the headless lion body, fleeing swiftly into the distance. Dragon's sword chased after it like a golden light, instantly cleaving the divine light apart, followed by a scream of agony.
The injured divine soul, no longer able to consider any other thoughts, ignited itself in desperation. The Wan Shan little demon king panicked, never having felt such terror before, with only one thought in his mind: to survive.
As the divine soul burned, his speed surged. Even though he might be forever stuck at his current cultivation level, nothing was more important than living at this moment. Bang! A sword chi, like a phantom, suddenly extended over, striking his divine soul. How is this possible? The consciousness of the Wan Shan little demon king trembled, on the brink of collapse and extinction. He couldn't believe it as he looked back and saw the young man far in the distance, and that famous sword also far from him, a range that should have been impossible to be attacked from. But why was he still hit? Unable to comprehend, his thoughts dispersed, and he could think no more. Seeing that the divine soul of the Wan Shan little demon king had completely perished, Li Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Since he couldn't catch up just now, he had no choice but to use the flying phase. It had to be said, the flying phase, when unexpected, had a remarkably good effect. His range of attack with his flying object doubled, reaching 100 miles. Li Hao called back Dragon's Soar, and flew over to the corpse of the Wan Shan little demon king, inspected it closely and confirmed it was completely dead before he relaxed. At this time, the shaking outside had intensified, and the angry, desperate roars of demons came over. The great demons outside the city, who had also used their divine souls to witness the battle here, had seen the Wan Shan little demon king burn his divine soul in vain trying to escape the attacks of the young man, and they roared furiously. In response, countless demons echoed back, unafraid and even more ferocious and wild after losing their demon king. Li Hao's gaze shifted, realizing that these demons seemed to be as well trained as a demon army, and not like a hastily assembled group that would scatter like birds and beasts upon the death of their leader. It seems the demon forces are more troublesome than I imagined, Li Hao mused to himself. If the demons led by other demon kings were as vicious as human soldiers, then a full-scale battle between the two sides would surely be extremely brutal. Li Hao didn't linger any longer. He looked up as his divine soul stepped out from behind him, flying high into the sky, scanning the surroundings. Quickly, he found Shen Yunqing and the others, as well as the disciples from Whitehall, on a city tower. As he took notice, the demons from outside the city had already swept over, and at the western and northern gates, demons had already climbed onto the city walls. Li Hao's figure flashed, heading towards where Shen Yunqing and the others were. He glanced around the city once more. Aside from the bull demon, 3 great demons from the immortal realms had attacked in other places, causing tremendous destruction, and the city lord's mansion had already collapsed and cracked. However, at this moment, the great demons inside the city had all rushed out, merging with the torrential wave of demons from outside. Li Hao's gaze swept around but did not see Li Wuxuang's figure. He then glanced at Ren Qianqing and saw she was still in the debate platform, and only then did he relax. In such a grand battle with demons, those of the Soul Succession realm were no different from cannon fodder, and even a Grandmaster realm would fall in an instant. Whoosh! Li Hao rushed to Shen Yunqing and the other side. Upon seeing Li Hao sprinting over, everyone was taken aback, but then they visibly relaxed with relief. You actually killed that great demon. Shen Yunqing's divine soul was soaring high, constantly monitoring the surroundings. As Li Hao flew over, he looked toward the previous battlefield and noticed the dead Wan Shan little demon king, and he couldn't help but be astounded. That was a great demon from the 3 immortal realms, and it was rumored to be of the unwithering realm. This young man was merely in the heavenly human realm, but he managed to defy the odds and slay one of the top beings from the 3 immortal realms. The other disciples from Whitehall were also in the divine soul realm, with their divine souls similarly aloft, and upon hearing Shen Yunqing's remark, they too noticed the mess on the debate platform battlefield and were shocked. "They're coming," Li Hao said, his gaze fixed on the approaching tide of demons. At his words, everyone snapped back to reality, growing more serious and tense. Li Hao took one more look and then stepped out into the high sky beyond the city walls. Waiting for the demon tide to get close would mean chaotic combat, with countless soldiers potentially falling, and Shen Yunqing and the others would also be in danger. He couldn't look after everyone at once. Unless, he could annihilate them in advance. Suddenly, Li Hao seemed to remember something. He paused mid-step, then turned his head to look at the familiar faces on the city tower. Li Sir, Song Yueyao, Zhou Zheng and many others, taken aback, looked back at Li Hao as he turned around. "I only taught you 2 lessons before I left Qingzhou." Li Hao's fingers tightened slightly around the dragon's sword as he spoke slowly. "Now is the perfect opportunity. This will be your final lesson. Watch closely." Tan Palace had come from afar to present a peerless technique, and he had to fulfill his promise to the palace master. The final lesson? Upon hearing Li Hao's words, numerous disciples of the Whitehall were stunned. In the face of the vast demon tide, at this crucial moment when Dayu City was on the verge of collapse, Li Hao actually hadn't forgotten that he still owed them a lesson. Before the crowd could react, the dragon sword in Li Hao's hand buzzed like cracking ice, emitting streaks of sword chi that coiled around Li Hao's arm. Endless sea emerges. Li Hao stepped onto the city wall and tread the air, like a peerless celestial banished from heaven, carrying an air of transcendence and calm amidst the dust of the mortal world. The cultivation technique within his body whirred into action, forcibly initiating the third 7 stars lighting. The energy bursting from all the major meridians in his body converged into his palm, and for a moment, it seemed as though the sound of seabirds and waves could be heard, yet it was just the sound created by the sword chi as it frayed the air.
The dragon's sword flew from his hand, and at the same time, an illusion of waves seemed to diffuse across the city while endless sword chi gathered there with Li Hao's stroke of the sword.
The roaring dragon's sword transformed into a writhing, roaring true dragon, encircled by dragons, bringing with it a sky filled with sea tides, colliding with the demon tide a dozen li away. In an instant, the sword tide surged like waves, inundating everything. Within the waves, the dragon soared like a joyful true dragon frolicking in the water, roared and galloped, flipping and piercing through a vast expanse of blood mist in the blink of an eye, as countless demons perished in an instant. Such a terrifying sight left all the soldiers on the city wall, including Shen Yunqing and the others, staring in astonishment. With his own strength, he subdued a horde of demons. This sword incorporated elements from Bright Moon Rising and Endless Sea, as well as the fusion of the Falling Snow sword skill, with the essence of waves and an avalanche, its intricacy and level of peerless technique barely comparable to the newfound Reincarnation sword skill. But Reincarnation was a single burst, whereas this was a sword tide with an expansive range. Thud 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 thud. Series of sonic booms echoed throughout the place, numerous blood mists in the demon tide burst, swept up in the sword tide. The soul succession realm, divine travel realm, and even the 15 Li realm were like gravel washed away by the tide, unable to cause the slightest disturbance nor prevent it, undergoing a one-sided slaughter. Only some demons in the heavenly human realms struggled to resist within, using demon arts and spiritual treasures to barely preserve themselves. But as the sword tide cleansed the fields, more and more demons perished, allowing many of the sword chis to merge and focus their attacks on some of the great demons. In addition, these condensed massive strands of sword chi gradually manifested different aspects of the Grandmaster martial realm. Stars and moon, flowers and birds, falling leaves. Decay, sharpness, speed. The various imageries of the Grandmaster realm were on display within the sword tide, like waves crashing violently into the demon tide. Shen Yunqing and the others' pupils constricted, their eyes widened, and Zhao Zongyan hurriedly said, "Quick, watch closely." All the disciples of the White Hall tried their best to keep their eyes wide open, both shocked and eager to understand how this sword came into existence, causing such a sweeping momentum and spectacle. "Don't look at the sword moves, you won't understand them. He's not teaching moves, he's teaching the way of the sword." Shen Yunqing also shouted excitedly, his own eyes filled with intense focus as he fervently memorized those sword intents. Is this the extreme of the Grandmaster martial realm that he comprehended, encompassing so much? Su Yuhua stared in astonishment, finding it unbelievable, her mind racing and captivated by the countless waves within the sword tide, each wave representing a grandmaster path in the martial arts. Among the defenders on the city wall, there were also grandmasters, including the grandmaster who had previously been defeated by Li Hao, Bai Chunhai, and his disciple, who were also present, watching this scene in utter shock. The youth standing aloof from the world, simply standing there, seemingly possessed a calm and unstoppable might. The surging sword tide was terrifying beyond measure, unheard of before. "Quick, pay close attention," Bai Chunhai reacted, hastily telling his stout male disciple behind him. The stout man was already stupefied, completely lost in the majestic sword intent of the waves. Is this the limit of the Grandmaster realm? Bai Chunhai murmured to himself, suddenly recalling the painting the young man had earlier sought to buy. If they could survive this time, what would giving it up matter? Outside the city, the carnage within the demon tide was extreme. The sweeping waves had forcefully held them back 10 li from the city, unable to advance an inch. The demon army that had been rushing forward had all turned into blood-stained bones, their bodies pierced through, some with tiny wounds that were instantly fatal. In the midst of the demon tide, there was one of the 3 immortal demons leading. Shock filled its eyes. It could hardly believe this was an attack that a human race grandmaster could unleash. To sustain such a large range of sword chi attacks, it was impossible on chi force alone, unless one had reached the unwithering realm. Damn it! Its gaze filled with ferocity and resentment. With the minor demon king perishing, it couldn't withdraw easily. "Kill!" it roared, charging out recklessly towards the divine sword that had transformed into a true dragon. At the same time, Dragon Soar sensed this immortal realm demon emerging, buzzed sharply, and soared up from the midst of the demon horde, slashing rapidly toward it. Demon swamp over heaven. The great demon roared, releasing countless black mire lights, causing the ground beneath it to rot and transform into a swamp, from which a mud dragon extended, charging towards Dragon Soar. With a bang, the brilliant divine light that exploded from Dragon Soar struck like a thunderclap, slicing the mud dragon apart, piercing through the great demon's body in an instant. The countless bits of mud were washed away by the sword tide, utterly submerged. The great demon panicked. Unlike an indestructible realm demon, its body was not strong enough, and the divine sword was terrifyingly sharp. Although resentful, its desire to live surged, and it chose to flee. Dragon Soar gave chase, but quickly vanished without a trace. Just as the great demon was puzzled, suddenly, a dragon's roar surged from behind. It was like a giant dragon leaping out of the sword tide, ferociously tearing into its body and shattering its flesh. Countless sword chi swept across, instantly unleashing 1,000 swords, chopping the demon's body to pieces. Its divine soul was exposed with nowhere to hide. It screamed miserably, burning its divine soul to escape into the distance, but Dragon Soar's tail lashed out, smacking it into oblivion. After dealing with the great demon, Dragon Soar returned to the onslaught of demons, continuing to roar and battle, severing countless demons. The vast tide of demons, within moments, was reduced to disarray, leaving behind only a scattered 1,000 or so who finally came to their senses and chose to flee in terror. Dragon Soar pursued, and within 100-mile range, all fell within Li Hao's attack distance. The sword tide dissipated, and like golden needles, Dragon Soar weaved through the remaining demons. In the blink of an eye, all were slain without a single escapee. The previously anxious defenders at the top of the city, their palms sweating heavily, were now waking from a dream, feeling as if all had been an illusion. Such a hopeless situation was reversed by one man with a single sword, unbelievable. A buzzing sound of whooshing through the air came in rapid approach, like a golden beam of divine light, reversing from dozens of miles away and landing in Li Hao's hand. Li Hao looked slightly pale. A single person slaughtering so many demons took a tremendous toll on him. Earlier, outside Kongyu City, he had also single-handedly slain numerous demons, nearly the same number as today, but his prior battle with the demon king Wan Shan had already greatly drained him. Moreover, the quality of this tide of demons was much stronger than Kongyu City's. It seemed the leaders among them at the 15 Li realm were merely minor squad leaders, and with 7 or 8 heavenly human realm demons, along with that immortal great demon, any of them were capable of easily annihilating an ordinary city. Li Hao took a moment to smooth out his breath, turned his head to look at Su Yahua, the disciples of Whitehall, and others behind him. He had done his best to showcase his abilities. How much they could learn and remember was dependent on their aptitude. "I will go and check elsewhere," said Li Hao. With those words, his figure stepped forward, heading towards other gates of the city. His divine soul emerged behind him, surveying the heavens and the earth. Li Hao saw that on the other three walls, the demon tides had arrived, with chaotic battles erupting. Immediately, he exerted sword control and entered the fray. This time, however, he lacked the chi force to unleash another wave of sword chi, and could only rely on the sharpness of the dragon's sword, along with the remnants of his sword control power, to rapidly weave through and slaughter the enemies. Still, with the addition of the dragon's sword, the pressure on the defenders on the western city wall reduced significantly. Many grandmasters who were on the brink of being surrounded and slaughtered by the demons were rescued, as the golden divine sword sped around them, swiftly cutting down the demons. These grandmasters recognized the sword, their expressions changed, and they instinctively looked around, only to see Li Hao, exhausted, flying over from the distance. Previously, when grandmasters exchanged views, 90% of them had taken the stage and sparred with Li Hao. They bore no animosity towards this young man. It was part relationship driven by Mount Wuliang, and partly a desire to use the fought matches to reflect on their own shortcomings. Nonetheless, they had sided with Mount Wuliang, and now, unexpectedly, this young man treated everyone with equal consideration, willing to extend a helping hand. The grandmasters had complex expressions, casting a deep glance at the young man, and then after stabilizing themselves, they plunged back into the demon tide, reinforcing others. Before long, the onslaught on the western city wall was alleviated, and then, with everyone working together and coordinating with Li Hao, all the demons were slain. Once the crisis on the western wall eased, Li Hao again exerted sword control, rushing towards the northern side. There, the city gate had been breached, and demons had slain their way inside. The dragon's sword flashed by rapidly, killing those few demons who had breached the defenses and surged into the city. Then the sword light streaked into the midst of the demon horde, cutting them down like slicing vegetables. Relying on the sharpness and intimidation of dragon's sword alone, Li Hao only needed to give a push with his sword control to create terrifying lethality. At this moment, his chi force was nearly exhausted, and he felt quite fatigued. Without the dragon's sword, if he used the earlier self-carved boar tusk sword, the effect would have been greatly reduced. It has to be said that this divine weapon was extremely terrifying. If it fell into the hands of a strong wielder, in such a defensive battle, it could compare to a super war weapon. Li He, the Helian clan, and another immortal, restrained the immortal great demons amid the demon tide, while Li Hao just coordinated with the others to resolve the remaining demons. The soldiers from the previously liberated western and eastern gates also came to aid. The situation quickly reversed, the tide of demons no longer capable of turning the tide of defeat. Li Hao looked around, and unnoticed, the corpse of the demon king Wan Shan had disappeared, presumably stolen by some demon that had seized the opportunity to sneak in. He shook his head with slight regret, but with his unique condition, the corpse and blood of the enemy would be of no use to him. Only a sword in hand was enough. As the demon calamity gradually subsided, Li Hao also put away the sword in his hand, and with a casual toss, the dragon's sword flew out and landed in Ren Qianqin's embrace at the debate arena more than a dozen miles away, sheathing itself like a falling autumn leaf. Ren Qianqin saw the divine sword return to its sheath and heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that Li Hao was unharmed. She was unable to probe the situation outside from here. After all, she had not yet reached the divine travel realm to separate her soul from her body over great distances. Li Hao stood suspended in the air, looking up at his surroundings. The once oppressive dark clouds of demon energy, at this moment, were gone. Unsure of Feng's victory or defeat, Li Hao was somewhat worried in his heart, but considering Feng's peerless technique, his ability to escape from danger was unmatched even by the second master. The demon probably hadn't been able to harm him. As Li Hao waited and contemplated, a light laughter suddenly came. "Kid, I told you to hang on for a quarter of an hour, but look at you, you actually went ahead and beheaded that little demon king." Li Hao turned to look and saw a plainly dressed figure appear behind him. His clothes were somewhat tattered, and the edges were stained with blood, but it seemed not to be his own. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately asked, "What about that demon?" "Ran away," Feng Boping said casually. "Although I could catch up, it would take me away from here, and once at the border, it's hard to say." "It's good that you're unharmed," Li Hao said with a smile, not minding the life or death of that demon king. If it was not killed today, it could be killed in the future. Given time, he would be capable of dealing with it himself. "You're worried about me, kid?" Your killing that little demon king exposed its weakness, allowing me to severely injure it. Otherwise, it might have gone crazy trying to kill you. Feng Boping laughed. With a few words, Li Hao could imagine how intense the battle had been on Feng's side when he was fighting. Judging by the little demon king's title, the demon king is mostly from the Wanshan side. I didn't expect there to be two great demon kings in Wanshan. It seems some information isn't very accurate, Li Hao said. Feng Boping nodded slightly. If the demon king doesn't show up and deliberately hides, it's not easy to detect. Speaking of this, he glanced at Li Hao. You also need to quickly increase your strength, kid. In half a year, there might be trouble coming. Li Hao was slightly taken aback, then immediately understood the meaning of Feng's words, his eyes solemn. The news of slaying this little demon king today would certainly spread among the demons and reach that Wanshan demon king. If there were only that Wanshan demon king, Feng's protection wouldn't be feared, but now with two demon kings, one Song Chiumo left in half a year, the other party was likely to choose that time to attack. If the other party was even more desperate, they might attack soon. Regardless of which scenario, a feud with that Wanshan demon king was now established. Half a year, huh? Li Hao sighed. If he gave up pursuing the Grandmaster Extreme Boundary, in half a year's time, focusing on his enlightenment, he might reach spiritual awakening and step into the Three Immortals Peak or even the Four Stands realm. But by missing the Grandmaster Extreme Boundary and turning back to refine his Tao heart afterward, it would be difficult to achieve with a fragmented Tao heart. Feng's figure disappeared again, hiding in the shadows. Li Hao also returned to the debate platform, to meet Ren Qianqin. Young master, are you alright? Ren Qianqin hurriedly expressed her concern upon seeing Li Hao. Li Hao's complexion was somewhat pale and didn't look good. The strain he had suppressed with his physique was beginning to show. After all, he had faced challenges from grandmasters all over the world, slain a little demon king at the Three Immortals Peak, and cut down nearly 100,000 demon hordes. The toll was too great. I'm fine, I just need to rest. Li Hao reassured Ren Qianqin and then sat down to recover. Before long, grandmasters returned one after another. Seeing Li Hao resting there, their expressions turned serious, and many came forward to thank him, all having been saved by Li Hao's reinforcements. Li Hao's impartial assistance won him the solemn respect and admiration of these grandmasters, inspiring respect and admiration within them. In addition to his exceptional talent, this young man's character was equally admirable. The other grandmasters also heard about Li Hao single-handedly defending one side of the city wall, annihilating 100,000 demons, and then moving to 8 other battlefields. They all looked at this young man with complex expressions in their eyes. A prodigy of the age, not even characters fabricated in folktales could aspire to the level of the young man before them. Young Master Li, please forgive my previous rudeness. Thank you for your magnanimity. Zhou Haidang stepped forward and bowed slightly to Li Hao. For a grandmaster, this was the highest form of courtesy. Li Hao frowned slightly and said indifferently, I am not surnamed Li. Do not call me by that surname anymore. My surname is Ji. Hearing the young man's words, the crowd froze for a moment, then recalled the sensational fight in Qingzhou City and their expressions changed, remembering that this talented young man had cut ties with the Li family. They had previously assumed it was just a temporary act of emotion. Once the young man encountered obstacles and difficulties outside, he would understand the protection the Divine General Mansion offered him and would inevitably choose to return. But now, it seemed this young man was no longer a caged bird. To describe him as a genius was becoming somewhat inaccurate. He had already become a first-class powerhouse capable of slaying great demons alone. Invincible among grandmasters, slaying the little demon king, just these 2 points were enough to show that he needed no protection and could hold his own. For a moment, everyone was left speechless. The process and reasons for that great battle were many and varied, and they were unaware, but what happened today they had witnessed with their own eyes. They could not imagine what could have led the Li family to treat such an extraordinary prodigy in such a manner, to the point of forcing him to renounce his surname and leave the family. Zhou Haitang was slightly startled, looking somewhat embarrassed, nodded and set the topic aside. In the future, if you have a need, you can always write to Iron Sword Peak or Pear Blossom Sect. I'll remember this favor. Li Hao nodded slightly, accepting the offer. While he may not need it, no one can be sure about the future. The other grandmasters also came up to thank Li Hao one by one, avoiding calling him by his former surname as Li Hao preferred. Instead, they referred to him simply as Young Master Hao. As for the Ji surname, they also wouldn't dare claim it, otherwise if the matter reached the divine general mansion, there would likely be repercussions. How? The painting you expressed interest in purchasing earlier, I have given it some thought and would like to offer it to you as a gift. Would you still care to have it? Bai Chunhai, accompanied by his disciple, stepped forward with a smile and said. His disciple, a burly man, looking at the imposingly seated youth, felt anxious and hastily said, Earlier, I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai, please forgive me. After speaking, he bowed his head deeply. A Grand Master must not be humiliated, as it easily leads to bloodshed. But Li Hao didn't take the other party to heart and said to Bai Chunhai with a smile, since that's the case, I thank you. Seeing Li Hao willing to accept the gift, Bai Chunhai felt an inexplicable joy and a smile appeared on his face. If it had been anybody else asking for his painting before, they would have certainly been met with disdain, but this young man was an exception. From the outskirts of the crowd, Li Wushuang had already released the signal, and as the city defense came to an end, she also withdrew from the battle. She had heard all that Li Hao just said, her expression exceedingly complex, as she clutched the sword in her hands, biting her lower lip. This cousin of hers was actually serious about breaking away from the Li family. Making such a statement in public would surely spread even further. If he truly severs ties completely in the future, would she and Li Hao still be considered cousins? She felt a mysterious heartache. Before long, Li Hao received the famous paintings sent by Bai Chunhai. After glancing at it, he naturally wouldn't take it up in public but handed it to Ren Qianqin to hold. Afterwards, he bid farewell to these grandmasters with a cupped fist salute and then took Ren Qianqin, departing the debating grounds and walking towards the outside of Dayu City. Having achieved his purpose for coming here and having had an extra debate, which was quite fruitful, Li Hao needed to hurry back to Heavenly Gate Pass. Leaving the city, Li Hao saw a tumultuous army of iron hooves rolling in from afar, within which he spotted the banner with the character, Zan. Probably triggered by his cousin's distress signal, calling that uncle over. However, the camp where he was stationed was some distance from here and could not arrive so swiftly. Li Hao had no intention of greeting the other party and quietly flew away with Ren Qianqin through another high-altitude route. Dayu City nearly fell. Wan Shan, the minor demon king, led a large demon army in a sneak attack, startling with the appearance of a 4-stands realm demon king. They were repelled by a mysterious powerhouse. This news spread across all the states, and a more detailed military report was swiftly sent to Dayu State, the sacred imperial city. At the same time, another military report traveled over thousands of mountains and waters, returning to Qingzhou, delivered to the Heavenly Origin Divine General Mansion. Within the mansion's council hall, Li Tiangong summoned the family's retainers, the ladies of various households, and Li Mushou to discuss matters. On the table was a massive map of Liangzhou's rivers and mountains. Li Tiangong had also taken out the several secret reports they had received earlier. The situation in Liangzhou was more grim than others had imagined. Among them, Gao Qingqing wore the gravest and most solemn expression. Because her husband, Li Xuanli, was currently stationed in Liangzhou, with 6 of the Li family's 9 sons fallen in battle, she was extremely concerned that her own husband would become the 7th to perish. Ever since Li Xuanli was ordered to set out for Liangzhou, she had not slept well, invariably waking from nightmares, where she saw herself appearing at a spirit tablet, attending funerals that had once been for other people. But upon lifting the lid of the coffin, she saw the person lying inside was none other than her own husband, with a ghastly pale face. She woke up from the nightmare screaming several times, her hair soaked with tears. Li Tiangang, while discussing strategies and the traces of demons on the map, also noticed that his 5th sister-in-law looked unsettled and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He was even more anxious than her and didn't want his 5th brother to come to harm. In the midst of their conversation, a war report from Liangzhou arrived. Hearing it was from Liangzhou, everyone's gaze shifted over. However, the war report was first handed to Li Tiangang. His heart sank as he quickly opened it. There were actually 3 of them. He looked over each report quickly, yet attentively. The first report talked about the demon activities detected outside Liangzhou. The second was about the discussions of martial arts masters in Dayu City. The third detailed the attack by demons on Dayu City. Li Tiangang's brow furrowed upon finishing the first report and his eyes slightly widened with the second. Upon reading the third report, a look of shock couldn't help but show on his face. Seeing the change in Li Tiangang's expression, everyone else started to become tense. Tiangong, what's the situation? Li Musho asked with a frown. Although he was not fond of the other party, such serious matters could require his intervention at any moment. He may need to set out to aid Liangzhou and needed to understand the situation. Li Tiangang held the war report for a long time without speaking. Only after everybody else expressed their concern did he pass the reports to them to read for themselves. Gao Qingqing read through them quickly, and only after confirming that the reports did not mention what she was most anxious and fearful about, did she breathe a sigh of relief, then was immediately stunned into silence by the information inside. Hao actually participated in the Tournament of Masters? How is that possible? He actually defeated Li Changfeng's senior brother, Qin Wuke, who dominated the Qian Dragon List for 3 years as a demon talent. In this period, he was revered as the #1 in Deu. And he also fought and defeated all the Grandmasters present? Wasn't Hao just a recent entrant into the heavenly human realm? How could he beat a great Grandmaster? Everyone who saw the report about the Tournament of Masters was shocked, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Musho also read it and his face instantly lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling as he said repeatedly, "Good, good, good." He burst into laughter. At this moment, he felt the most relieved and happy he had in a long time. That pesky kid, he's always full of surprises. Li Musho laughed heartily, also secretly astounded by Li Hao's terrifying rate of growth. He had experienced it before, but now it seemed even faster. That child used to only care about having fun. Has he finally decided to put in effort and cultivate earnestly? Is this his true speed of cultivation? Li Musho laughed joyously and looked towards Li Tiangang. Seeing his silent and speechless demeanor, he let out a cold chuckle and said, Li Tiangang, that direct disciple of the Buddha Lord, Qin Wuke, entered the heavenly human realm at the age of 19 with extremely high aptitude. Back in the day, you also entered the heavenly human realm at 19, didn't you? Now, Hao has defeated you at your prime? And with just a single finger. Hearing Li Musho's words, the others slightly changed color, some looking towards Li Tiangang, while others simply kept their heads down without speaking. Facing Li Musho's mockery, Li Tiangang had no response, he just remained silent. Seeing his reaction, Li Musho was somewhat taken aback. He had thought his words would enrage the other party. Was it regret? His heart stirred, and suddenly, he heard He Jianlin say, "Second uncle, please take another look at this letter sent by Zan Li." Li Musho was surprised and glanced at He Jianlin, noticing a strange expression on her face. He quickly opened the military report. Soon, his pupils contracted slightly, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. That damn brat actually killed 3 immortal great demons? Li Musho felt he knew Li Hao well enough, but now, this young man's rate of improvement still surpassed his expectations, or rather, broke the talent ceiling of the Deu divine dynasty once again. Defeating all the Grandmasters in the world was already incredible enough, yet he was also able to kill 3 immortals, and they were the young kings of the unwithering realm to boot. If it hadn't been for the numerous Grandmasters witnessing the event as written in the report, Li Musho would have suspected a mistake in the intelligence. Hao. Li Musho's lips trembled slightly, feeling more excited than anyone in this moment, as if he could see the Li family approaching its most glorious zenith. However, his gaze quickly turned sorrowful again, and his heart ached. Turning his angry gaze towards Li Tiangang, seeing the other's silent demeanor, he felt both frustrated and amused, but above all, saddened. Blaming Li Tiangang was already meaningless. He didn't know if that child would ever turn back. The Dragon Sword, that famous blade is said to be in the Imperial Treasury, yet now it's in Hao hands. Is it a gift from Emperor Yu? And when did this happen? Gao Qingqing murmured to herself while holding the envelope. Hearing this, Chen Hefeng, who was sitting beside her, was taken aback and immediately thought of Eternal Night. If Eternal Night were in that child's hands now, it would certainly become renowned with him throughout the world. But now, Eternal Night lay dormant here, like Xiaoju, lying quietly in the dark, sealed in dust. Silence fell upon the council hall. Everyone remained quiet, digesting the news. No one had anticipated that the child who had just left the Divine General Mansion would shock the entire world in the blink of an eye. Back when Li Tiangang furiously scolded the youngster, accusing him of leveraging the Divine General Mansion's reputation, although they remained silent, deep down, did they not have some measure of agreement? Every person present, basking in the glory of a millennium, watched as dignitaries of higher rank treated them with the utmost respect. Was it not because of the Divine General Mansion that stood behind them? But now, the focus wasn't on the youngster's identity anymore but on his talent. which was preposterously monstrous. Tiangong, why are you silent? Li Musho looked at the silent Li Tiangong and said, if you regret it now, it's still not too late to go to Heavenly Gate Pass and apologize to that child. Don't wait until the 3 years are over and by then, everything becomes empty talk. Hearing this from the second uncle, many of the ladies were momentarily stunned, involuntarily turning to look at Li Tiangong. Li Tiangong slowly came back to his senses. He glanced at Li Musho and saw the anger hidden in his eyes. His lips twitched slightly. Second uncle, you've seen the kid's talent, but do you approve of his behavior? Li Musho's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Publicly suppressing the Buddhist child, disgracing Mount Wuliang, becoming enemies with the Buddha Lord, also suppressing the Grand Masters of the world. How many connections and powers lie behind these Grand Masters? How many people can he offend? Li Tiangong said slowly. Li Musho retorted angrily, are we to let others bully us without resistance? Are you afraid? Afraid? Li Tiangong shook his head slightly. Second uncle, the reason you lost to my father in the competition for the true dragon was because grandfather's choice was right. Your sense of the bigger picture really isn't enough. Are you lecturing me? Coldness and rage surged in Li Musho's eyes. Li Tiangong calmly looked at him and said, our Li family respects the imperial family, of course, and naturally need not fear anyone else. Mount Wuliang meddling in our family affairs behind the scenes, I haven't even settled this account yet. What's the status of the world's Grand Masters and their numerous connections beneath the iron hooves of Fazi Camp and Yuan Camp? Who would dare speak half a word against my divine general mansion? Li Musho coldly said, then what do you mean by your previous words? Li Tiangong replied, I have said that Hao Er's talent is sufficient. I have never felt his aptitude was lacking. But his way of doing things is too extreme and reckless. He is still young, and there is much I can understand, but understanding does not mean allowing and indulging, or else wouldn't that be the same as you all? If he can't accept even a hint of criticism, what future can he have? Take this incident, for instance. He picked up the envelope in his hand and tossed it in front of Li Musho, saying, that Buddhist child from Mount Wuliang provoked him. Defeating him would have been enough to raise his reputation. Even if the other party was angry, it would not lead to immediate retaliation, or at least, if they retaliate later, others would only think Mount Wuliang was petty. But with such humiliation, once they retaliate, and it becomes public, others will find it justified. And the same goes for the world's Grand Masters. On the surface, they are nothing before the Li family, but what about their scheming in the shadows? Must we always be vigilant against these underhanded tactics? He always has better options, but he always picks the worst one. Li Tiangong gazed at Li Musho, saying, this is the problem with how you've spoiled him. His actions really let off steam, truly exhilarating, but what about the consequences? Children can act willfully, but as adults, we must learn restraint. To release anger recklessly, without regard for consequences, if he were carrying the identity of the Li family's true dragon right now, his actions would represent the Li family's stance. The Li family deliberately took the opportunity to suppress the martial heroes of the world, preventing these Grand Masters from raising their heads. Public opinion is like water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The world reveres our divine general mansion, not just because we defend Deu, not just because we shed our blood on the battlefield, but also because we never oppress the common folk, we never bend the law for personal gain. Put plainly, force can suppress rebellion, but it takes a truly broad heart to win over the people's hearts. He is destined to lead armies and wage wars. Second uncle, you've also heard of generals who, by often beating and berating their subordinates, get their heads chopped off by those very men when drunk, haven't you? Li Musho was taken aback. He took a deep breath and said, well said. You do indeed possess a broad enough heart for your soldiers, for your subordinates, and you could bear the entire population of Qingzhou in your heart. So why can't you make room for one more child, especially when he's your own son? Because he's my son, he is different, Li Tiangong spelled out word by word. Li Musho began to laugh and said, he saved the people of Deu City and previously saved Kongyu City, for which he was ennobled. Did you have such merits when you were 14? And how do you know that he does not have the people's hearts or the world's adoration? Common folk are the water, and Grand Masters are the hands. Water can be led and directed by the hands. Sometimes, the way the water flows depends on how the hands move it, Li Tiangong said coldly. Li Musho stared at him. So, what do you mean? You really want to wait 3 more years? Li Tiangong glanced at him. His gaze moved to the letter in front of him, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, With the help of your friend, combined with his own strength, guarding Heavenly Gate Pass indeed presents no difficulty. But now that he has killed that small demon king of Wan Shan, the demon king of Wan Shan won't easily let him off the hook. Even with the protection of your old friend, it is difficult, and if other demon kings join forces to avenge their child's death, it could be very dangerous for him. Li Musho arched an eyebrow and said calmly, I thought you wouldn't consider that. Li Tiangong ignored his sarcasm and simply said, I will write him a letter. If he's young and impetuous, then I'll give him a way out. Li Musho breathed a sigh of relief internally and said, since you have the intention, I suggest it would be better for you to go in person. I don't have the time. Li Tiangong slightly shook his head, tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Second uncle, let's not forget what we were just discussing. The Liangzhou territory is so vast, and that the demons have appeared as far as Deu City shows that they can no longer restrain themselves. I need to go to Deu State to see His Majesty. Li Musho frowned and looked at him, then remembering his temperament, a direct confrontation might backfire. He no longer insisted. No matter what, his willingness to compromise was a good thing. He sighed internally, and then his thoughts turned to Feng Boping. In his mind, he could almost see the face and smile of that old friend. And instantly, he felt a wave of irritation. That guy must have known about the situation with Li Hao but chose not to inform him, probably just waiting to see him panic now. Old guy, wait until I see you next time, see how I deal with you, Li Musho thought to himself. In Mount Wuliang, the Brahma Pure Land, deep among the peaks, within the highest pure land of Spirit Mountain. The golden light of the Buddha shone far and wide, and there are stairs leading from the secular world, but only to the foot of the mountain, for those suffering commoners and influential dignitaries to come and burn incense to pray to the Buddha. At the summit, within a pure land covered in the light of spiritual energy and barrier arrays, the infinite Buddha Lord sat serenely on a lotus pedestal, his demeanor gentle and compassionate. To his left and right were two bodhisattvas, one was Lin Wujing, and the other bodhisattva, a woman, her expression tranquil, yet at the moment, her brow was lightly furrowed. Before them, in the shining light of the Buddha Hall, several figures were kneeling, including two Buddha's disciples. I am already aware of what happened in Liangzhou. The infinite Buddha Lord spoke in a gentle tone, his voice ringing like a great bell but without being deafening or harsh, as smooth as flowing water. That young man's talent is unprecedented, the first of Deu. It is no shame for you to be defeated by his hands. Do not be irritated, nor should you take it to heart. All is predetermined. The two disciples were Qin Wuk and Li Changfeng. At the words of their teacher, the Buddha Lord, both felt a shock in their hearts, filled with shame, but at the same time, also somewhat relieved and sorrowful. They were each a prodigy, and yet they had been soundly defeated. Listening to the teacher, it seemed to imply they were simply not in the same league as their opponent. Chankin Vajra. The infinite Buddha Lord said softly, there are 3 years left. Stay on the mountain and cultivate earnestly. If you can step into the heavenly human realm, you will have a chance to compete with him for the true dragon status. If you don't enter the heavenly human realm, then live peacefully at my side as an Arhat Bodhisattva. The karma of the world need not touch you. The divine general mansion you defend is the commoners. My Buddhist teachings, too, are salvation for all living beings. Li Changfeng was shaken and bowed his head deeply in worship. Yes, teacher. Next to him, Qin Wuk, his eyes tinged with bitter melancholy, suddenly brightened as he looked towards the Buddha Lord in confusion. Teacher, I am incompetent. The young man's grandmaster martial realm is extremely formidable. Even if Chankin steps into the heavenly human realm, I fear it may not be enough to overcome him. His question was not a doubt but a plea for an answer. He knew that the teacher's words to Li Changfeng had a reason behind them. Strength in this world has no constant rule. Flowers bloom in March, and they wither in September. If you can find your bloom in September, even if it's not as dazzling, what harm is there? The dragon and elephant are strong but cannot cross the river. Birds, though weak, are not hindered by 1,000 mountains and rivers. The infinite Buddha Lord said softly, there are rules in this world. Heaven envies the gifted, and too much rigidity leads to breaking. That child has potential, but he has already stepped onto a dead-end path. His journey will surely be difficult. The two were puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Was he saying that Li Hao was too arrogant, attracting a path that leads to death? The infinite Buddha Lord said softly, you may go now. Contemplate well and free yourselves from your inner demons, then you may advance further. Know that all thoughts are like illusions. All worldly actions are like dreams. Only by recognizing them as such can one be liberated. Chu, in Liangzhou, within Heavenly Gate Pass, at the campsite of Kenya City. In the firewood house covered with thick snow on its roof, Feng Boping, who was adding new firewood, suddenly sneezed so hard that the fire in the hearth nearly went out. He rubbed the tip of his nose and mumbled to himself in confusion, "Why does my nose suddenly itch? Could someone be talking about me?" Li Hao was nearby, kneading dough. Once the dough was ready, he tossed it onto another piece of warm stone to ferment. Then he waved his hand calling over the dragon's sword and started chopping the selected demon flesh alongside it, swiftly cutting it into mince with sword chops. "Such a good sword, and you're using it as a kitchen knife." Feng Boping shook his head as he watched. "Make the most of what you have," Li Hao said with a smile. After preparing all the ingredients, he started to cook. Since returning from Dayu City, they had resumed their peaceful life within Heavenly Gate Pass. As for the demons outside the pass and the worries inside, they were all isolated by the endless snow, with only the daily hunting, fishing, and 3 meals to think about. As lunchtime approached, Li Hao asked Little White Fox to call Song Chiumo and Li Hongzhuang over to get ready for the meal. Delicious. Li Hao's cooking skills won high praise from everyone. By Li Hao's side, aside from their own concerns, they looked forward to the deliciousness of these 3 meals every day. While dining and chatting, Li Hao asked Song Chiumo to help and go to the nearby city in the afternoon to purchase some civilian supplies. Now, in this campsite, aside from their fenced courtyard, Li Hao had gradually been constructing additional dwellings for other residents. With his 15 Li realm capability in controlling objects, participating in construction was extremely convenient. He split open a distant mountain, transported the rocks here, and fashioned them into simple stone houses. "Are you really planning to build another city here?" Before Song Chiumo could speak, Li Hongzhuang was the one who spoke up first. She swallowed a piece of meat she was chewing on and gazed intently at Li Hao. "Not rebuilding, just restoring the original city," Li Hao said with a smile. "Anyway, I've got nothing better to do. Since we're supposed to guard a pass, it's only right to have a city." Li Hongzhuang looked deep into his eyes and remained silent, but deep inside, she couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. If the city could be built again, if all the demons outside the pass were suppressed and deterred, returning to its might of 100 years ago, making those ferocious and bloodthirsty demons dare not invade us, seeing that scene would surely bring tears to the eyes of the 3rd and 6th brothers. She lowered her head and tore at a piece of roasted meat tendon with her teeth, yet she tasted a hint of saltiness. "I heard that you slew that Wan Shan's little demon king. If I leave, what will we do if Wan Shan's demon king takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack?" Song Chiumo frowned. After Li Hao returned from Dayu City, when the others asked, he briefly mentioned what had happened there, and that was how she learned about Li Hao killing the son of a demon king. Moreover, that little demon king was of high caliber. As she was from the demon kind herself, she understood the potential of the little demon king very well. Translated to the human race, his abilities could even barely rival those of Li Hao. As a result, such a prodigy among demons was killed by Li Hao. One could only imagine how furious that Wan Shan's demon king must be. The fact that another demon king had been secretly protecting the little demon king indicated the importance they placed on him. Even if faced with a lone 4-stands realm, it might not result in trouble, but they did not expect to run into the combination of Feng Boping and Li Hao. "There are traps I've set within 300 li. I will be alerted if demons attack, and there will be enough time to retreat," said Li Hao, smiling. The fishing 6th stage traps were hidden, and combined with the attributes of hidden bow, they were not easy for even the 4-stands realm to detect. Also, the river snow painting, received from Grandmaster Bai Chunhai, was embedded into the control path, providing a camouflaging attribute where it harmonized with the environmental power of controlling objects. The chi force attacks he used were camouflaged and hard to detect, which was a perfect match with the fishing line. Even if the 4-stands realm conducted a close inspection, it would be difficult to discover, not to mention from 300 li away without any precautions. However, to maintain a fishing line over such a long distance, Li Hao's chi force was constantly being consumed. If not for the fact that 98 main channels had been opened in his body, coupled with the yin and yang dual pulse, it would be impossible to sustain. Now, he was just barely managing to compensate for the chi force during the process of absorbing and transferring. "I'll go," said Li Hongzhuang to Li Hao. "Song is right. Although you have this senior's protection, you killed the little demon king. I've heard that Wan Shan's demon king was extremely fond of his sole son, treating him like a treasure. If he hasn't come over these days, it's most likely because he's waiting for Song to leave. Song Chiumo's gaze flickered slightly as she looked at Li Hao and said softly, I originally planned to stay for just half a year. Now that you're dealing with this, I will stay with you for 3 years. Li Hao was slightly shaken, looked at her, but joked with a teasing smile, then what about your Tan Palace? It's just 3 years, I have been looking after it for nearly 1,000 years, it won't make much difference, Song Chiumo said indifferently. Li Hao knew it wasn't as easy as she said. Song Chiumo was a recorded demon king of Qingzhou, and she couldn't leave for a long time. Being able to come here for half a year was probably the extent of what she could manage. 3 years would be too much of a burden for her. We'll see, maybe they can't endure even half a year, Li Hao said, feeling an urgent need to strengthen his own power. Of course, he had another way out. That meant temporarily abandoning this place. But he was reluctant to break the 3-year pact unless he faced certain death. Song Chiumo nodded slightly, speaking softly, if the Wan Shan Demon King comes, we will most likely face 3 Demon Kings. She had mentioned this before. Li Hao and Li Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed gravely. In addition to the 2 Demon Kings from Wan Shan's domain, the Dragon Lord who had previously clashed with Song Chiumo was also likely to intervene. This seemingly calm Heavenly Gate Pass was actually on the verge of a horrifying disaster of annihilation. Li Hao simply nodded and said nothing more. In the following days, everyone continued to lead a seemingly normal life in the courtyard, but they were all secretly on guard for the possible sudden attack of the Demon King. However, it appeared that the Wan Shan Demon King was not so enraged as to lose control and attack. Perhaps seeing that Li Hao still dared to move within Heavenly Gate Pass, the Demon King was wary, suspecting hidden support behind the youth, so he chose a more secure method, which was to wait for Song Chiumo to leave. Or perhaps, he was waiting for a lapse or opportunity. On this day, 2 secret letters arrived at the courtyard. Both were from the Divine General Mansion in Qingzhou. One of the letters was personally penned by Li Tiangang. Upon seeing the name on the envelope, Li Hao pinched it and threw the letter into the stove to burn as kindling. The other letter bore no signature. When Li Hao opened it, he saw it was from his second uncle. Beyond expressing longing and concern, the letter also discussed the matter of the Wan Shan Demon King. Li Musho had considered that the Demon King, grieving the loss of his son, might do something drastic and urged Li Hao to prepare for an attack by 3 or 4 Demon Kings. At the same time, he pointed out a way for Li Hao. If faced with danger and the situation turned dire, have Feng rush to take him to escape to another place outside of the Liangzhou territory. That place was a secret realm, within which flowed the Mo River, and it was of the ghost capital level. Only those in the 4 Stands realm could hope to escape from this extremely perilous land, which stretched far and wide, virtually unstoppable, warranting its confinement and designation as a forbidden zone. But Li Musho's pointing out this secret realm with the Mo River was not for Li Hao to use it to counter-kill the Demon King. Instead, within this secret land was Li Musho's younger brother stationed. That was Li of the Li family, Li Xiaoran. Of the 6 sons in Li Musho's generation, 3 had perished, leaving 3 remaining. Li Qingzheng stationed in the ancestral temple, Li Musho looking after Listening Rain Tower and sitting at Divine General Mansion, and the last was Li Xiaoran from the Li family. He was stationed just outside that ghost capital level Mo River. The territory where the ghost capital level Mo River extended, once belonged within Liangzhou territory, but since the river could not be navigated nor easily destroyed, it was designated a forbidden zone and separated from the territory. A ghost capital level Mo River caused even the Deu Divine Dynasty to officially announce the loss of that piece of land. However, the reason for his stationing there was not to watch over the river, but because within it were the submerged ancestral spirits of the Li family. Those spirits included Li Hao's grandfather, Li Tianzong. Li Hao had heard from his second uncle, while fishing, that his 4th uncle was rarely at the Divine General Mansion, but was instead repeatedly challenging and attempting to navigate that Mo River, trying to bring back the ancestral spirit of his elder brother who had fallen within. It was unexpected that this Mo River was just outside the Liangzhou territory. Li Hao pondered for a moment before putting away the letter. In the days that followed, the Wan Shan Demon King remained inactive, yet Li Hao received yet another reward from the Emperor Yu in the capital, delivered once again by eunuch Chu Juyue. Count, we meet again. Chu Juyue, seeing the familiar figures inside the small fenced courtyard, identical to the last visit, but now there was an added sense of domestic life, comfortable like a rural idyll. Li Hao smiled and welcomed him into the courtyard, receiving the decree and learning that it was a promotion of his title, from a third-rank count to a first-rank one. In addition, he was bestowed a hefty amount of gold, treasured artifacts, and servants. Li Hao had not yet checked on the domain he was granted from his previous title, which was probably still managed by servants on his behalf. He wasn't particularly interested in these rewards, but considering he would be leaving Heavenly Gate Pass in 3 years, having his own domain to settle down in wasn't a bad thing. After accepting the decree, Li Hao treated Chu Juyue to a meal, and this time Chu Juyue did not decline. During the hearty meal, he rolled up his sleeves, sat sideways by the pot, completely devoid of any image. After eating his fill, Chu Juyue left contentedly on horseback. Before departing, he stealthily handed Li Hao a precious charm, informing him that it was what Emperor Yu truly intended to bestow, a Saint Heart charm. In times of peril, it could save his life. Li Hao was astonished, having often chatted with his second and fifth uncles about such an item, and was familiar with it. This was something used by those in the Four Stands realm, and exceedingly rare. Weapons and armor in the world were categorized by rank, such as the treasure artifacts used by those with inherited souls. Spiritual objects used from the divine travel realm to the celestial master realm. Then there were the divine weapons and armor for the 3 immortal realms and the Four Stands realm. Li Hao's dragon sword, for example, was a divine weapon, recognized as one of the most renowned. But here, the fame referred to was not necessarily indicative of the highest quality. Some divine weapons were forged and seldom witnessed. Those who had seen them might already be dead. Regardless, this sword was among the pinnacle of divine weapons. Above them were the Saint Heart heavenly treasures, extremely limited in number, and not all of the Four Stands realm possessed them, only a few top-strong practitioners did. This Saint Heart charm was even more precious. As a consumable, it was incredibly valuable even to those in the Four Stands realm. The Saint Heart charm in Li Hao's possession was not meant for offense but rather for protection. If it was an offensive type of Saint Heart charm, it could even threaten and harm those in the Four Stands realm. After receiving the Sacred Heart talisman, Li Hao once again thanked Chu Juyue and asked him to express his gratitude on his behalf to His Majesty Emperor Yu. To Li Hao, his impression of the supreme and noble existence of the Deu divine dynasty still remained as it was when he was an infant, the snapshot image from when he first arrived here. It was a towering figure with a majestic stature, seated on the dragon throne, with an aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers and an imperious spirit that looked down on all living beings. It seemed one could only worship from afar, never to approach or offend. However, the numerous awards granted by the other party made Li Hao feel that this austere figure was not so cold and heartless, and not so unattainable. The snow was still falling. The burned letter had not received a response and thus quietly faded away. No more letters came from Qingzhou City. Li Hao remained focused on his daily cultivation, sketching the snowy landscape and mountains outside the gates, fishing for little demons in the wilderness, while also exploring the vast and profound Tao of the universe, still unwilling in the depths of his heart to miss out on the ultimate pursuit. Perhaps, did he also harbor a heart for martial arts? Time hurriedly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year went by. From the early winter when he first arrived at the camp, to now deep winter, the snow accumulation on the ground had thickened even more. But like yin and yang, when the fallen snow accumulates to a certain depth, it is time for the clouds and moon to break open. In the snowy land, demons stealthily emerge from their caves in the distance, preparing to hunt for their food. Between the trees, 2 wild mountain tigers fight over a deer's carcass. The river's surface is frozen, but beneath the ice, small fish swim up and down freely. Atop a snowy mountain peak, Li Hao sits, sensing every minute detail and movement within tens of miles, as if his body has merged with the mountaintop. He watches the clouds and the morning sun, silently listening to the sound of the snow melting. The snowflakes fall from the sky, yet they originate from the steam that rises and solidifies from the earth. Seeds buried deep in the soil sprout and grow strong, eventually becoming towering trees. Come autumn, with just a breeze, the leaves can drift towards the unreachable sky. Fish trapped in water live in the lowlands of the earth, but move about as freely as if flying in the sky. While people on land seem to be busily moving east and west, enjoying their freedom, they are restrained by various orders, as if wearing invisible chains around their ankles, unable to free themselves. All beings are part of life, but life is not just all beings. In these past 6 months, Li Hao had touched the bottleneck of the Tao of all things. The elusive brilliance was before his eyes, just a bit more, and he could break through the barrier and integrate it fully. Now he, with the fusion of the essence of all things and the reassembling of various swordsmanship techniques, although his cultivation level remained at the Celestial Master realm, had truly stepped to the edge of the Great Grandmaster realm, with his actual combat strength being about 50% stronger than when he was in Deus City. If he were to encounter that young Demon King again, with the sword moves he comprehended in these 6 months, he could easily slay it. Initially, during the brief moments of respite in battle, his melding of the self-created reincarnation sword skill had already proven to be frighteningly lethal, and now, after 6 months of contemplation, he had refined and improved this swordsmanship even further. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in, brushing past his face and whipping up the surface snow. Wind? A flicker of thought seemed to pass before Li Hao's eyes. He narrowed them slightly and sat quietly for a moment, but that thought slipped away. He had been feeling this recently, but it always seemed to lack just a little strength to grasp it. Raising his hand to brush off the snow, Li Hao picked up the little white fox that was snuggled up beside his knees and stood up to leave. He flew back to the camp by controlling the air. Over the past 6 months, the number of stone houses built around the camp had also increased. Considering the impending battle that could occur at any time after half a year, Li Hao had not put too much effort into constructing residential houses, treating it more as a form of enjoyment or a process of comprehending nature. He was still cooking the midday meal by himself. During the meal break, Li Hao once again urged Song Chiumo to return to Tan Palace, advising her that there was no need to stay here with him anymore. Considering the Wan Shan Demon King was able to endure the pain of losing his child for half a year, it showed he had an extremely cunning and stable nature. If Song Chiumo continued to stay, the Demon King might spend a considerable sum to hire other Demon Kings to entangle her. Therefore, Li Hao felt there was no need for her to continue wasting time with him. Guarding the Heavenly Gate Pass was a private matter he had accepted. He didn't wish to involve too many people in it. Song Chiumo didn't utter a word, merely silently eating her meal. After finishing, she looked up at Li Hao and said, "Since you say so, then I'll leave today." Li Hao sighed with relief, saying, "If you do go, please convey my regards to the palace master." Okay, Song Chiumo nodded, her agreement crisp and clear. After the meal, she packed up the trinkets she had acquired during her stay, all of which were small items she had picked up while procuring supplies from nearby cities, such as silk hairbands, wrist bells, and so on. With everything packed away, Song Chiumo then bid farewell to Li Hao. Got no regrets? Li Hongzwang accompanied Li Hao to see her off, and after watching Song Chiumo's figure disappear entirely into the sky, Li Hongzwang looked at Li Hao and asked. Regrets? Li Hao was perplexed. Deep down, you must have hoped she would stay, right? Li Hongzwang said softly. Li Hao laughed, shaking his head slightly. Then you are mistaken. I am sincerely happy for her departure, at least she won't have to face danger. Really? Li Hongzwang looked at him in surprise, gazing intently at Li Hao. Li Hao said, if possible, I hope you could leave too. There's no need for you to stay for the burial. I might be able to get away, but you might not. Li Hongzwang slightly frowned, staring at Li Hao, and said, do you have any other methods? Relying on that senior alone, I'm afraid he might not be able to hold them off, unless he's like my second uncle, a being who has reached the peerless technique realm, perhaps capable of suppressing them with a single punch. There are 4 distinct levels within the 4 stands realm, and the gap between each level is enormous. Li Hongzwang could not determine at what level that senior was. There's only one way. What, if we can't beat them, we run? Li Hao smiled and returned to the camp. Li Hongzwang quickly followed after him, speaking seriously. What time is it for jokes now? Why don't you go find your 4th uncle? Uncle Xiao Ran stepping in would mean that ordinary 4 stands realm demons are no match. Li Hao's eyes flickered, and he shook his head slightly. When he had left the Li family, he was alone, taking nothing with him except the clothes on his back, not even the famous sword Eternal Night. He didn't want to take anything from the Li family or rely on any connections with them. Now is not the time for stubbornness. Seeing Li Hao shake his head, Li Hongzwang urgently said, we previously speculated that if the Demon King of Wanshan comes, we might face an attack from 3 Demon Kings. If they double up on that senior, even if just for a brief moment, the other one could kill you. I understand. Li Hao looked at her quietly. That's why I said, if things go south, I'll make an early escape. As for you, you might become a burden, and I won't be able to concern myself with you at that time. If you don't want to die, it's best if you also leave as soon as possible. By the time you realize, it will be too late, Li Hongzhuang hurriedly said. Li Hao shook his head slightly, not continuing the conversation with her. Seeing Li Hao's stubbornness, Li Hongzhuang sighed, began to pack her luggage, and said, I can't persuade you. I will go back to Qingzhou to find your father, your second uncle, your fifth uncle, and have them come to persuade you. I hope by then the demon king of Wanshan hasn't arrived yet. Li Hao was a bit helpless and speechless towards his little aunt, shook his head and paid her no more attention. After packing her luggage, Li Hongzhuang also left. No one could withstand the wrath of the demon king of Wanshan, and as Li Hao had said, she would only be a burden if she stayed. On the other side, Li He was anxious, continuously sending messages to Qingzhou, but like dropping stones into the sea, there was no response. He did not know what the Duke was thinking, but his orders were to protect Li Hao, and he could not leave as easily as Li Hongzhuang. At this moment, Li He pondered whether he should knock Li Hao unconscious and forcefully take him away. But after the battle at Deu City, he knew he was no match for this young master. Once the demons attacked, it wasn't sure who would be protecting whom. As he was considering whether to launch a surprise attack, suddenly, his vision went dark. Following that, he fell straight into the snow, face first. The figure of Feng Boping emerged from behind Li He, patted his hands, and said to Li Hao, this base-born old chap from the Li family, stubborn as a mule, not much different from those other Li family members. We had better send him away first. The very Li He who was just contemplating how to knock Li Hao unconscious and carry him away, was now knocked out himself. Li Hao smiled, handing Li He over to Ren Qianqin. There were fast horses in the camp, and he said to Ren Qianqin, take him out of Liangzhou, to any place, go to Qi State, wait for me in Kongyu City. Ren Qianqin's face was full of worry. She wanted to persuade him, but these past few days, she had seen both Song Qiumo and Li Hongzhuang attempt repeatedly to no avail, knowing the young man's pride would not allow him to yield. She could only agree, looking at Li Hao intently, young master, I will wait for you in Kongyu City, you must survive. Li Hao, seeing the clear lake-like eyes of the young girl and feeling the pure concern in them, smiled slightly, don't worry, you followed me to learn swordsmanship, and I haven't yet taught you the true sword arts. I won't die so easily. Ren Qianqin bit her lip quietly, not saying a word. She deeply gazed at Li Hao, thinking to herself, even if you don't teach me swordsmanship, I don't want to see you die. These thoughts remained unspoken in her heart. There weren't many words of farewell. Li Hao patted the red blood horse's rump, sending the young girl on her way. Li He's body was also loaded onto the horse's back, and together, they left via Dragon Pass Road. This Dragon Pass Road had been cleared by Li Hao. Demons occasionally passed through, but were slain. It was relatively safe. Little fellow, if something happens to me, you'll have to find a cave in this wilderness and practice on your own. Li Hao bent down, looking at the little white fox that clung to his leg with both of its paws. The little white fox looked up, its watery eyes pitifully gazing at Li Hao, making a distinctive fox's whimper. Li Hao returned to the small fenced courtyard. With everyone else gone, the yard suddenly seemed empty. In the nearby snowfield, the figure of the sword-practicing girl was gone. In the side bedroom, there was no trace of Song Qiumo's enchanting figure. And by that solitary grave 1,000 miles away, the vivid red figure that used to sit quietly, drinking, was also absent. Feng, you've never fished for a demon king before, have you? Li Hao looked at the old man leaning on the armchair in the courtyard and smiled. After so many years of acquaintance, they had become friends unconcerned with age. He owed so much that it was beyond words of thanks. This time I might give it a try. Feng Boping chuckled lightly, holding a jug of wine and gently swaying it. Li Hao sat next to him, took the jug and drank a couple of sips, and asked, Feng, you've been here for so long, yet you seem to have never urged me to cultivate. He knew how others viewed his daily actions as frivolous, losing ambition through indulgence. At the mansion, he had some concerns, but here he had let go completely. Let go of cultivation. Cultivation is also for the sake of joy. Since you are joyful, what does it matter if you cultivate or not? Feng Boping said with a light chuckle. Li Hao knew that Feng was naturally carefree and unconcerned with trivial matters. Hearing this, he still turned to look at him and then smiled. If I could become a bit stronger, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Feng Boping shook his head slightly, his demeanor serene. a mere 3 years of trials and tribulations are not worth mentioning. Li Hao looked at him and didn't speak again. The elder and the younger sat quietly drinking wine, watching the snow scene. Although there were fewer people in the courtyard, it had become even more tranquil. To prepare for the arrival of the Wan Shan Demon King, Li Hao and Feng had made some preparations, laying many secret plans outside the Heavenly Gate Pass. Both were adept at fishing, and they were also waiting for the other's arrival. Whether they could match the opponent would depend on the size and quantity of the catch. If the line broke, it would be time to let go. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Hao sat on the mountaintop, basking in the cold wind. The wind today seemed exceptionally strong and cold. Li Hao sat quietly, with the little white fox curled up in his arms. With Li Hao's physique, he naturally didn't mind the chilly wind. He watched the countless falling snow being swept up by the cold wind from the sky, swirling and fluttering, landing among all things. Suddenly, a sense of enlightenment, as if surging up all at once, filled him. Days of accumulated thoughts, the sediment of reflection, and the repeated impacts at the door of his heart, at this moment, abruptly broke through the last barrier in his mind. Li Hao had an epiphany. He suddenly understood what it was he had been tirelessly seeking. He also suddenly understood what was common among all things in this vast world. It was a breath. Mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, and all living creatures are animated by this breath. So too is the cultivation of martial artists. Ordinary people rely on this breath to live. Martial artists rely on chi force traveling through their meridians to exert power. Emotions and desires, all are a breath. The growth of all things, too, is a breath. But this breath is not the breath understood by ordinary people. This is a breath of the heavens and earth. This breath can evolve all things, nourish all things, transform into mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, and into life itself. Li Hao closed his eyes, and the qi within his body rapidly contracted and transformed, merging with the heavens and the earth. This sensation was similar to cultivation, yet also different. His qi melded with the heavens and the earth, dispersing, transforming under the refinement of the world, like washing off all adornments, revealing a dazzling brilliance. This brilliance was ethereal and illusory, as if it didn't exist in the real world. Li Hao presented all his qi to the heavens and the earth and then asked the world to lend him a breath, which he integrated into himself. Li Hao called this breath immortal qi. The Grandmaster limit, the land immortal realm, achieved. When this breath of immortal qi entered his body, Li Hao's every pore emitted billions of dazzling lights, as if a splendid, divine, flaming sun had been engulfed within him. The accumulated snow around his body began to rapidly evaporate and melt away. His flesh and blood throbbed and writhed, transforming and refining, purging impurity from the bone and marrow, with a silvery white radiance seeping from his pores, shrouding his figure within a mist of immortal light. His physical body was transforming, so too was his true force, and even Li Hao's spiritual soul and dharma aspect transcended because of this breath of immortal qi. His golden divine soul shrank, shifting from the form of a youth to that of an infant. It then grew from infancy back to the form of a youth. Only now, the originally staunch and vigorous spirit had acquired a few more traces of an ethereal, detached from dust aura. The little white fox leapt out of Li Hao's embrace in shock, sensing that vast immortal might and showing a look of fear in its eyes, wanting to approach yet not daring to. It just raised its tiny paw, tentatively and gently touching it. But the immortal mist appeared like an illusion. Unaffected by the touch of its small paw, it seemed untouchable. The transformation continued, the snow between the mountain peaks boiling and melting, turning into clear mountain springs, flowing down through the gullies and crevices, making the entire mountain look as if it had been rejuvenated. The sweeping bitter cold wind turned into gentle rainwater. As it approached within several yards of Li Hao's body, the rainwater quietly changed its course, falling elsewhere. The area where the youth sat alone remained clean and quiet. The rain, like nourishing spirit rain, fell on the newly brightened mountain peak cleared of snow, and gradually, the ground began to sprout a lush green glow of tender shoots emerging with great vigor from the solid mountain, drawing upon a certain power. They grew rapidly under the nourishment of the rain. In the depths of winter, yet this mountain flowed with warm springs, in stark contrast to the pure white snow outside, standing out like a striking peak. The mist of immortal light that surrounded Li Hao gradually dissipated, returning into his body, contracting through his pores. When all the light was hidden away, Li Hao also slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a silver-white brilliance gently bloomed, His skin as clear as glaze, as white as dawn's light, containing a restrained luminance, with each pore filled to the brim, holding boundless strength. Li Hao understood that this was the limit of the Grandmaster realm. After spending the better part of a year, he had finally taken this step. He looked at the mountain he sat on, where tufts of green grass clustered, and new tender green buds sprouted on the branches of old trees that had withered in autumn and winter. This was the manifestation of his current power. Before, his chi force was purely strength, devoid of property unless he cultivated various specific properties of cultivation techniques, such as cold or blazing flames. Polishing them over a long time, could he imbue his chi force with some special dark forces. Just like Song Chiumo, her attacks inherently carried an undercurrent of the ultimate yin-cold force. After a prolonged engagement, it could even freeze an enemy's body, slowing down the movement of their chi force. Li Hao had mastered various cultivation techniques before, and his chi force also contained these dark forces, but most of the time, Li Hao didn't need them. His fights were often resolved swiftly with fast sword slashes cutting through complications in just a few moves. But now, all these characteristics had fused into this breath of immortal chi. All myriad changes arise from the heart. His power could cover all kinds of properties and could freely switch between any of them. A realization dawned upon him. All that I've lost was never mine to start. All that I seek only traps me within its grasp. All things serve my purpose, but none belong to me. A gentleman uses things but is not used by them. The great Tao is simple. Desirelessness is firmness. Without action, all actions are possible. At this moment, Li Hao's Grandmaster state of mind reached perfection in the extreme realm. From seeing one's true self to seeing the world, and then all living beings, he came to understand the simplicity of the great Tao, where all things converge into one. His understanding and application of power had transcended that of a typical great Grandmaster. Just as with the tender shoots on the mountain, his power did not inherently possess the effect of reviving plants. He merely cleared the falling snow from this mountain, allowing it to transition from the depth of winter into spring and autumn. Thus, the flowers and plants on the mountain grew on their own. While the outcome was the same, the application of power was different. This shift in philosophy was extremely important. A typical celestial master would absorb the power of the heavens and earth into themselves and then slay their enemies. But how limited would that be to carry within oneself? Li Hao dispersed all his personal chi force, leaving only this breath of immortal chi standing within his body. If he needed power, he could draw it from the vast world at any time. This was the principle of, all things serve my purpose, but none belong to me. He no longer absorbed the power of the heavens and earth into his body, leaving the power with the world. Whenever he needed it, he would merely borrow a bit. This was, a gentleman uses things but is not used by them. He controls the force without being restricted by it. If one treats this power as their own, greedily drawing from the world, they're bound by it and also by the limitations of their body. After all, if the body is a container, it has a point of overflowing. Li Hao lifted his hand, slowly assuming a stance, moving his fists and feet, and self-contemplating his state of mind. What is the world? Between his fists and feet lay the world. As long as a breath of immortal chi endures, he could establish his own world. Li Hao's martial arts realm had transcended the great Grandmaster realm. He hadn't reached the three immortal states, but he already surpassed them. He called a dried branch to serve as a sword. Between the sword's blade and his breast lay the world. He stepped forward, and between his 2 feet, again lay the world. Li Hao casually swung the dry branch, unleashing a surge of sword chi. In an instant, the falling snow in the sky seemed to split quietly, the sword chi, as if formless, light, and airy, pierced through dozens of miles in a flash, extending even further, soon reaching 100 miles away, tearing through the clouds in the sky, slicing open a trail of sword light within the dense clouds that continuously spilled out heavy snowflakes. A sword cleaves the heavens, the clouds parted, revealing a brilliant sunrise-like radiance, and the great snow unexpectedly ceased. With a casual punch, Li Hao unleashed endless winds, sweeping away the snow from the mountainous landscape. Wherever his gaze landed, the snow swirled and soared, forming a blizzard that forcefully pushed dozens of miles away. Without the snow, the ambient temperature across dozens of miles seemed to have risen. Spring began to reveal itself on the earth slowly. A smile emerged on Li Hao's face, feeling as though he could inhale and exhale the essence of the heavens and the earth. Lend me a spring breeze worth 100,000, bold enough to change the face of heaven and earth. He casually tossed a withered branch, bent down, and picked up the stunned little white fox at his feet, rubbing its ears while smiling. Have you learned it? It's a lost cause. The little white fox's eyes were blank. Li Hao chuckled, carried it in his arms, and turned to leave, stepping so lightly that each stride spanned 10 miles, his speed through the air increasing even more. A few steps later, Li Hao returned to Heavenly Gate Pass, inside the small courtyard. On a rocking chair in the courtyard, Feng Boping lay swaying gently. Hearing the movement, he slightly opened one eye and looked towards Li Hao. Then, he gradually opened the other eye and sat up straight, surprised as he asked, "Have you reached the 3 immortal realms?" "Not yet." Li Hao put down the little white fox. "Great Grandmaster Realm?" Feng Boping took another look and sensed that Li Hao's casual demeanor seemed perfectly seamless, as if he could react to an attack at any moment, a kind of aura only present in the Great Grandmaster Realm. Li Hao slightly nodded. Feng Boping was momentarily speechless. Dear boy, he hadn't even reached the Great Grandmaster Realm when he suppressed all the Grandmasters under the heavens before. But that was expected, since from the battle in Qingzhou, Li Hao had just entered the heavenly human realm, and it had been barely over half a year. Feng was feeling a bit jealous again, despite having already witnessed Li Hao's cultivation speed. From heavenly human realm to heavenly man perfection in just over half a year, that was still quite exaggerated. This kid, I haven't even seen him cultivate much. Feng Boping pondered inwardly. If it wasn't for watching Li Hao grow up, he might have felt quite envious. But with Li Hao's current pace, he felt that soon this little wretch would truly be able to sit equally with them old-timers. The next 10 years of the Deu divine dynasty would belong to this young lad. Thinking this, Feng Boping's lips slightly curled into a smile, but then he thought of the imminent threat of Wan Shan, the Demon King, and his brows furrowed slightly. "If something happens, we'll leave immediately," Feng Boping told Li Hao solemnly. Li Hao nodded slightly. Although he had now reached the limit of Grandmaster Realm, self-proclaiming the land immortal realm, he still wasn't confident about clashing with a Demon King from the Four Stands realm. He had heard Feng talk about the distinctions within the Four Stands realm. The Four Stands realm, though it's called one realm, actually consists of 4 distinct stages. The first stage is the Tao Heart realm, the second is the Defying Fate realm, and the third is the Ultimate Study realm. The final stage is the Grand Tao of Peace realm, opening up Taoist sects and possessing the power of Ask Sage. The gap between each stage is tremendous. Feng belongs to the second stage, the Defying Fate realm, having the power to alter fate for others or himself once. This ability to defy fate is not only capable of transforming a frail constitution into an extraordinary prodigy. It also allows one to reverse dire situations when faced with a life-threatening crisis, thus securing a sliver of survival chance. In other words, reaching the Defying Fate realm grants one a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to avoid death in extreme circumstances. Most in the Defying Fate realm keep this opportunity for themselves, but many elders from the 5 great divine general mansions have given this chance to their descendants to continue their legacy. Like Second Uncle, who is in the Ultimate Study realm, such as the Sea-Calming Divine Needle, situated in the Divine General Mansion. The final step, the Grand Tao of Peace realm, represents the pinnacle of existence within the Deu divine dynasty, few and far between, and the most well-known among them currently is the Buddha Lord of Mount Wuliang, who is of this realm. The others are either not well-known or have long since fallen. Such as the ancestors of the 5 great divine general mansions, all were in the Grand Tao of Peace realm, ushering in an era of peace for the Deu divine dynasty. Feng had previously engaged a Demon King, who was only at Tao Heart realm, but adept at escaping, so Feng refrained from pursuing deeply due to concerns for Li Hao's safety. If the Wan Shan Demon King were to strike this time, Feng speculated that the Demon King himself might be in the Defying Fate realm. Coupled with the previous Demon King from the Tao Heart realm, that would make 2. If the Wan Shan Demon King managed to engage Feng while the previous Demon King attacked Li Hao would struggle to defend. Beings of the Tao Heart realm carry attacks imbued with the laws of Taoist charm, which are bound to hit their mark. That is to say, as long as the opponent strikes, Li Hao must endure the attack. Currently, Li Hao is only in the heavenly human realm, and even the indestructible realm of the immortal realm could hardly withstand it. A casual strike could cripple him. In the unwithering realm, he could barely withstand a hit or two, assuming the opponent isn't using full force. Hopefully they'll take their time coming, Li Hao said. If he could enter into spiritual awakening, he could add points and advance directly into the 3 immortal realms. Feng Boping looked at Li Hao, his heart slightly stirred. Given time, it wouldn't be difficult for Li Hao to step into the three immortal realms. Although the leap from heavenly human realm to the three immortal realm is also an immensely challenging milestone, numerous prodigies have stepped into the heavenly human realm at a young age, yet it took them over 100 years to enter the three immortal realms. Such examples are abundant. However, he had great confidence in Li Hao. Still, even if he entered the three immortal realm, the gap with the four stands realm would still be too vast. And with the water Qilin gone, these demon kings might not be patient for long. No matter what, you focus on your cultivation, leave the rest to me, Feng Boping said. Li Hao nodded, then grabbed some ingredients to simply make some barbecue before taking out his painting boards to start sketching in the courtyard. Now, his art of painting and fishing Dao were both nearing 100,000 experience points. Once the experience points were full, he would need an uplift in his state of mind to continue gaining experience points, but he could start exploring the state of mind beforehand. I must settle on one path. I can't ponder both art of painting and fishing at the same time, otherwise dividing attention between both won't allow for focus and will just be a waste of time. Understanding the importance of focus, Li Hao had originally planned to attain spiritual awakening through fishing, but now that the demons near the outskirts had been cleared and there were no targets for fishing, he found it slower to comprehend. On the contrary, his skills in art of painting allowed him to sketch effortlessly. Heavy snow flew in all directions. Li Hao stood in the courtyard, capturing the snow scene. Feng Boping had thought Li Hao would go to cultivate, but seeing him still immersed in past amusements, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yet, he seemed to discern something. Li Hao's swift progress in cultivation appeared to be related to these daily leisure activities. But the specifics of how it translated, he couldn't figure out. After all, some genius behaviors are eccentric, beyond the understanding of ordinary people. He didn't demand Li Hao to cultivate, letting him be as he wished. Time passed by. Another month went by outside the pass. The pervasive snow seemed to be letting up gradually, and in another month, spring would arrive. In the courtyard, Li Hao held a bowl, eating slices of meat from the pot. His painting experience was full, earning a skill point, but his state of mind had yet to reach that transcendent spirit realm. His artistic skill had reached its peak, but it remained within the worldly realm, capturing the essence of subjects but not transcendent. Suddenly, Li Hao felt that a hidden thread he had set up miles away in the air had been brushed by the wind. This was no natural breeze but as if something had passed by. His eyes narrowed for a moment as he immediately looked to Feng Boping. At the same time, Feng Boping also looked towards Li Hao. Without words, both read the other's thoughts in an instant. They're coming. To actually appear 100 miles away, it seems, there are three. Feng had hidden threads spread around as well, but although he had been fishing for many years, his technique might not be as good as Li Hao's, who benefited from the experience enhancements from the board, insights from 6th stage fishing, mastery over numerous fishing techniques, and the special attributes from the river snow painting. The hidden threads belonged to an object-controlling force that could vanish unseen, something Feng Boping couldn't do. Therefore, Feng's threads were only touched once, while Li Hao had 4 or 5 triggered. But even though only one was touched, it had already felt the force of 3 beings. This old guy, he really did call for reinforcements. Let's go. Feng Boping immediately wrapped up Li Hao and the little white fox in his robes and used his movement technique, heaven and earth traceless skill. If it were only the 2 demon kings from Wanshan district, Li Hao had discussed with Feng and had planned to hold the ground and scare them away with the protective charm. After all, guarding the frontier pass was also a strategy. Not purely relying on brute force. But against 3 demon kings, there was no need to think about it. Trouble was bound to happen. And now, as those 3 demon kings drew nearer, most of the densely woven hidden threads Li Hao had set within miles began to be touched and torn apart by the bodies of these demon kings. Fishing experience plus 546, plus 523, plus 632. Despite the tearing of the threads, he still gained experience. A series of prompts appeared, which Li Hao chose to ignore. His experience points soared, and by the time the demon kings reached the outskirts of the camp, his experience points were almost at 6th stage perfection. Just then, a figure darted from another direction. Li Hao and Feng Boping immediately looked over, only to see a person in a deep blue dress with watery blue hair, a figure charming and stunning. It was Song Chiumo. "What are you doing here?" Li Hao's face changed abruptly. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Song Chiumo smiled faintly. "Of course, I came to see how these fellows plan to take revenge on you. You never left. Li Hao was furious. Now is not the time to talk about that, right? Whether we choose to retreat or stand our ground, I'm with you, Song Chiumo said with a charming light laugh. Li Hao, seeing her like this, couldn't say he wasn't moved, his feelings incredibly mixed. What virtue or ability did he possess? It was merely the gift of some small fragrant pastries that earned him such favor. But with things as they were, Li Hao knew that now wasn't the time to discuss it. Clenching his teeth and taking a deep breath, he felt the rapidly approaching 3 demon kings through the hidden threads and said, 3 against 3, we can try it. If we can't scare them off, it's not too late to retreat. With Song Chiumo and Feng protecting him, plus the protective charm, Li Hao felt they had the means to parley. I'm okay with that, Song Chiumo said with a smile. Feng Boping smiled indifferently, then let's have a talk. No sooner had they flown out of the camp than they rapidly returned to it. At the same time, the 3 demon kings had appeared within the camp, sensing that Li Hao had already left. The burly elder with dark golden fur at the center, letting out an angry roar. His voice was like that of lions and dragons, shaking the entire heavenly gate pass. With an angry swipe of his palm, the small courtyard still emitting wisps of smoke was instantly covered by his enormous divine palm, about to be shattered. Out of nowhere, a streak of water light sped forth, crashing against the divine palm. A vast curtain of water passed over, forming a dome that protected the small yard below. If we're fighting, let's not ruin this place. Song Chiumo emerged, her face wearing a soft smile. I quite like this small courtyard, so let's not break it, shall we? The burly golden-furred elder saw her and his eyes emitted an icy light. Another old man beside him in a Taoist robe, with white hair and beard, gently stroked his beard, his eyes squinting. You didn't leave? Good, we can finally settle our previous unfinished business. Behind Song Chiumo, Li Hao and Feng also appeared. Upon hearing the words of the robed old man, Li Hao immediately understood that this elder was the Dragon Master from Longshan Taoist Temple. HMPH, I also anticipated that you might be lurking in the dark, deliberately luring us in. I just didn't expect you to actually have such self-restraint. For this young man of the human race, is it worth it? The golden-haired and burly elder's eyes were cold and fierce. He had come searching for the Dragon Master precisely to deal with this unexpected situation. Song Chiumo said indifferently, even if I can endure, I can't endure as much as you. Your own son died, yet you managed to hold back for half a year before coming. Are you really that wary of me, or is it because you have so many sons that losing one doesn't matter? Wary of you? You're not worthy. Wan Shan, the Demon King, suddenly let out a roar like a lion's, sending shockwaves through heaven and earth, causing the snow on the nearby mountain peaks to collapse. This divine intimidation was enough to make anyone below the 4 stands realm tremble in their hearts and minds, but besides Li Hao, only the little white fox remained. The little white fox had been stealthily placed outside the camp by Li Hao when he returned. As for Li Hao, he didn't feel much about this direct and fierce intimidation, he merely found it somewhat deafening. Why bother with so much useless talk? What else are you afraid of? Are you worried that we still have an ambush? Li Hao spoke up, don't worry, we have no ambush. The others have already left. There are just the 3 of us here. The golden-haired and burly elder, upon seeing Li Hao, had murderous intent almost spilling from his eyes as he stared at him, but Li Hao's words managed to contain the elder's explosive rage, calming him down slightly. The more Li Hao spoke like this, the more uncomfortable the elder felt. You think you can intimidate me? I've lived for 10,000 years, how old are you? You don't even amount to the smallest fraction of my life. You think you can scare me? The golden-haired and burly elder growled lowly. Listening to the other party, Li Hao couldn't help but smile inwardly, aware that the other party was already wary. He had purposely said such things, playing a bluffing strategy, guessing that this old demon king had been hesitant to avenge his son, indicating a suspicious and extremely cautious nature. Caution naturally comes with doubts and suspicions. Even if the other party still decided to attack, these doubts would cause him to be on guard, providing some help to Li Hao's side in the battle. Ignoring the old monster's retort, Li Hao instead looked at the Dragon Master beside him, and with a smile that hinted at confidence, he said, "This must be the Dragon Master, a name I've long heard of. The 3 of you have now transgressed our territory. If we don't die today and one of us manages to escape, you will be relentlessly hunted by the Deu divine dynasty. Is it worth it?" The robed elder looked at Li Hao, who had now withdrawn his myriad attributes, revealing the aura of a celestial master. Seeing Li Hao's realm and combining it with the information he had received, the Dragon Master felt a measure of surprise and solemnity. Learning of the killing of the little demon king by someone in the heavenly human realm, he was initially taken aback and stunned, but he ultimately felt pleased and slept well that night, even having a pleasant dream. Why? The little demon king was too monstrous. If it were to truly grow up and join forces with Wan Shan, the demon king, then the area outside Heavenly Gate Pass would be under Wan Shan's control. Despite having had a bit of rapport with Wan Shan in the past. But rapport is rapport, brotherhood is brotherhood. Your son's death doesn't prevent me from rejoicing. Therefore, the Dragon Master held a fairly positive impression of this young man from the human race. However, this positive impression did not prevent him from taking the Demon King's offer to kill the youngster. If you all die here today, naturally there will be no wind to spread the news. The Dragon Master spoke nonchalantly. Li Hao chuckled. You're that confident, huh? Killing me might not be difficult, but if these two beside me want to leave, you really think you can stop them? The Dragon Master sneered but did not reply. He was prepared to be hunted by the Dayu Divine Dynasty for coming here. Although I don't know what benefits he promised you, I can offer you our benefits. Li Hao, without any hesitation and in front of Wan Shan, the Demon King, directly tempted the Dragon Master with benefits. If you join us and help us kill Wan Shan, the Demon King, his domain will belong to you. Moreover, your transgression today will not be considered as such. Instead, you'll be seen as abhorring evil as if it were your enemy, coming to assist us. With that, you would also receive an order from my Dayu Divine Dynasty, granting you military merits, allowing you free entry into our lands from now on. Additionally, I will personally provide you with some help. You know my talent, favored by His Majesty. My future is boundless. As long as you agree, from now on, you will be my brother. Do you think such petty tricks can sway us? Wan Shan, the Demon King, chuckled coldly, but intense anger burned within him. The Dragon Master stared deeply at Li Hao, then indifferently said, What you offer is tempting, but unfortunately, your tactics are too naive. I have lived for tens of thousands of years. We have known each other for thousands of years. How could you grasp this? He is my brother. I can add more money. Li Hao said with a smile, whatever you need, feel free to ask for it. Humph, don't bother. The Dragon Master gave a faint sneer and turned to Wan Shan, the Demon King. I'll take care of that water Qilin. You can personally deal with this youngster yourself. Wan Shan, the Demon King, nodded, fixing his gaze on Li Hao, about to speak, when he saw Li Hao unexpectedly giving the Dragon Master a meaningful look. His expression shifted, and he glanced at the Dragon Master. The Dragon Master, puzzled by the look from Li Hao, was unaware of any message from him. Only when he met the gaze of Wan Shan, the Demon King, turning towards him did he come to his senses and immediately said in a deep voice. Big bro, this kid is full of tricks, cunning and sharp-witted, don't let him speak any longer. Since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. Wan Shan, the Demon King, stared at him for a moment, nodded slightly, but even though he said that, he felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation in his heart. He didn't dare to easily turn his back on the Dragon Sovereign next to him anymore. Their relationship had not really reached that level of familiarity, it was mainly a union of interests. Taking a deep breath, he realized that this youngster, with just a few words, had made him wary and defensive, and he had fallen into the youngster's verbal trap, which further angered him. He wished he could tear him to pieces. Leave this Qilin that serves as a dog for the human race to you, the Demon King said, intending to divide the battlefield. The Dragon Sovereign also realized that the other party had been influenced and sighed inwardly, while also secretly admiring the cunning of this young human, who, apart from his incredible talent, was also cunning as a ghost. All right, he consented with a voice, and at this point, with suspicion aroused, further words were useless, he could only prove himself with action. Song Chiumo transmitted a message to Li Hao, should I lure him away, or stay here? She was worried that in the heat of battle, the opponent might unexpectedly lash out at Li Hao, or use Li Hao as a target for an attack. In such a case, Li Hao would become her weak point, forcing her to exhaust herself defending him, and she herself would become more vulnerable to attack. Lure him away, Li Hao transmitted back. Song Chiumo nodded slightly and said to the Dragon Sovereign, then let's take it outside and finish that fight from earlier. That suits me fine, the Dragon Sovereign said with a cold laugh as he turned and flew away. Song Chiumo immediately followed suit. Seeing them leave, Wan Shan, the Demon King, heaved a sigh of relief and immediately turned to Li Hao with a cold smile. Boy, you're going to die. He didn't give Li Hao another chance to speak. As soon as his words fell, he ferociously attacked Li Hao. Do you think it's just the two of us over here? Li Hao quickly retorted. Wan Shan, the Demon King, laughed loudly. The more you say that, the more you're just bluffing. He attacked fiercely, aiming to kill Li Hao. Feng Boping stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Hao. He raised his hand and released a beam of green light, blocking Wan Shan's attack. Li Hao then flew to another side to avoid distracting Feng. You, go kill him. Wan Shan, the Demon King, had this intention and said to the man in the black robe beside him. There was a chill in the man's eyes. As Li Hao retreated, his body flashed abruptly, vanishing in an instant, reappearing in front of Li Hao. Li Hao's pupils constricted, but he was already prepared. If it had been before, he wouldn't have been able to detect such a teleportation technique used by someone in the Four Stands realm, but now, with a breath of immortal qi in his body observing the world, he could sense the fluctuations of the opponent's attack. Feng had said that attacks from the Dao Heart realm cannot be dodged. The man in the black robe was using his own body as a weapon, attacking the air directly in front of Li Hao. Since the air offered no resistance, he could easily hit it.
When he hit it, it meant that his body would appear at that point of attack, thus achieving the effect of teleportation.
This was the principle behind the teleportation of the Four Stands realm. The reason why the attack anchor wasn't directly set on Li Hao was because the further the distance of the attack and the stronger the target itself, the weaker this inevitable attack would be. After all, teleportation had its distance limitations. Therefore, getting closer first, then striking at close range with full power, would be the best way to deliver a fatal blow. But Li Hao had anticipated all of this. Hence, at the point where the attack was aimed in front of him, there were many invisible lines and a condensed large fishhook. When the man in the black robe appeared in rage the next moment, these lines immediately snapped out, entangling on him, and the big fishhook swung and immediately caught on the rib of his chest. The man in the black robe hadn't expected his teleportation to be anticipated by the young man. The stinging pain in his chest made him pause briefly, and then a surge of even greater murderous intent welled up. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm, which tore like an eagle's claw, ripping dark shadows into the space in front of Li Hao. This strike followed a trajectory of the Dao and was sure to hit its mark. Reacting with extreme speed, Li Hao's strength surged in an instant, with the 7 stars lighting effect, which had already been released as soon as he left Feng's side. The singular breath of immortal qi inside him doubled, then with the stirrings of the yin and yang dual pulse, the immortal qi grew even more immense. From one breath, it became 3. Like 3 silver dragons swirling inside his body, converging and separating at will, all happening in an instant. As the immortal qi spread through the pores into the world, Li Hao seemed to become one with the entire world, experiencing an extremely close connection. His body was no longer a mere leaf on the ocean, but turned into the surf, rising and falling with the waves. As the opponent's attack tore through the air, Li Hao drew his sword, and the dragon's sword slashed furiously, gathering the force of heaven and earth, roaring like a dragon's cry. Boom! At close range, the sword clashed with the claws in an instant. Majestic power of heaven and earth cascaded down the blade's edge as if tearing open a breach, surging forth. The perfectly aligned Dao intent was severed by the dragon's sword. The man in the black robe had thought that a mere sword strike from someone in the heavenly human realm could not withstand the attack and would crumble as easily as dry twigs before a storm. However, the moment they made contact, the vast power transmitted from the sword's edge nearly overwhelmed him. The destructive impact rippled out, forcing both Li Hao and the man in the black robe to stagger back. As Li Hao retreated, he manipulated the hidden line to tug at the fishhook embedded in the man's ribs, sinking it deeper with the pull. The pain in the man's chest caused him to raise his hand and chop down, his palm edge sharp like a blade, severing the hidden line. But as it was severed, the attached fishhook tore out a chunk of flesh, making him inhale sharply in pain. At the same time, he felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. As a demon king, to be wounded in just a brief encounter by a human race member of the heavenly human realm was utterly inconceivable. Die! In a fit of rage, the man in the black robe launched another attack, pointing a finger to strike Li Hao down. Ninefold cloud-shattering finger. Guided by the Dao intent, this finger was certain to hit, infusing fearsome demonic might that seemed to press down the snow and wind in the sky into silence. Li Hao's expression tightened as hidden lines extended, laying out in the surroundings. At the same time, he unleashed the power of the yin and yang dual pulse. Immortal qi coursed into him from the forces between heaven and earth, then using his own major channels like a spinning top to draw in the power from his surroundings, all concentrated on the blade. The dragon's soul sealed within the dragon's sword, like parched ground welcoming rain, eagerly absorbed this surge of power. Dragon might emerged from the blade, a condensed and concentrated true dragon coiling around Li Hao's sword-wielding arm, reinforcing it with the terrifying strength of a true dragon. Li Hao felt his heart contract as if it were throbbing violently, even painfully. He knew that the earth-shattering finger was aimed precisely at his heart. The enemy sought a one-hit kill. Whoosh, he stepped forward, his sword raging down in a cleave. Immortal Dao, Taiji Chenkin's sword. In front of the sword, a yin-yang illusion evolved as if forming an ethereal formation that roared towards the attack with the sword's edge. Boom! A cataclysmic collision erupted, scattering countless ribbons of light in the air as the ground behind Li Hao cratered from the impact. Li Hao's body didn't retreat an inch. His black hair fluttered wildly as the yin-yang formation in front of the blade shattered under rapid rotation, dissipating much of the vast force of the finger strike. He took another step forward and his sword light violently slashed onto the diminishing illusion, completely shattering it. High above, the man in the black robe trembled with his internal energy in disarray, his eyes shifting from rage to shock.
As a demon king, to have his attack blocked by someone beneath the four stands realm, and not just anyone, but one who was not even among the immortals, merely in the heavenly human realm, was astonishing.
While he was shocked, he also felt fear and trepidation. If such a freak of the human race were to grow and cultivate, wouldn't he become the second true human within the Dayu divine dynasty? If so, he dared not imagine, how could there be any space left for demons to dwell around the Dayu divine dynasty in the future? Incredible speed. The man's eyes were filled with coldness as murderous intent raged within him. Unleashing his martial will, he lifted his hand and pointed another deathly strike. The second finger fell, just as turbulent and terrifying as before, pulling at the endless currents of qi around him. Li Hao was somewhat surprised to see the same move again, his heart tinged with shock and joy, suggesting that the previous attack may very well have been the opponent's strongest move. In these brief exchanges, Li Hao had realized that although this four stands realm demon king was powerful, he was not as invincible as he had imagined. Had it been half a month ago, he might not have been able to withstand the onslaught, but now, by borrowing the power of heaven and earth, he was capable of battle. This realization excited Li Hao, and without the slightest hesitation, he wielded his sword again. The same sword move as before, the yin-yang illusion appeared once more. But as his sword light struck halfway, the finger was already upon him, faster than before. Li Hao's pupils contracted for a moment. At this critical instant, he utilized the hidden lines he had set up around the area as a contingency to restrain the opponent. They quickly pulled, yanking his body away. Then, leveraging his own strength, he retreated at breakneck speed, like a marionette being pulled by its strings. At the same time, his sword technique was ready. There was a booming collision, and the entire camp trembled. The man in the black robe's face changed, his anger flaring as he pressed down once more with his hand. He refused to believe that a mere member of the human race could possess such vast energy to continuously unleash such terrifying sword moves. Under the relentless assault of the ninefold cloud-shattering finger, complemented by the swift martial intent, Li Hao could only dodge around within the campsite, but as he dodged and created distance, he would retaliate with a sword strike. The qi within him was prolonged, a constant stream of immortal qi maintaining communication with the power of heaven and earth, meaning he would not be drained of energy in a short time, effectively half immortal, but the duration was permanent. After 7 or 8 successive strikes, the original camp area and fenced courtyard had been shattered by the battle. But at this moment, Li Hao had no time to be concerned, focusing all his attention on the battle at hand. The more the man in the black robe fought, the angrier and more astonished he became. After repeatedly unleashing his strongest strikes, he felt a sense of fatigue and was on the cusp of invoking his unwithering strength. And yet, this human race youngster was still bounding around with life? Finally, seeing that he could not kill Li Hao after so much effort, the man in the black robe cast aside any shame. Facing this human from the heavenly human realm, he erupted with his true power, unleashing his unwithering strength. With the surge of unwithering power, his body's depleted strength was quickly replenished, his spirit became full again, and his eyes emitted a terrifying light as he roared and charged into the fray. Boom! With a raise of his hand, he struck down a palm print, and within it was a ninefold cloud-shattering finger pressing down. At the same time, he spat out a ball of black demon wind from his mouth, as if countless blades were sweeping through the wind. As power continuously gathered, his deadly moves erupted simultaneously. Li Hao's face suddenly changed, his swordsmanship shifted, and the barely balanced power in his body tilted at this moment. Immortal Tao, reincarnation. Li Hao slashed down again, the sword light curved like an arc, the arc light like a round moon, swiftly pushing forward. The black demon wind was instantly extinguished. The huge palm print met the sword arc and shattered, but the sword arc also flickered with lightning, as if it couldn't bear the strain. The finger that followed the palm and pierced through completely shattered the sword light, but at the same time, the finger was also disrupted. Several bouts of force burst forth, overturning tents in the distant camp. Li Hao's inner energy slightly churned, but he quickly contained it and backhandedly slashed out a second sword. The robed man's pupils contracted, and his face lost its color in shock. "You're still not dead? This kid was actually holding back earlier?" He felt his blood rush to the top of his head as if he were about to explode in a mad rage. His eyes turned blood red and vicious, and his body gradually underwent semi-demonization, his hands transforming into sharp claws, screeching sharply. Similarly, relentless attacks bombarded continuously, black feathers emerging on his skin. The more he fought, the deeper his demonization. Both sides were unleashing ruthless moves, causing the earth to quake and heaven to thunder with their might. Yet both seemed to enter a deadlock, neither able to best the other. Under the unwithering state, the robed man revealed his true form, transforming into a huge black bird, but on its back were golden feathers, the thin bloodline of an ancient demon king within its body. It roared, flapping its wings, the heavens and earth changing color as towering demonic chi suppressed from above like dark clouds, a gigantic finger extending from within. Li Hao stamped on the ground, soaring into the sky, carrying the might of the immortal Tao reincarnation, and attacked the apocalyptic finger. His body plunged into the demonic fog, then cleaved through the black mist and shattered the finger, but he himself spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the reincarnation sword skill, his body's immortal chi fluctuated, and he was barely keeping up, relying solely on his strong constitution. The Blackbird Demon King's assault was broken, enraging it further. Its unwithering state wouldn't last long. Once the state declined, it might even be weaker than before.
This filled it with insufferable anger, and Shemiya was it, a prestigious demon king, going to be counter-killed by a junior from the heavenly human realm.
Boom! As both sides were gathering strength, ready to launch a new round of the most intense collision, suddenly from the horizon a gray shadow shot towards them, smashing violently into the nearby camp. Li Hao turned to look and saw through the dust a figure in a gray robe clambering out of a deep pit, looking extremely wretched, with shredded clothes and an exceedingly large bloody hole torn through his gaunt chest. It was Feng. Li Hao's pupils contracted to pinpoints, his blood feeling instantly cold and solidified. But then, as if a fiery blaze was kindling from the bottom of his heart, it almost tore his entire soul apart with its burning rage. Feng! He let out a distorted roar and rushed over.
Feng Boping climbed unsteadily out of the pit, spitting out blood, his complexion pale and ugly. Hearing Li Hao's shout, he turned to look and noticed the black bird in its true form. His heart skipped a beata. Li Hao had forced the demon king to reveal its real self.
Run! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Feng Boping urgently bellowed at Li Hao. Li Hao's body, however, didn't stop. Just as he reached Feng, he suddenly felt two immense demonic chi bearing down on him. Turning his head, he saw two demonic figures racing across the sky. One revealed its original form, a giant lion with golden fur and scales covering its four limbs. The other wore a dark silver robe, brilliantly patterned on the chest, tall and handsome in figure, a young man in appearance. At the moment, his hands smeared with blood, he was toying with a rib bone. "Old man, you have quick reflexes," ducking out of the way. The silver-robed youth sneered, but there was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Li Hao's complexion turned grave. There was yet another demon king. Beyond that dragon lord, the Wan Shan demon king had actually summoned another. Seeing the gravely injured Feng Boping next to Li Hao, the golden lion that was Wan Shan stomped out of the void. Seeing Li Hao's changed expression, it burst out with a fierce and exhilarating laugh. "To prevent your high-level experts from being in charge, I specially asked him to join the fray, but now it seems, all your earlier bluffs were just a show of strength. Competing in strategy with me? Don't worry. I won't kill you easily. I'll refine your soul and imprison you in the Mo River, where you'll beg for death but won't find it. Li Hao felt a chill surge up from deep within. This old demon king was too careful. He had guessed that his opponent was suspicious and cautious, but he didn't expect him to be this prudent. Having the Dragon Lord show up might have been meant to lull them into thinking there were only 3. But in reality, another was lying in wait in the shadows. Their lines of defense were compromised and destroyed by Wan Shan, and during the battle, some of it receded, morphing into combat power, preventing them from noticing this one hidden in the dark. 4 demon kings. To kill him, a mere heavenly human realm, they had actually mobilized so many demon kings. It was nothing like the villains in stories, coming out one by one, allowing the hero to defeat them one step at a time. This ancient great demon struck to kill, leaving no hope or way out for him. Just like when he was a 6-year-old child, he was targeted for assassination by demons from the Zhoutian realm, but this time the gap and peril far exceeded that. Go quickly, I'll hold them off. Feng Boping grasped Li Hao, standing in front of him, his aged face no longer the rosy hue of usual days, but rather pale, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, firmly fixed on the opponent. That demon king ambushed me, luckily I dodged it, there shouldn't be a 5th one nearby. Li Hao looked at the withered body standing in front of him, a blood cavity the size of a fist in the old man's abdomen, piercing through his ribs, and tearing apart the worn robe on his back. If it had been any higher, it would have hit the heart. Li Hao felt all the blood in his body trembling, veins on his forehead throbbing violently, a sensation of acute pain and madness welled up inside him. Together, Li Hao clenched his fists, his gaze firmly fixed upon the 3 demon kings in the sky, filled with an urge to destroy everything. I can defy the heavens and change my fate, I can find life in a dead end, don't worry about me, you go first. Feng Boping didn't dare to look back, but spoke hurriedly, with an unquestionable seriousness in his voice. When Li Hao heard this, he bit through his lip, his heart bleeding with sorrow, and clenched the sword in his hand. Feng, have you forgotten? 5 or 6 years ago, you said that if you had a chance to defy the heavens and change fate, you would give it to me. Back then, he was still seen as useless by others. A casual remark made by Feng while fishing, but Li Hao remembered it. But it seemed that Feng had forgotten. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Feng's body trembled, as if startled for a moment, and then suddenly burst out with a power like a gale, enveloping Li Hao and sending his body flying. Just take revenge for me, go. For the first time, Feng Boping roared at Li Hao. Ha, no one can escape, still thinking of fleeing? Wan Shan, the demon king, sneered coldly, giving a glance to Gao beside him. In his heart, he was also somewhat surprised and puzzled. It had been so long, yet Gao had still not dealt with the kid. Although he had told Gao not to kill him but to capture him alive first, since he wanted to slowly torture this damned member of the human race to death. But it seemed that Gao had also become a bit too excited in his play. The Blackbird Demon King, without saying much, felt only shame and anger, and as Li Hao flew out, he immediately used his swiftness to pursue. Feng Boping's aged and withered body roared up to the sky. His flesh seemed to swell, while more blood oozed from the gaping wound beneath his abdomen, staining the ragged robe on his body with red. He leapt up, attempting to block the way, but Wan Shan, the Demon King, and the silvery-robed youth seized the opportunity and killed their way forward simultaneously. From afar, Li Hao waved his hand to disperse the wind and saw Feng's aged body alone before 3 powerful demons. His eyes nearly split open, and he let out a mournful and piercing roar to the sky. The immortal power inside him was released at that moment. Li Hao unlocked the shackles and restrictions of his body, desperately drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. When he accessed the land immortal realm, he borrowed the strength of heaven and earth. Feeling that vast mighty force, he could vaguely sense that if he overdrew the power of heaven and earth, his body would merge into it. The more he merged into heaven and earth, the deeper he became a part of it, the stronger the power he could borrow. But in doing so, his body would also disintegrate, fully merging into heaven and earth, completely losing oneself, becoming a force amongst heaven and earth. He may disintegrate and become mountains and rivers, beasts, or even just a snowflake. Assimilate with heaven and earth. This was a forbidden move that Li Hao dared not step into, the land immortal realm's deadly limit. But at this moment, he took that step. His body absorbed the power of heaven and earth to a great degree, his flesh tearing, his size swelling rapidly. The wild power surged like a hurricane, rolling towards Li Hao. In the midst of heaven and earth, the atmosphere changed, all was silent as death. A vast oppressive force suddenly dominated the entire scene. At that moment, the three demons attacking Feng Boping all shockingly raised their heads. Feng Boping also paused, turning to look. He then saw the energy between heaven and earth gathering like a flood, converging rapidly into the frenzied youth. The youth's black hair thickened, his eyes bleeding tears, flashing a terrifying luster. His figure swelled as if an ancient god or demon had awakened. Ah! Li Hao let out a roar that shook Heavenly Gate Pass, filled with pain, rage, and madness. He raised the sword in his hand, and at that moment, the dragon's sword, bearing the mighty force of heaven and earth, was fully invoked by Li Hao, revealing its true sword might. The divine sword unleashed dazzling divine light as if unsealed, all the power between heaven and earth gathering towards the blade, condensing and intensifying. Then, as the youth stepped forward, a vast sword might swept out with a slash. Cycle of heaven and earth. The fearsome sword might turned into a vortex that seemed poised to swallow everything like a black hole, sweeping forth. The space around it twisted, slashing towards the three demon kings. Behind the vortex, the dragon's soaring sword soul flew out, transforming into a resplendent true dragon, biting down on the black bird demon king in one gulp, its body instantly coiling around and entangling it. Shatter for me. The black bird demon king, horrified, struggled fiercely, but the blood within it felt a sense of reverence and trembling before the true dragon coiling around. It struggled in anger, watching as the swallowing sword shadow came closer, with a looming shadow of death. Brother Ni, help me. Letting go of the dignity of a demon king, it yelled urgently. Wan Shan, the demon king, without needing a plea, had already moved, shocked by the youth's terrifying might, but his body did not stop. With a roar, he struck out several palm prints, which overlapped like a demonic hand, smashing towards the sword shadow. With a loud boom, the heavens and earth exploded, and the reincarnation sword shadow emitted a roaring sound. The demonic hand contained a terrifying might, but its palm was constantly being abraded and finally burst apart. Wan Shan, the demon king, only felt his blood surge in reverse, a look of horror in his eyes. The black hole formed by the reincarnation sword shadow was shaken by the demonic hand and also showed signs of fluctuation and disintegration. It suddenly autonomously split, transforming into countless sword shadows that shot out like swimming dragons. Boom, 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 in an instant, the black bird demon king's body withstood a baptism of countless sword chi. These sword chi fell like raindrops, piercing through the demon's wings leaving small puncture wounds, but the damage dealt was not significant. However, an inconspicuous thread of sword chi followed a hole in the torn wing, entering the black bird demon king's body, and in an instant, its pupils shrank violently. It felt as though its bones were being suddenly pulled out, and it had a sensation of being powerless. The strength within its body, divine soul, and will all rapidly decayed and waned. What is this situation? It could not believe what was happening, and its eyes widened in shock. Subsequently, its huge body fell straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground. Even as the life faded from its Isa still filled with disbelief, the light within them quickly dimmed, and its life force swiftly declined, dead. This scene stunned Wan Shan, who was just catching his breath, and the silver-robed youth prepared to act was also frozen in place. Then, they both widened their eyes in shock, staring at the black bird demon king who died in the blink of an eye on the ground. Dead? The most terrifying posture of the previous sword technique had been fully blocked by Wan Shan, which caused it to disperse, leaving only the residual sword chi reign. They could feel that the lethality within the sword chi was not strong, but even so, it actually killed him? Wan Shan and the silver-robed youth both turned their heads in horror, looking at the youth who was stepping forward. The crumbling, godlike figure seemed to use some secret technique, revealing an exceedingly frightening aura. They felt as if the youth was carrying the entire heavens and earth on his back, pressing down upon them. Only at the heavenly human realm, how could he possess such might? They could not understand. Everything before their eyes was too strange. At this moment, Li Hao had already raised his hand, roaring as he swung the second sword strike. This sword's might was even greater than before, like the gates of hell unleashing death, with sword shadows racing like dragons toward Wan Shan, the demon king. Wan Shan's face changed dramatically, unable to imagine what kind of secret technique could allow a heavenly human realm to be elevated to such a level and be used for a second time. In anger, he roared and slapped out his demonic hand again, crashing into the reincarnation sword shadow. The sword shadow dispersed, and then, together with the dragon's soaring sword soul, it struck at Wan Shan, the demon king. Wan Shan, feeling the deathly aura creeping over him, felt his hair stand on end, and, with a chilling dread swelling in his heart, he abruptly contracted his body and turned to flee. Run! He did not confront the strange sword rain head-on but chose to escape instead. The death of the Black Bird Demon King had been too bizarre, and faced with a similar scene, his scalp tingled with horror. Although he could not sense much power in the sword rain, it was this very fact that made it so eerie. Seeing this, the silver-robed youth also changed his expression slightly and, without staying any longer, quickly retreated. The reincarnation sword shadow chased after them, but their escape was incredibly fast, and Li Hao could only dismantle the reincarnation sword shadow into countless beams of sword light that flew out. Though their speed increased, it was still not fast enough, and they failed to catch up. In the blink of an eye, both great demons had left Heavenly Gate Pass. At the same time, a violent trembling was transmitted from the distance, where it appeared the Dragon Lord was battling with Song Chiumo. Li Hao saw that before the two great demons left, they sneak-attacked Song Chiumo, severely wounding her, and while the Dragon Lord hesitated, Wan Shan had already beckoned him to retreat. Li Hao, sword in hand, chased after the three demon kings who had fled beyond Heavenly Gate Pass, vanishing into the distance 100 miles away. Li Hao hurried to Song Chiumo's side and saw her azure dress drenched in blood. Her shoulder blades displayed several exceedingly deep claw marks. At the moment, she was weak and pale, but was staunching her blood and stabilizing her condition, seemingly without the threat of losing her life. "What happened to you?" Seeing Li Hao approaching like a divine demon, Song Chiumo was startled. She struggled to steady her breath and quickly said, "Is this some kind of secret technique?" Even as she asked, she had never seen any secret technique that could cause such a transformation. Moreover, the aura radiating from Li Hao's body was so oppressive that even she felt overwhelmed, as if the entire sky above was about to come crashing down with his every move. Seeing that Song Chiumo was safe, Li Hao managed to slightly restrain the raging killing intent in his heart. Her words also reminded him of his situation, and he quickly reined in his strength, stopping the influx of immortal qi and the borrowing of the earth's energy. But as easy as it was to say, his body had already been collapsing and deteriorating. Now, as he forcibly blocked the flow of the earth's power, his pores seemed to have broken open, and his body couldn't close up like a released floodgate. Li Hao crouched down, biting down hard on his teeth. His eyes reddened with bloodshed, knowing that if he couldn't control himself, what awaited him was complete disintegration, becoming nothing more than a breeze in this world. He did not want to die, yet the pain of collapsing and tearing apart assaulted him from all over his body. The endless power of the earth seemed intent on crushing his bones, pulverizing his flesh, and grinding his viscera and entire body into dust, eventually merging him with the earth and sky. "Ah!" Li Hao let out a bestial roar, his vocal cords already torn asunder. His voice was a blood-curdling scream of sorrow and agony. Song Chiumo, sensing that something was terribly wrong with Li Hao's condition, showed a panicked expression on her weak and pale face, and urgently asked, "How can I help you?" But Li Hao was already unable to speak. Seeing this, Song Chiumo could only attempt to manipulate her own power, transforming it into a soft sheet of water encircling Li Hao, hoping to heal and delay the disintegration and collapse of his body. However, the soft deep water, which possessed healing powers, accelerated the disintegration of Li Hao's body upon contact. At this moment, he was in an excessively saturated state. The more power he absorbed, the faster his body disintegrated. Then, Feng Boping, dragging his injured body, rushed over. On seeing this scene, he paused for a moment but then promptly realized something. "Quick, cut off this part of the world." Song Chiumo was quick to respond. Upon seeing that her power was useless, even worsening Li Hao's pain, she swiftly withdrew her energy. Upon retracting it, she was horrified to notice that some of her power had been savagely and dominantly absorbed by Li Hao. At Feng Boping's shout, she swiftly collected her thoughts, took a deep breath, and redirected the part of her power used for self-healing, joining forces with Feng Boping to form a barrier cage to trap Li Hao within. But what shocked both of them was that after their barrier cage was formed, it did indeed slow down the disintegration of Li Hao's body, yet their barrier began to tremble and shake as if it was slowly disintegrating. Even their barrier power was being absorbed by Li Hao. This outcome stunned both of them. It was their very own power that was being plundered. Not even demons were this terrifying, unless it was a great demon beyond the four stands realm, draining them as a ghost would a mere mortal. And Li Hao's behavior at the moment was just like that. While they were shocked, Li Hao was biting down hard, using every ounce of his strength to control his body. The barrier formed by Feng Boping and Song Qiumo joining hands had an effect, momentarily interrupting the power of this part of the world. Although power continued to pour incessantly into Li Hao's body, it was no longer as turbulent as before. Li Hao groaned low, continually suppressing his body and the immortal qi within, transforming the power absorbed into his body and dispersing it from another part. Such rapid circulation was possible, fortunately, because he had opened enough major channels within his body, aided by the yin and yang dual pulse, which barely allowed him to transform part of the vast and immense power of the earth and sky, reducing the rest of the damage to his body significantly. In the extreme agony of being torn apart, Li Hao was attempting to bring both his body and mind to a state of calm. Only then could he trigger the property of laying low, allowing his body to slowly heal. This was a self-healing power comparable to the undying realm. But with the pain of being torn apart in both flesh and divine soul, the peace of mind Li Hao sought was excruciatingly difficult, utterly elusive. He clenched his teeth tightly, closed his eyes in pain, clenched his fists, and hunched over on the ground like a curled-up shrimp. He felt the wind between heaven and earth and thought how nice it would be if that gentle breeze could whisk away the pain from his body. But the wind merely brushed by lightly, taking nothing with it, leaving nothing behind. Would he just die like this? Li Hao couldn't help but wonder. He thought of the brilliant courtyard under the starry sky, of the many faces that had seen him off on both sides of the road when he left the resplendent divine general mansion. He thought of the little white fox, of Ren Qianqin, of Feng who had just shielded him, a fist-sized hole gaping open in his chest, and also of Song Qiumo, pale and weak. Scalding tears fell like beads of sweat from his face. Li Hao breathed slowly, thinking of the tranquility he had felt at the peak of the snowy mountain when he perceived the essence of the world. He knew that merely resisting and converting was not enough, he needed to guide and transfer this energy out. Just like a snowflake in the cosmos, rising with the wind and falling when it ceases. His breathing, initially deep, became rapid, then gradually transitioned from rapid to slow. His tightly curled body was slowly relaxing until he finally sat down on the ground. The body that had swelled to 4 or 5 meters slowly shrank back down. But as his skeleton and flesh contracted and reverted to their original form, his cracked skin was ragged, and his body was drenched in blood, like a blood-soaked figure. Song Qiumo gazed intently at him, silent, her delicate hand buried in the snow, clenching tighter bit by bit. Within her clear, stream-like eyes, deep anger and intent to kill gradually emerged. Feng Boping, seeing that Li Hao seemed to have stabilized, let out a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, the barrier he had set up with Song Qiumo had fallen to pieces, riddled with holes. The power of the universe continued to pour into Li Hao's body, but upon reaching his surroundings, except for a little that entered, the rest swirled around like a whirlwind, transferring elsewhere after revolving. On the face of the young man, bathed in a sea of blood and with skin flayed open, Feng Boping saw the pain slowly recede, revealing a sense of tranquility amidst his features. Feng Boping couldn't ease his heart, on the contrary, his eyes moistened, and a single tear trickled down. If it weren't for the boy's departure from the glorious and noble mansion, how could he have encountered such peril and faced the great demon king of the frontier pass at such a young age? He wondered how many people in that mansion would genuinely feel sorry for the boy if they saw this scene. The energy of the universe whirled past, picking up the snow and the dead leaves within it, but near Li Hao, it formed a hurricane-like force, encircling him. And there, in the eye of the hurricane, sat Li Hao, his face becoming more tranquil and peaceful, his torn skin still seeping blood. Yet gradually, the bleeding started to cease. The attribute of concealing one's prowess and biding time activated at this moment. In that hellish torture, Li Hao achieved inner peace and relaxation. His breathing grew smoother and longer. The broken flesh all over his body seemed to scab over. Below him, the snow was dyed red. Time passed, unknown how long. Li Hao slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze were the concerned expressions of Feng and Song Qiumo. Li Hao revealed a faint smile. "I'm all right. You were nearly dead, And you say you're alright? Feng Boping clenched his teeth slightly, wanting to lift his hand and knock hard on Li Hao's head, but he held back. His tense body relaxed at this moment, and he sat down with a thump next to him. Song Chiumo gazed deeply at Li Hao, remaining silent without saying a word. Li Hao raised his hand, dispersing the energy of the world swirling around him. At this moment, he had already controlled the runaway immortal chi within his body, no longer borrowing from it. The turbulent energy of the world also settled down, like autumn leaves falling in the breeze. I've involved you both. Li Hao looked at the two, and now all three were severely injured and in a sorry state. Don't talk nonsense. Once we recover from our wounds, we'll take the fight to them. Feng slightly bared his teeth, and now that he had relaxed, he flipped his palm and took out some medicines from within his robe, pouring out bottles and jars, and picking and stuffing them into his mouth. Though these medicines were extremely precious, they couldn't take immediate effect, as they required time to be absorbed. Still, they could make one recover in just a day or two if taken after a big battle. Exactly. Song Chiumo also took her own healing medicine and swallowed it, responding softly to Feng Boping's words. Li Hao nodded. Today's score, of course, could not be settled so easily. Little mouse. Feng Boping tossed some medicines to Li Hao, but Li Hao didn't catch them and just shook his head. He was immune to these medicines, and they wouldn't work on him. He could only rely on himself. Luckily, his special attribute of concealing prowess surpassed these medicines, and if he could step into the immortal realm of the undying, combined with this attribute, he felt his self-healing ability would reach unimaginable levels. Just as Feng Boping was about to speak, a sudden whooshing sound approached rapidly from afar. The three of them looked up, their expressions changing dramatically. In the distant horizon, the three demon kings that had fled were returning. Looks like you're all not in great shape, haha. Wan Shan, the demon king, charged ahead, his eyes revealing a ferocious killing intent and joy. Seeing the trio's condition, Li Hao needn't be mentioned, looking like a bloodied figure as if his skin had been peeled off. The other two seemed like flickering candles in the wind, still unable to adjust. Seeing the three demon kings return for a counter-slaughter, Li Hao's heart sank to the bottom. You never thought we'd counter-slaughter back, did you? Wan Shan, the demon king, bared his teeth, but his eyes were unusually ferocious. Having seen Li Hao's eerie posture before, he had guessed that it was some secret technique, which was why he decisively retreated. But undoubtedly, no matter what secret technique it was, such an exaggerated boost in power was bound to not last long. Thus, he had waited for the energy here to settle before turning around to strike back, intending to devour all three of them and avenge his brothers and son. I haven't tasted Qilin meat yet, fellow Taoist. The Dragon Lord looked towards Song Chiumo with a smile on his face, but that smile was somewhat unsettling. Song Chiumo and Feng Boping's complexions turned ugly, but they immediately stood up, their auras surging, showing an unyielding stance and shielding Li Hao behind them. However, at this moment, they were at the end of their tether, with little strength remaining. Song Chiumo's expression was complicated. She too was in the defying fate realm, but the chance to defy fate had already been used up. Otherwise, she could have restrained the three demon kings a little with her own power. Just a paper tiger, kill. The silver-robed young man took the lead in stepping forward, ready to make a move, when suddenly, an overwhelming and vast aura swept over them. All that could be seen behind Song Chiumo and Feng Boping was the figure of the blood-soaked youth. His body cracked again, his bones making a cacophony like shattering glass. His body, not yet fully healed and covered in cracks, was now slowly swelling up once more. Feeling this aura, both Feng Boping and Song Chiumo were startled and turned their heads, only to see Li Hao's blood-red eyes, blood rolling down, and his body constantly splintering and spurting out a large splash of blood. However, Feng lost his voice. Li Hao slowly took a step forward. The previously silent immortal chi was mobilized again, drawing on the power of heaven and earth. His body, on the verge of collapsing, yet lifted his head and stared boldly at the three demon kings in the sky, his voice cold. You don't think my secret technique can only be used once, do you? All three of Wan Shan's group were shocked. The silver-robed young man halted his steps, looking at the figure of the youth that looked like it could collapse at any moment. Feeling the terrifying collapsing power emanating from his body, he dared not act rashly. The Blackbird Demon King had died unclearly, and he still hadn't figured out the cause of its death. The longer they lived, the more they treasured their lives. Confronted with such unheard of and peculiar circumstances, he chose to act with caution. It's merely for show, HMPH, Wan Shan, the Demon King, snorted coldly. Although he was furious inside and thought of retreating, his expression seemed dismissive as he vehemently raised his hand and unleashed a vast demonic palm smash down. Billowing demonic chi rolled like clouds, intent on annihilating everything within hundreds of meters around them. In Li Hao's hand, the dragon's sword burst forth with a sharp cry, fiercely slashing down. The dragon's soul soared into the sky, colliding with the demonic palm, then tore it apart. Countless scales ejected from the dragon's soul were innumerable strands of sword chi. Wan Shan's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly slapped out his palm again, blocking these sword chis and quickly retreating once more, fleeing again. Kid, just you wait. The silver-robed young man also quickly followed his lead, leaving swiftly. Only the Dragon Lord was slightly puzzled. Although he felt the power Li Hao was emitting was extremely strong, comparable to the peak of the Dao Heart Realm, it didn't seem to have a reason to fear. However, since Wan Shan had chosen to retreat, he saw no reason to stay any longer. Seems it'll have to wait until next time. With regret in his heart, the Dragon Lord glanced at Song Chiumo and quickly flew away. The three great demon kings had come quickly and left just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the world was clear again, and the demon chi had dissipated. Li Hao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, swiftly closed his pores, sealed his entire body, and cut off the heaven and earth again. But this time, it was even more laborious. Feng and Song Chiumo also lent their strength again, squeezing out some power to erect a barrier for Li Hao. Luckily, the confrontation this time was not intense. After half a stick of incense had passed, Li Hao barely managed to control his fracturing body. Yet compared to before, this second fracturing caused far greater damage. The flesh on his body's surface had all peeled off, dissolving into the heaven and earth. If it happened again, he feared he would be left with nothing but a skin-wrapped skeleton. His organs and the like would be exposed. The caution and slyness of these demon kings were unmatched by ordinary people. Li Hao, enduring the extreme pain, but forced himself to remain calm, and slowly entered the state of hiding one's abilities and biding time, stopping the injuries throughout his body. We must leave quickly, they'll definitely come back. Upon seeing that Li Hao's aura had stabilized and there was no immediate danger to his life, Feng Boping immediately spoke up. Song Chiumo also nodded slightly. Although she did not know why Li Hao could still deploy this strange secret technique, there was no doubt that another time would be too much for Li Hao to bear. They could only take the chance to leave now. Li Hao did not refuse. He also knew that staying now was pointless and would only lead to their deaths at Heavenly Gate Pass. The agreement was likely to be broken. Thinking of this, his heart, which had regained tranquility, started to fluctuate, and he almost broke the state of hiding one's abilities and biding time. However, just as the three were retreating deep into the mountain pass, the ground suddenly began to shake. The many hidden lines Li Hao had set up outside the pass, when entering the transformed to a mortal state, had already dissipated, lacking the strength to maintain those buried at a distance. Now, the tremors in the ground could only be felt physically. It's the demon tide. Feng Boping was the first to investigate, his finger retracting from the ground, his expression changing as he said, "It's 100 miles away, moving very fast, it will be here in a minute." Song Chiumo, supporting Li Hao's bloody body, felt her finger touch the sticky, cracked flesh, causing her to tremble with emotion and reluctance. Her eyes filled with hatred, she immediately said, "Let's go now." She took Li Hao and was about to fly to another location, but suddenly, three figures appeared instantaneously, blocking their way forward, and it was the three demon kings that had left earlier. It seems this secret technique takes a huge toll on oneself. Wan Shan, the demon king, noticed that Li Hao's condition was even more miserable than before, realizing the tremendous damage the technique did to the body. He figured it couldn't be used many more times and felt a sense of relief. "I didn't expect that the next time I mentioned would come so quickly." Dragon Soar wore a smile, his tone tinged with mockery. Feng Boping's expression darkened, and he transmitted his voice to Song Chiumo, "You take Hao and run first, I will hold them off." "Yua." Song Chiumo looked at him, her complexion slightly changing, as if she understood what he was about to do. Li Hao's face was ugly. He could see the Demon King's intention to trap them, relying on the demon's tide to exhaust their strength and then finish them off. Brutal, cunning, and desperate. Perhaps, he could only release completely, no longer holding back, and enter the final moment of transforming into an immortal. That was the limit of fusing one's body with the power of heaven and earth, retaining only a sliver of consciousness, yet it was also the most powerful instant. Maybe at that moment, his strength could surpass the three demon kings and win a chance of survival for Feng and the others. At that thought, Li Hao took a deep breath. He looked at Feng, who quietly stepped forward to protect him, and slowly said, "You all go, I'll handle this." Feng Boping spoke solemnly, "Hao you have a bright future ahead of you. Just listen to me this time." A smile tugged at Li Hao's lips. "This was originally my own affair. I've already involved you all. This time, let's do as I say." Speaking, he was about to release the immortal Qi again, channeling the power of heaven and earth. But at that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake again, growing more intense. More demons? The expressions of Li Hao and his companions changed slightly, but they realized the rumbling was coming from the direction of Dragon Pass Road within Qingzhou. The expressions of the three demon kings shifted slightly as they turned to look. As the ground shook, waves of battle cries also gradually approached, at first faint but growing louder and more powerful until they swept through Heavenly Gate Pass. "Kill, kill, Master Hao, we've arrived, demons, move faster." A group of figures on horseback charged forward, wearing various clothing from all 19 provinces. Above their heads flew those of the 15 Li realm and masters from the Tianren sect. Additionally, among them were 2 from the 3 immortal realms, also racing over. However, upon seeing the 3 demon kings in front of Li Hao, the 2 from the 3 immortal realms' previously angry expressions suddenly stiffened, feeling somewhat astonished and unsure whether to advance or retreat. They had anticipated an attack by the demon king but hadn't expected 3. The rest of the figures on horseback only saw the appearances of the 3 demon kings, unable to perceive the extent of the demon king's aura due to the huge difference in their realms. With a thunderous charge, a multitude of figures poured into the pass and galloped into the camp. On seeing the ravaged scene within the camp, strewn with destruction, those who had rushed over were shocked, unable to imagine the carnage beyond the pass was so severe. "Master Hao, we are here." Many from the heavenly human realm flew in, and when they saw Li Hao's body riddled with gaping wounds, looking like a bloodied wretch, they were struck with horrified amazement. On the debate platform of Dragon River, this young man had once used a single finger to suppress all grandmasters, a peerless elegance unmatched in history. Now, he was reduced to such a pitiable state. Could these 3 demons be? Someone managed to sense the aura of the 3 demon kings, feeling an unusually dreadful sense of fear, and a terrible thought began to surface. Could it be that they were facing a great demon king, the one who had driven Li Hao to such extremities? "We've arrived too late." In the crowd, Bai Chunhai stepped forward, and next to him was another great grandmaster, Lin Qingfeng. When they had parted in Deu City, having learned of Li Hao's slaying of the lesser demon king of Wanshan, they surmised that Li Hao might face Wanshan's vengeance. Thus, they kept a close eye on the young man to whom they owed a life-saving favor. At the same time, they also gathered details from various sources about the battle in Qingzhou City, as well as Li Hao's commitment to defending Heavenly Gate Pass. As a result, many headed over, joining forces in Liangzhou, hoping to offer their support at Heavenly Gate Pass. In doing so, it would serve the country, defend the frontier pass, and repay Li Hao for saving their lives. Recently, news had somehow spread that Wanshan, the Demon King, was planning to attack Heavenly Gate Pass, prompting them to assemble in nearby cities and rush over. Now, it seemed they had arrived just in time. On seeing these figures charging forward, Li Hao's expression slightly changed, and he quickly said, "This is not a place for you, hurry and leave." "Are these 3 demon kings?" Lin Qingfeng had already detected the concealed yet terrifying aura of the 3 demon kings, his gaze shifting with concern. If he had known this earlier, he might have reconsidered, but now he had come anyway. Retreating now would be embarrassing. Besides, looking at the 2 figures beside Li Hao, he recognized one as the Demon King from Tan Palace Academy. Many of them had graduated from Tan Palace Academy in earlier years. They were no strangers to this Demon King. As for the other, although he didn't recognize them, they seemed to be a powerful figure from the Four Stands realm, which meant there might still be a possibility of putting up a fight. "Master Hao, we will hold off the demon tide, you get away first." A grandmaster came forward. He was almost surrounded and killed by demons during the defense but was rescued by Li Hao's dragon sword that penetrated through 7 demons with a single thrust. He knew Li Hao might not remember him, it was just a casual gesture, but he remembered the favor. As a Grand Master, although he also revered life and death, he was not truly decrepit. The strongest young Grand Master in our Dayu divine dynasty for 1,000 years cannot die here. Master Hao, you go first. Brothers, don't we want to achieve great things? Now is a great opportunity. Let's also take on the wind and snow of this frontier pass. I want my name to be carved into Heavenly Gate Pass too. In the crowd, many people roared with passion. Some started to shrink back, quietly moving to the edge of the crowd, ready to find an opportunity to leave with complex emotions.
As people gathered, several flare bombs shot up into the sky from within the crowd, turning into streaks of purple smoke, the signal for the most urgent call for reinforcements during a siege.
When the beacon fires soared, all who saw it rushed to assist. One call is met, and countless voices unite. Wan Shan, the Demon King, his face showing a slight change, quickly looked towards the rear of the crowd. He didn't care about these disorganized masses, but he was worried there might be people from the Li family among them. After all, behind this little human sprite was the divine general mansion. It seemed unlikely to him that the old generation of the Li family wouldn't be following and protecting such an extraordinary individual in secret. Meanwhile, the tide of demons beyond the pass had swept forward, all being groups of demons from the Wanshan district under the command of the Demon King Wan Shan. As for the Dragon Lord, he had come himself without deploying a large army to stand by for battle. Seeing the demons outside the pass, the people who had rushed here quickly drew their weapons, ready for battle, only to suddenly realize something. Where was the city that should have been here? There were no city walls, no arrays, only an open camp. The crowd immediately realized something, and beyond the shock in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel the desolate sorrow of a blood-soaked battle. It turned out that defending the frontier was this bitter. And yet, this young man, who had startled the entire Dayu, was standing guard alone, silently taking on the burden. One man to guard the lone city, one man to hold the heavenly pass. Some who had hesitated and shrunk back now felt ashamed, their martial artists' blood still hot. Standing at the edge of the nation's territory, they suddenly felt as if they could sense the hardships and tears of their ancestors who had fought to claim this land. The blood-born pride passed down through 1,000 years seemed to clothe them at this moment. Today, they were the defenders of this place. Kill. Many Grand Masters led the charge. Without a city, without arrays, they themselves became the city, the array. A resounding war cry erupted, among which were young heroes who had come upon hearing the news, seeking glory and the chance to establish a lasting reputation, and they too rushed into the tide of demons, fighting recklessly. Master Hao, we are also going. Bai Chunhai gave Li Hao a slight bow and then turned solemnly, rushing towards the battlefield at the pass. Lin Qingfeng nodded slightly to Li Hao, then took to the air, his sword emitting a faint hum as it cleaved through the void. I never expected that I would have a day to serve the dynasty. Zhou Haitang showed a smile to Li Hao, then turned and charged towards the battlefield. He had come alone, not bringing disciples or his daughter. Anticipating the peril of this battle, he had made sure his daughter and wife were well settled. Unburdened by concerns, why fear shedding tears and blood? Master Hao, you protected the spirits of the Zhao family, we're indebted to you, and may our strength carve out a path of blood for you. Our Feng family ancestors' spirits received your protection. Though the Feng family is small, we're eternally grateful. Grandpa Wei's spirit pushed me to join the army. It's great these demons have come. The Yan family owes a great debt to you. We wish to offer our strength for Heavenly Gate Pass. Apart from the Grand Masters from Dayu City that Li Hao had saved, there were also many other Grand Masters in the crowd, including those from the 15 Li realm. They had never met Li Hao before, but they had traveled thousands of miles just because Li Hao had defended Dayu City, securing the city's 3 martial temples and the many heroic spirits within them. These spirits came from many powerful families and sects. Some descendants were fallen, but upon hearing the news, they also rushed here, willing to contribute what little they could. Beyond that, there were commanding and deputy officers from Dayu City among the crowd, all who had sped over with their troops. Such was the momentum that formed this vast assembly of people. Feng Boping and Song Chiumo's auras remained locked on the 3 demon kings, but seeing the many figures that had come to meet Li Hao, they couldn't help feeling a bit of size and complexity. All these people came because of this young man, willing to fight alongside him in life and death. When the young man set off from the most illustrious and noble divine general mansion during the darkest time, many students had competed to bid him farewell. Now, as this young man sat guarding the snowy frontier pass alone, countless people were willing to rush to his side to join in battle. Perhaps, this was the natural charisma that this young man carried with him. Nothing but trash. The Demon King Wan Shan's eyes darkened. He had wanted to use the demon tide to hold Li Hao and the others at bay, to exhaust them. If they took action against the demon tide, they would inevitably expose weaknesses, which they could exploit. The best outcome would be for the demon tide to completely deplete Li Hao's mysterious state. But now, his demons were blocked outside the pass, unable to get close to the young man. A matter of a slap, the Dragon Lord murmured, raising his hand towards the many figures fighting the demons outside the pass. But as his hand lifted, he felt a killing intent lock onto him. It was Feng Boping and Song Chiumo down below. Though they were at the end of their strength, they maintained their combat power. If the Dragon Lord were to make a move, they would surely seize the opportunity to strike like lightning. The Dragon Lord sensed the killing intent of the two, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, as the enemy was at the end of their rope. But the more desperate they became, the more fearsome they were, not knowing whether they would be pushed to a dead end and resort to some irreversible attack, dragging them down together. In their journey of cultivation, they had experienced countless battles over 10,000 years. With abundant experience and a broadened horizon, they had grown more cautious and prudent. After all, if they suffered grievous injuries, even if they managed to take down Li Hao and his group, they might be swallowed by others upon their return. Although the three demon kings were temporary allies, they were not of one mind. Such concerns were the reason they did not choose to fight Li Hao and his group to the death. Otherwise, without these concerns, they would have already fought with all their might. Beyond the pass, the sounds of battle roared, but on Li Hao's side, the three stood in confrontation with the three demon kings, none of them making a move. Each party's energy was locked onto the other, waiting for a gap and an opportunity. If the demons outside the pass were to reach Li Hao and the others at this moment, it would be the opportunity for the three demon kings to attack. But as the slaughter continued, neither side moved. Compared with the fierce battles outside the pass, this place seemed unusually silent. The battle still raged on, and the number of grandmasters who had come to reinforce was not small since, at that time, more than half of the world's grandmasters had convened for the discussion. However, the number of grandmasters under the Demon King Wan Shan was not as numerous, primarily relying on several great demons of the three immortal realms leading the charge, causing grandmasters to perish one after another outside the pass. Demon King Wan Shan narrowed his eyes, and a slight smile curled on his lips as he saw his forces gaining the upper hand. But just then, outside Dragon Pass Road, a thundering of horse hooves approached. Demon King Wan Shan's face changed drastically, and looking up, he saw reinforcements arriving, a vast banner gradually becoming visible atop Dragon Pass Road, fluttering proudly in the wind. It was indeed an official army that had come to the rescue. Demon King Wan Shan's face looked awful, as this place was after all the border of the Dayu divine dynasty, where it was not surprising for armies to come to reinforce. However, he hadn't expected them to arrive so fast. The several beacon signals from earlier would cause nearby reinforcements to arrive one after another. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it became. "Shall we try?" the silver-robed youth glanced and said with a frown to Demon King Wan Shan. His words meant for Demon King Wan Shan to take the initiative and test out Li Hao's mysterious attack. If Demon King Wan Shan himself did not act, neither he nor the Dragon Lord would naturally charge forward for him. After all, it wasn't their own sons who would be dying. Demon King Wan Shan had an ugly expression. The death of Brother Gao had left him apprehensive, feeling as though he had been killed by a mere mung bean, in an inexplicably tragic manner. But he also knew that if he didn't break the stalemate, they could only retreat if they dragged it out any longer. And the reason he had summoned the army without a moment's delay was precisely because he didn't want to give the other side a chance to breathe. After all, with Brother Gao dead and their combat strength reduced, if the human race were given a chance to catch their breath, there would be no opportunity for revenge anymore. "I'll do it." Thinking of his deceased child, Demon King Wan Shan's eyes emitted a fierce light, and with a roar, he took the initiative to break the deadlock. His body swelled dramatically, unleashing an overwhelming demonic aura, revealing his true form, and then he slammed a giant palm ferociously towards the ground. Feng Boping and Song Chiumo both changed colors, knowing that in their current state, they could not withstand the blow. If they were to act, the two demon kings at their side would seize the chance to strike at them. Li Hao took a deep breath and offered up the Sacred Heart Talisman awarded to him by His Majesty. The talisman absorbed a trace of his power, quickly activated the runes, and burst forth with divine light that spanned thousands of feet, transforming into a dazzling sun that rose in front of Li Hao, enveloping the three of them and blocking that demonic hand that spanned hundreds of meters. With a loud bang, the demonic hand was incinerated by the fierce sun, the demonic chi steamed away, and the void quaked. The dazzling sun did not fade but instead continued to radiate scorching golden light, enveloping Li Hao and the other two. The Sacred Heart Talisman. Seeing the blossoming talisman light, Wan Shan, the Demon King's expression changed slightly, not expecting Li Hao to possess such a precious item. However, considering the divine general mansion behind him, it was not so surprising. It's just buying a few extra breaths. He realized that this was not an offensive Sacred Heart Talisman and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been offensive, the higher the quality of the talisman, the more terrifying the attack would be, even comparable to a strike from someone in the ultimate study realm, which they could not possibly withstand. But talismans of that level, there weren't likely many throughout the Dayu Divine Dynasty. Attack, tear that talisman apart for me. Wan Shan, the Demon King, immediately summoned the Dragon Lord and the young man in the silver robe to strike together. The void churned with demonic chi, the presence of three Demon Kings fully revealed, causing all the Grandmasters and reinforcements nearby on the battlefield to feel chills in their hearts. Previously, the martial artists below the heavenly human realm even assumed these three demons were from the three immortal realms, not expecting that the demonic might they now exuded could make their hearts feel like bursting. Some Grandmasters now turned pale, their surging blood as if quenched, already contemplating retreat. Each person had different thoughts. Some were willing to risk their lives for a favor, but other Grandmasters valued their own lives more dearly. They all expected Wan Shan, the Demon King, to attack, but not to this crazed extent, and certainly not inviting two other Demon Kings. If it was just Wan Shan, the Demon King, they thought, relying on the power of the Divine General Mansion behind Li Hao and his combat strength nearing half a four-stands realm, combined with their help, fighting back was not impossible. But the current situation at Heavenly Gate Pass was more desolate than they imagined. There was no city left, barely any people. Now, they could only see the dense hordes of demons, but what truly drove them to despair were the three great Demon Kings. Nevertheless, aside from a few, the majority of the Grandmasters had identified the three Demon Kings as soon as they arrived. Shocked, they realized it was too late to run and were prepared to fight to the death. Thus, there were those who shouted for Li Hao to leave first. Nothing was more important than preserving Li Hao, their hope. In that case, their bones could someday be collected, and someone could still slay these demons. Feng, you guys go first. Seeing the attack of the three Demon Kings, Li Hao handed the burning Sacred Heart Talisman to Feng, knowing the talisman could deflect attacks from the four-stands realm, but it was only meant for critical moments to save one's life. Escaping was difficult, especially when facing three Demon Kings. Someone had to stay behind, and the most suitable person to hold the Demon Kings back was himself. Any of the three faced the possibility of death by staying behind, so it might as well be him. At least, if he fought to the death, by activating the extreme immortal conversion, in the instant before his body dissipated, he might even have a chance to counterkill the enemy. Don't be foolish, Feng Boping shouted angrily, refusing to take the talisman. Li Hao's immortal chi had already begun to release, ready to use action to force Feng and the others back. But just then, a sudden rush of wind arrived, followed by the tolling of a massive bell. The bell's toll sounded like a chant, like an evening drum, echoing in everyone's hearts. The many demons outside the pass were shaken, their demonic aura fluctuating wildly, and those of lower rank had their demonic power collapse, unable to muster any strength. The three Demon Kings affected by the bell's toll all changed complexion, the Dragon Lord emitting a deep dragon's groan, squeezing it out from the throat before it bellowed across the entire battlefield, filled with rage. A figure in white clothes floated down, positioning himself in front of Li Hao and the two others. The Chief Tower Master of Tianji Tower. Song Chiumo's eyes focused immediately upon seeing the individual's appearance. Feng Boping's face changed drastically, with complexity, making eye contact with the Chief Tower Master. They exchanged fleeting glances. Decades ago, Feng Boping had stolen from Tianji Tower, and thus he was an old acquaintance of the Chief Tower Master, but not the kind that got along. Instead, they were the kind that would brawl upon meeting. He just had not expected that in this dire situation, it would be the other party who stepped forward. You've got guts. The chief tower master of Tianji Tower, in his fluttering white attire, stood tall. He looked to be a middle-aged man, but he was actually several hundred years old. At that moment, his expression was detached, but his eyes shot out cold glints, staring at the three demons before him. I gave you a place to dwell beyond the gate, yet you dare to invade our lands, seeking trouble. What peace is there to speak of when Dongguan continent isn't ruled by the Zhongs? Why should we be confined to such a small space? Upon seeing the chief tower master, Wan Shan, the demon king's face turned a shade of iron blue, knowing that today he likely wouldn't get his way. Our Dayu territory was carved out inch by the late emperor. Should I give it to you? Could you even handle it? Lu Chunsheng, the chief tower master of Tianji Tower, scoffed coldly. A bunch of ants, who need only a pellet of land to survive, dare occupy such vast territory. Aren't you afraid of being crushed to death? Wan Shan, the demon king, growled indignantly, now too lazy to pretend, openly expressing his innermost grievances. Today, he realized he could not silence his enemies, nor avenge the murder of his offspring and sibling, and would even become a wanted fugitive by the Dayu divine dynasty, a regrettable loss indeed. For the Dayu divine dynasty, these demons beyond the frontier pass had long nurtured deep-seated hatred. They were but a group of ants, yet they had occupied all the scenery visible to them. While it would have taken but a simple lifting of their feet to crush a great many, among these ants were some exceptionally ferocious beings that could deter them. All they could do was to watch helplessly as those vicious beings protected the weak ants, living under their very noses without any restraint. They gritted their teeth in hatred, powerless to do anything, and even had to force a smile and exchange pleasantries when facing the patrolling suppression envoys. How utterly stifling. Let's go, don't waste words with him. The Dragon Lord's face grew dark, and the young man in the silver robe also looked grave, knowing that today they would not gain any advantage, especially with the Grand Master of Heavenly Secrets Presenta, who knew if there would be other 4 Stan's realm experts. This human race youngster carried the bloodline of the Li family. Wan Shan, the demon king, ground his teeth in rage, his heart boiling with hatred, yet he restrained himself with extreme rationality. The 3 of them quickly retreated together. As for those subordinate demons in the distance, Wan Shan, the demon king, could no longer concern himself with them. This battle would put them on the wanted list. He dared not linger in these borderlands and instead had to flee to a farther place or seek refuge with other powerful demon forces. In this case, it would be inconvenient to bring his original subordinates along, and it was better for them to die. It might even buy him some time. Of course, these were all his own thoughts, and the distant tide of demons knew nothing of this, still fiercely fighting for their king. HMPH, you think you can escape that easily? Lu Chunsheng snorted coldly and suddenly propelled the ancient dark silver bell in his hand, shooting out to envelop Wan Shan, the demon king. The Dragon Lord opened his mouth, suddenly expelling a burst of sword chi, which surged at the side of the bell and stalled it. The young man in the silver robe, however, waved his hand and released a stream of silver light, accelerating the escape of the 3, who were about to vanish over the horizon. But just at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, like a ghost materializing on their path, and violently smashed out a punch. Whoosh! The whole world seemed to be swept up in a storm. The previous clamor quieted before this raging storm. Then a violent collision sounded, and a black light flashed on Wan Shan, the demon king, followed by a mysterious yellow glow. But both shattered successively. His body shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the foot of a mountain in the distance, creating a deep pit. This abrupt change caused both the young man in silver and the Dragon Lord to change color dramatically, as they stared at the newcomer in shock, then quickly distanced themselves, rushing towards Wan Shan, the demon king. This old fellow, finally willing to come out. Feng Boping hesitated for a moment upon seeing the figure, then joy lit up in his eyes as he burst into laughter. Li Hao recognized the person at a glance. It was second uncle Li Musho. Such formidable punch power, nowhere else in the whole Dayu divine dynasty would there be a second. The sword saint does not resemble the invincible fist, for the sword has no first, and the fist has no second. There is only one invincible fist, and that is Li Musho. However, Li Musho had rushed over and struck Wan Shan, the demon king, flying with a punch, but he could not even be bothered to look again, his gaze swiftly landing on the camp below. Soon, he saw Li Hao. Upon seeing Li Hao in a bloody, miserable state, he froze, his mind buzzing. Was this still the same youth he remembered, who spent his days fishing and laughing by the lakeside? However, Li Musho roared furiously, like 100,000 thunders exploding simultaneously. His roar shook the entire battlefield, and then Li Musho noticed Feng bopping nearby, also gravely injured. He gasped for breath, his fists clenched so hard they cracked, and turned his head to glare at the three demon kings. Whoosh! He stepped out, and the ground hundreds of yards below dipped into a deep footprint. His speed exploded to its limit as he chased after the three demon kings. With a raise of his hand, he unleashed his most powerful peerless technique, the half-step invincible fist. As this punch struck, the heavens and earth paled, the sunlight dimmed, and myriad glimmers and strengths seemed to converge on this punch all at once. The space before the fist ripped open like a twisted rag in a spiral, and the horrifying fist power made the three demons' hearts skip a beat. Wan Shan, the demon king, who had just been hit, had his pupils contract, revealing a look of terror. He had two defensive talismans, but just now, under a single punch, they shattered one after another. He had even sustained some injuries. Now facing this furious punch, he felt as if he was nailed to the ground by the fist power, with an unavoidable sensation. Death was imminent. Wan Shan, the demon king, screamed in terror and rage, as he suddenly gathered all his demonic chi at the center of his palm, igniting a divine demonic flame and desperately smacking down. Dharma glittering palm. This palm emitted an overwhelming demonic chi, but in its formation, a Buddha's light indicating the mass liberation of souls was hidden within, fusing the powers of yin and yang, merging good and evil, emitting a strange aura. The fist and palm collided in an instant, but rather than an expected explosion, there was just a shattering sound of collapse, and the fist power, like a world-shaking mountain, pressed down inexorably. The demonic chi scattered, the golden light burst, and guided by the way of the Tao, the punch pressed down straight and true. The silver-robed young man and the dragon lord beside Wan Shan, the demon king, were terrified, for that one punch now engulfed them as well, indicating that this elder of the Li family was determined to slay them all with a single infuriated punch. Go! The young man in silver, when Wan Shan's palm was shattered, violently tossed out a silver light, enveloping all three of them. Then, he brought out another purplish banner, flinging it forth. The flag was emitting a surging demon chi, swelling in the wind as if it were about to cover the fist. But when the flag touched the fist, it tore instantly, like a piece of rag, its patterns warping and collapsing, offering almost no resistance. However, in the moment the flag attempted to block, the silver-robed youth activated a streak of flowing light that caught them up, shooting towards the sky like an aurora. Don't you dare escape, Li Musho roared furiously, his body's strength surging like angry waves. He abruptly raised his hand and, in the distant void where the silver light had fled, he conjured a massive palm that smashed down fiercely. The three demon kings inside the aurora were horrified. Could this even be possible? The dragon lord spoke again, spitting out a breath of true dragon sword chi that collided with the giant palm, slowing its momentum slightly. Using this brief window, the silver light sped away, but its edges were still grazed by the palm. Simultaneously, the three of them spat out mouthfuls of blood, their eyes showing a glint of terror. Was this the power of the ultimate study realm? Without pausing, the silver light continued, fading somewhat before flying beyond the sky and disappearing from view. Tan Palace. Seeing the silver light vanish into the horizon, Li Musho's eyes nearly breathed fire, recognizing the identity of the silver-robed youth and the escape talisman employed. Li Tian Gang had been stationed in northern Yan for over a decade, largely because of Tan Palace. And now he had seen an elder from Tan Palace again. If it weren't for the fact that Li Tian Gang's generation had suffered too many casualties and the third generation's youngsters hadn't yet risen, leaving no one to spare to preside over the divine general mansion, he would wish nothing more than to visit Tan Palace and turn it upside down right now. Hearing the demonic tide still roaring in the distance, Li Musho's residual anger was hard to quell. He raised his fist and struck out. The fist was radiant as the blazing sun, suppressing from above the tide of demons and carrying the force of thousands of mountains falling. In an instant, a huge expanse was crushed within the demonic tide, the ground littered with fresh blood, and the torn bodies of slaughtered demons, some of which were annihilated completely, leaving only scattered remnants. It was as if he had punched to death a swarm of mosquitoes. Such terrifying momentum caused the remaining demons to be utterly petrified and trembling in fear. Everyone present was shocked, having witnessed the terrible power of the older generation of the Li family. Was this the strongest combat force currently in the Divine General Mansion? Li Musho's face was twisted with rage. He did not pursue the three demon kings any further. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a huge demon king corpse in the camp, and his pupils slightly constricted. The small heavenly gate pass had actually faced the incursion of 4 demon kings at the same time. No wonder Feng Boping had been so gravely injured. No wonder Li Hao's situation had been so dire. Li Musho turned and headed back, appearing instantaneously before Li Hao. Observing Li Hao's mutilated body, tears welled up in the eyes of a man who hadn't cried even on the battlefield for years. The last time he was this angry was when his elder brother died. Quick, take the medicine. Li Musho quickly pulled out numerous medicines from his sleeve, many spilling to the ground, all precious treasures that would make anyone envious. Li Hao's heart had settled down a bit. From the moment that the master of the Heavenly Secrets Tower appeared, he knew he would survive this battle. Seeing that his second uncle had also come, he revealed a smile and said, "Sorry for the worry. What silly things are you saying?" Li Musho nearly choked up. "It is I who arrived too late." "You are indeed quite late. How come you only arrived now?" Feng Boping did not indulge Li Musho. The feeling of being snatched from the jaws of death brought a smile to his face as he spoke somewhat irritably. Li Musho glanced at the hole in Feng's abdomen and shared some medicine with him. "Say fewer words, don't run out of breath. Don't curse me. We agreed to die together in the future. If you don't die, how can I possibly die?" Feng laughed as he spoke, yet he did not refuse the precious medicine handed to him and swallowed it down immediately. Li Musho paid him no mind and turned to look at Song Chiumo, offering her a share as well, and whispered, "This favor, the Li family will remember." Song Chiumo smiled enchantingly, her cheeks still pale and weak, but now that the situation was stabilizing, she did not need to maintain tight control over her body. Her inner chi began to circulate quietly, turning to heal her own injuries. "This favor isn't intended for the Li family, it's for him," she said with a light laugh. Li Musho was taken aback, his expression changing slightly. The favor of the Li family was exceedingly precious, but the Demon King of Tan Palace chose to ask for a favor from Li Hao instead. However, Li Musho knew that there was some teasing in her words. She hadn't seriously considered it as a favor. Otherwise, would she have persevered here to such an extent? What favor could be more important than one's life? Li Musho turned his head to look deeply at Li Hao. That this Demon King from Tan Palace was willing to sacrifice so much for Li Hao showed the depths of their friendship. Considering these things, he felt reassured yet also somewhat bitter. "Eat it, why aren't you eating?" Li Musho saw that Li Hao was only holding the medicine without ingesting it and urged him immediately. Li Hao shook his head gently, handing the treasures to Feng. It would be a waste for him to ingest them, as it wasn't necessary. Now that the Demon Kings were driven away, and their lives were no longer in immediate danger, he could heal himself by leveraging the nature of his recuperative abilities, although it would take some time, especially since he had been so severely injured this time. Seeing Li Hao's actions, Li Musho's expression changed slightly. Remembering the words Li Hao had said when he left the mansion, he said bitterly, "Won't you even accept what your second uncle offers you?" Li Hao quickly responded, "Second uncle, you misunderstand. These treasures would be somewhat wasted on me, as I can heal myself." "What nonsense about waste? No amount of treasures would be too much for you," Li Musho said angrily. Li Hao felt the old man's sentiment and revealed a smile. "Second uncle, you needn't worry. I have my own ways to recover." Li Musho wanted to say more, but Feng Boping's eyes flickered, diverting the topic. "Why did you come so late? Did that kid not let you come?" Li Musho's face slightly changed. He glanced at him, then at Li Hao, and said, "Hong Zhuang returned home to ask for help and gather troops. I had just been to the Shaw family and had just returned to the clan not long ago. After hearing the news, Tiangong asked me to come as reinforcements, insisting that we must protect Hao. Feng Boping slightly raised his eyebrows, glanced at him, and after a brief silence, he said, "What did you go to the Shaw family for?" "It's the Divine General Mansion's business. Why are you asking so many questions?" Li Musho glared at him. Feng Boping chuckled lightly, which also sounded somewhat scornful. He didn't continue with the pleasantries but looked up at the white-clothed tower master and said, "May I leave now?" Lu Chunsheng looked at him coldly and said, "Considering your actions this time in warding off demons and defending the border, I will let you off for now. But next time I see you, I will show no mercy." "Hey, then I should thank you," Feng Boping said mockingly with a chuckle. He laughed in a strange tone, then cupped his hands together, turned around, and drifted away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lu Chunsheng glanced at Li Musho. He had clearly heard the conversation between the two earlier and was surprised to learn such astonishing news today. Could it be that the old boxing saint of the Li family was actually friends with this saint of thieves? If the news got out that the divine general mansion was colluding with a great thief, the Li family could end up bearing countless curses. However, he naturally had no interest in revealing this. But such information could serve as a secret dossier, adding another bargaining chip to Tianji Tower. Don't listen to the old madman's nonsense. Tiangong may be hot-tempered and stubborn, but he wouldn't be careless about such matters. Li Musho turned his head and said to Li Hao. Second uncle, Li Hao called out softly, interrupting him. With Li Musho's eyes slightly stunned, Li Hao smiled at him and said, I'm very happy that you could come. I will repay this favor. Li Musho's face slightly changed, and he was taken aback. He naturally detected the implication in Li Hao's words, treating the act of assistance he received as a favor, rather than the aid of Li Musho being close friends with Li Hao. Because he had mentioned that person, it led the kid to set boundaries for his visit. Li Musho felt a bitter taste in his heart and sighed, Hao, do you really plan to stand guard here for 3 years? Yes. Li Hao nodded. Today, I almost died. I was almost forced to flee, breaking the agreement. Li Musho's face subtly changed once more, catching the underlying meaning. Unless at the brink of death, he would be unwilling to break the agreement. At that moment, Li Hao looked at the Tower Master, bowed slightly, and said, Thank you for your help, Tower Master. Lu Chunsheng replied with a smile, Heavenly Gate Pass is a pass in my Liangzhou, and it is the territory of the Deu Divine Dynasty. My coming here is not entirely to assist you. As martial artists, we should also take part in defending the border. Li Hao said with a smile, that said, you are also helping His Majesty to solve problems and relieve his concerns. Lu Chunsheng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly sharp as he stared at the 14-year-old boy. The casualness in the other's words made it instantly clear to him that this boy seemed to understand everything and see through all. Indeed, his arrival was no coincidence. The grandmasters who came here, the martial artists from various states, it was all no coincidence either. They were all led by information spread by Tianji Tower, through subtle guidance. Guiding these martial artists of Zhonghu was not difficult, and Tianji Tower, under the control of His Majesty, was the power of the royal family. This, only a few people knew, and the older generation of the Divine General Mansion happened to be among those few. The youth in front felt as though he had learned of this matter from the elders of Li family. With this in mind, the gathering of these grandmasters and martial artists from various states, along with his appearance, made it not difficult to guess that this was all prearranged. It was the arrangement of His Majesty. In Deu City, the youth had slain a minor demon king and become famous throughout the world. How could Emperor Yu not take notice? However, Liangzhou was a place guarded by the Li family, and the royal family couldn't rashly intervene, especially not overstepping the Li family. And in that battle at Qingzhou City, Li Hao had a special relationship with the Li family. At first, everyone thought it was a farce, but as the youth killed the demon king and suppressed grandmasters with a single finger, nobody any longer regarded his leaving home as mere childishness. This youth had the ability to stand alone against an entire region. Given this, who would dare say that the youth would hit a wall, would bow his head, or need to turn back and rely on the glory of Divine General Mansion? At 14, suppressing grandmasters and slaying demons of the 3 immortal realms. This alone was enough to fill one with pride. Given time, this youth was bound to be a significant figure in the world's future. By then, it would be uncertain whether the Divine General Mansion would be borrowing glory from the youth or vice versa. And His Majesty did not send the Divine General Mansion to reinforce but instead utilized Tianji Tower to gather the strength of Zhonghu's martial artists to support the youth. There were several possible intentions behind this arrangement. As for which one it was, that depended on how one interpreted the situation. Regardless, I will remember this favor, said Li Hao to Lu Chunsheng with a salute, speaking earnestly. Lu Chunsheng looked deeply at him. The gratitude and acknowledgement in the youth's words were not attributed to Tianji Tower. They had to be directed elsewhere. He finally understood why His Majesty valued this young man so much that even during the struggle for the true dragon of the Li family, he intervened to award a decree, and when the young man was guarding the frontier pass, His Majesty bestowed upon him a named sword. The youth's talents were unmistakable, but even more so, his wisdom was far beyond what one would expect of a 14-year-old boy. indulged but not arrogant, sharp-minded and cautious, as well as humble and polite. He suddenly found himself unable to comprehend what the Duke who now controlled the divine general mansion was thinking. To abandon such a treasure in the wilderness, allowing him to almost lose his life. Could it be that the glory of the Li family over the past millennium was too overwhelming, and there was a desire to diminish it somewhat? Lu Chunsheng shook his head, feeling a headache brewing at the thought of the deep grudges within the divine general mansion. He cast aside these thoughts and said calmly to the youth. I heard that you were unrivaled as the foremost among grandmasters in the debate of martial paths, and Tianji Tower still owes you a reward. When will you have time to visit Tianji Tower for fun? As soon as my injuries are healed, I'll go, Li Hao said with a smile. Good, I'll prepare the tea and wait for you, Lu Chunsheng replied with a smile. He did not adopt the posture of an elder towards such an extraordinary individual. In time, it was very likely that this young man would enter the Four Stands realm. If he could maintain this momentum and break through without being hindered by bottlenecks, perhaps in a future generation, he could suppress the whole world and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Buddha himself. Li Hao smiled and once again thanked the head of Tianji Tower. Li Musho listened to the conversation, feeling an indescribable discomfort in his heart. He too quickly understood that His Majesty had also secretly meddled in these affairs. Yet, it seemed that His Majesty had no intention of reconciling Li Hao with the Li family, which was quite thought-provoking. Could it be that His Majesty was aware that Li Hao had not continued the soul of the Li family ancestral hall? Or was it that there were plans to support the rise of a sixth divine general mansion? Or perhaps His Majesty simply liked Li Hao and didn't want to see him wronged? Li Musho felt that the last possibility was not very practical and frowned slightly, feeling somewhat worried. While his affection for Li Hao was beyond doubt, he did not wish to see the child caught up in royal affairs and become a pawn of His Majesty. If everything had never happened, and the boy was still at the estate every day painting, playing chess, and accompanying him while fishing by the lake, Li Musho sighed inwardly, feeling sentimental. Following the retreat of the three demon kings, the tide of demons beyond the frontier pass also collapsed in a one-sided defeat, scattering in flight, but the majority were left behind and chopped to death by chaotic blades and swords. Many grandmasters returned to the camp and successively paid homage to Lu Chunsheng and Li Musho, then all gathered before Li Hao. Most of them were covered in blood, some with grave injuries, arms severed, others with lower legs torn open, bandaged, and even some with eyeballs or half of their faces torn off by demons, their flesh a blurred mess. All had been treated with medicinal powder. If it was not for Lu Chunsheng's timely arrival, the majority of them would have likely perished completely. We won, someone said, and immediately the spirits of the others were somewhat lifted. Compared to them, there were even more demons slain here. However, among the dead were also many passionate souls from various states who had come together and now lay eternally. Li Hao did not speak, but bowed deeply to them. Despite the guidance and arrangements by Tianji Tower, the sacrifices these people made were genuine and substantial. Lu Chunsheng did not linger at the site, and said to Li Hao, I will be waiting for you at Tianji Tower. Then he turned and floated away, disappearing without a trace. In the distance, a group of war horses galloped in, led by a figure in bright red armor. It was Li Hongzhuang, who had previously returned to Qingzhou. Seeing Li Hao's bloodied state, she, who had seen countless soldiers fall in battle, also felt her eyes moisten and stepped forward, saying, I arrived too late. Li Hao shook his head slightly, saying, Thank you for the reinforcements. What thanks? Li Hongzhuang said with reddened eyes. Li Hao did not continue the conversation, but turned to the great Grandmaster Lin Qingfeng beside him and said, Please trouble you, senior, to count our fallen heroes. It would be even better if their identities could be determined. Lin Qingfeng nodded slightly, beckoned a few people, and left. Li Hongzhuang said, Leave this task to me. She turned and instructed, Brothers, go count the battlefield. Bring back all the fallen brothers, and try to reassemble the limbs and fragments as completely as possible. Yes. The Bloodsha army behind her responded in unison, and immediately set off on their horses. Li Hao sat down on the ground, the Holy Heart talisman in his hand already burned to ashes. Thinking back to when Chu Juyue had given him the talisman, he guessed she had probably anticipated today's events. And that Supreme Tower Master Lu Chunsheng, who just happened to appear when he activated the Holy Heart talisman, it all seemed too coincidental. Li Hao sat carelessly on the sandy ground, legs apart, looking towards the calm evening sunlight in the distance, a bitter smile playing on his lips. No matter what, the support of the other party had indeed been delivered effectively. If not for that, he might not have died today, but he would have been gravely injured, and that agreement would definitely have been broken. If Emperor Yu was indeed the old man he had played chess with by the Willow River, Li Hao could only say that he had won the chess games at the time, but the move the opponent made today was pressing on his lifeline, utterly ruthless. Yuzhou, the imperial capital. In the towering palace's back garden, a secluded royal garden with thinly accumulated snow. Within it was a flower bed that was already showing new branches, indicating that the severe winter was soon coming to an end. Your Majesty, the plum blossoms stand tall, and the spring blossoms are about to open too, said Chu Juyue, her voice soft and submissive, observing the emerging faint yellow in the flower bed. The snow in the garden had been cleared, and the flower bed was meticulously cared for. The seeds were carefully selected from countless varieties, thus all were of excellent types. Yes, the harsh winter is nearing its end, and the spring rain will soon come. Emperor Yu walked leisurely in the garden, pausing in front of this flower bed following Chu Juyu's voice, and after taking a glance, he looked up toward the distant horizon. A flicker crossed his eyes and he spoke in a soft voice. The situation at Heavenly Gate Pass should be coming to a close. Chu Juyue calculated the time and nodded, saying, in 2 days, the news from Chunsheng should arrive. This time the intent was too obvious, that child will likely have noticed. Emperor Yu's lips curled up slightly, thinking of the youth by the river who had spoken the words, all glory and wealth are as dust, all honor and riches are as clouds. The fact that the young man dared to shed the surname of the Li family seemed to indeed reflect his words. A youth has his youthful recklessness. While he appeared indifferent to glory and fame, his heart harbored a spirited pride, which Emperor Yu found very endearing. Wasn't your Majesty intending for him to realize this? Chu Juyue playfully pretended confusion, knowing that flattery such as saying, your Majesty's schemes are unfathomable, was too cliché copyright and inferior. Besides, Emperor Yu held that young man in high regard, and such words might be demeaning to him, which was not clever at all. If he sees through it, will he develop different thoughts and blame your Majesty? Chu Juyue asked. She knew that Emperor Yu wanted to hear more than just her flattery. Hey! Upon hearing Chu Juyu's words, Emperor Yu chuckled. Any plan has its path, and thus can be easy for someone to see through. All schemes in the world are inferior to sincerity. Only a genuine heart is impenetrable. Chu Juyue blinked, then looked at His Majesty. Does this mean, your Majesty truly cares for that young man? His gaze flickered, uncertain whether to believe those words. But since His Majesty had spoken so, he could only choose to believe. In Liangzhou, at Heavenly Gate Pass, within the camp of Kenya City, a third of the martial artists and grandmasters who had come to assist had perished, and another third had bid farewell to Li Hao and departed. Of those remaining, a portion decided to stay behind to aid Li Hao in guarding the area for a while longer. Everyone had seen Li Hao's grievous injuries and were waiting for his recovery. Within the cemetery inside the frontier pass, many new graves had been added. Among those fallen grandmasters, there were those whose wives and disciples had received the news and rushed over, wishing to take their bodies back for burial. Li Hao naturally consented. On a mountain outside the pass, 2 figures sat there, surrounded by tranquility without wind or snow, only 2 flasks of wine between Tama. It was Li Musho and Feng Boping. Caught any good fish lately? Feng Boping took a sip of wine, gazing at the snow before him and asked casually. Li Musho shook his head slightly, don't feel like fishing. Feng Boping was taken aback and sized up his old friend, then suddenly asked, did you rush here to reinforce because the true dragon of the Li family arranged it? Li Musho kept his head down, fiddling with the snow on the ground, and remained silent. Feng Boping seemed to expect the answer and sighed, by saying this, do you intend to persuade Hao to return? Are you sure you want him to go back to that place? Even I, as an outsider, can't stand to watch it. I don't believe you truly bear to do so. Li Musho stopped tracing circles in the snow with his finger, lifted his head, and turned to look at Feng Boping. If I don't put it this way, would Hao return? You saw how perilous it was for Hao this time, both of you nearly died. Even if he has to hold his nose and go back, at least it's safe there. Once Hao inherits the true dragon's mantle and surpasses his father in strength, why would he need to care about others' attitudes anymore? Feng Boping fell into silence for a moment before responding. What does the true dragon truly intend, then? Since you weren't sent by him, what has he done? He surely must know what Heavenly Gate Pass faced, right? Li Musho sighed and said, he went to the eastern frontier of Liangzhou. The military camps there suffered attacks, and Zan Li, who was stationed in the west, couldn't provide reinforcements in time. Moreover, the attacks there were likely a feint by the demons to create a diversion, so he personally led the troops out to battle. When Hong Zhuang returned, he had just set out. These are turbulent times, and who knows what the next few years will bring. Feng Boping expressed his surprise. Has it really become so chaotic? If we've detected the demons outside the Liangzhou territory, they should no longer resort to sneak attacks, or move their base, right? There's no need to keep a watch over this place. And didn't His Majesty send reinforcements? This is a rare opportunity for a strategic ambush. Li Musho shook his head. His Majesty can't spare any forces. It's not just Liangzhou that was attacked. Several other major states are in a precarious state as well. You wouldn't know, but 3 months ago in Qi State, the frontier was close to being overrun. 3 cities were destroyed overnight with not a single survivor. That's the territory of the Shah family. Now they too are on high alert. Was your visit to the Shah family because of this? Li Musho picked up a flask and took a drink, saying no more. Talking too much about these military matters wouldn't benefit his old friend, Feng Boping. Feng Boping also realized he had asked too much. Although they were close friends, there were certain lines they did not cross. Don't worry about how this old life of mine can still hold on for a few more years, Feng Boping assured him. Li Musho looked at him and nodded. You've been tied to this place for 3 years. It's indeed an inconvenience for you. Stop it. If you really feel sorry, let me take a look inside the Li family's ancestral treasury, Feng Boping huffed. Li Musho gave him a look. Don't even think about it. The people who stayed at Heavenly Gate Pass, looking at the Kenya city, reduced to nothing more than a small mound and the cemetery sprawling endlessly like a city wall, were utterly speechless and shaken. At that moment, they finally understood what a true frontier city was. This was a city built of flesh and blood, a city of heroic spirits. Many were moved and chose to stay to help rebuild Kenya City. With the aid of those martial artists, the reconstruction project began swiftly and progressed rapidly. Indeed, many hands make light work. Their extensive networks enabled them not only to provide the stones and wood needed for construction from beyond the pass, but other living supplies were also transported from various cities. Thus, merchant caravans bearing flags began to appear on the once deserted Dragon Pass road that had been quiet for decades. Even escort agencies with their banners passed through. This silent thoroughfare was now finally frequented by people, becoming a real road. This road led to the end, towards Kenya City. Outside the former mound, tall walls had already been erected. With the aid of many 15 Li realm martial artists and grandmasters, transporting large stones was effortless, making the construction of the city walls incredibly fast and efficient. High-rise buildings sprang up from flat ground. The city rose as well. Building after building was erected, decorated with dragons and phoenixes, exquisitely crafted. At the top of the city walls, as ropes were pulled, a military flag unfurled in the wind. On it were 2 large, dark characters. Haoshan.